Hey folks, it's Cody Stoffer with Playmakers Corner, here to tell you about Code Red Coaching. Competing in athletics means you've lifted the weights, you've watched film, and you've got the passion. Problem is, that's what everyone else in the state has done. Perfect your game by honing in on your mental performance with Code Red Coaching. Whether you are a team or an individual, Code Red Coaching has the tools to create mentally solid habits and set up you or your team for success. Find Code Red Coaching at coderedcoaching.com or call 720-979-1914 to learn more today. That's coderedcoaching.com or 720-979-1914 today. Now back to the show.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to the Playmakers Corner podcast. I'm Gideon Egner, and today we will be going over your 1A playoff preview. I'll be going over what I think is going to happen in the 1A classification. I'm going to look at the seeds of every team heading in, their record heading into the postseason with notable wins or losses, a few notable players on that squad. And I'm going to go in ascending order here, starting with Cedar Edge at the 16 seed and ending with a Lyman at the 1 seed. Then I'm going to give you the predictions that both myself and the other hosts of the podcast, plus Anthony Garcia from Mile High Prep Report, have for these playoffs. So let's begin with our team-by-team preview. We're going to start this one off with the 16 seed Cedar Edge. They were 3-4 on the season, 0-4 in conference play, and the second toughest league in 1A, scraping into the playoffs at 16. They lost to Buena Vista, Gunnison, Meeker, and North Fork in this one. And here's the thing, this is a very spread out team. Luke Maxey is the quarterback for this Bruins team. And I mean, looking at it, he has 858 total yards, 5 touchdowns to 5 interceptions, which isn't great. 144 rush yards, 3 rushing touchdowns. Defensively, 4 tackles, presumably off of picks. He did catch an interception, though, against Peyton, who was one of their wins earlier on in the season. And then they have 400-yard rushers, among which are Logan Toulis and Brady Cooper. And then they have 6 different players with interceptions. And they also have a lot of guys with less than 7 games played, which suggests either inconsistencies or coach trying to figure out injury luck on that roster. It looks to me like they've had a good amount of injuries, so they might be barely cohesive heading into a matchup with the 1 seed here. But moving on to the 15 seed, we have Platte Canyon, 8-1 on the season, 4-1 in conference play, only lost to Strasburg in the league championship, but if we're being honest, the rest of the schedule was kind of cupcake. Aside from Strasburg, there is nobody in their league that they really had any business losing to, except for Denver Christian, really. And so looking at it, this is the last hurrah for a senior-heavy squad. You see Cameron Skoge leads at quarterback with 900 passing yards, 500 rush yards, 96 tackles, and 4 pass deflections. He does have a problem with turnovers with 8 touchdowns to 8 interceptions, but he has 21 touchdowns in total. You also have Gregory Oramus, who is an all 1A level receiver, Sam Patterson, who has over 950 rushing yards, and Ian Twaddell, who I feel bad for accidentally leaving off of the 1A Depoy honorable mention graphic, who had 16.5 tackles for loss and 6.5 sacks with 7 hurries. Next up, we have Yuma at the 14 seed, 3-6 overall, 1-4 in conference. They have wins over Sterling, Burlington, and Burns, but losses to Banning Lewis, Brush, Wiggins, Ray, Lyman, and Holyoke. They are real proponents of the Burlington effect here. And the only real impact player, now they do have other impact players, but the only one that really stands out to me looking at this Yuma squad is Jonathan Thompson, the standout quarterback / safety. He is 2 passing touchdowns for 6 interceptions, but he also has 800 rushing yards, 6 touchdowns, 74 tackles, 5 tackles for loss, is the only player on this Yuma team with a sack, and has 4 interceptions. So I feel pretty solid about that Yuma team. Then we have our 13 seed, the winner of the Longs Peak League, which is Highland, who are 5-4 on the season, 5-0 in their league play, back in the playoffs for the first time since 22, and all of their non-conference opponents were either top 6 in their class or undefeated. And then Highland went undefeated in their league against teams like Flatirons Academy, Estes Park, and Manual to get this playoff spot. But their losses, though, are Ray, Kent Denver, Wellington, and University. Now, looking at their key players, we see Isaac DeSantiago, the running back, receiver, and kicker at 5'10", 170. He's their leading rusher, second leading receiver, and leading at interceptions with 2. You have Jonathan Bingley, their quarterback, at 6'2", 175. He has 12 touchdowns to 3 interceptions. And then you have the edge rusher, Brogan Palmer, the sophomore, at 6'4", 220, who is a really, really solid pass rusher. Every time I've watched him, he's at least gotten a sack, a couple of tackles for loss, and a few pass deflections. So this is a team to really watch out for if you're Meeker, who we'll talk about later. Next up, we have the 12 seed, Colorado Springs Christian, who are 7-2 overall, 4-1 in league, who they had a really deep run last year and are hoping to recreate that magic, starting with Jace Velasquez, who helms the ship. He has a slight turnover problem with 11 touchdowns to 8 interceptions here. But looking at it, he has 1,200 pass yards and 340 yards on the ground, 7 touchdowns there. Not really any defensive stats, but scoring-wise, he knows how to get it done. He knows how to get the ball down the field. Then we also have Will Moore, who is his running mate in the backfield. Literally, the running back, the junior. He has just over 1,000 rushing yards and 19 touchdowns here. And so Moore is going to be someone to look out for on the defensive side. Well, not because of his defense, but if you're the defense, you're going to be looking out for him. He has 6 tackles, and then all around, he can also convert as well. He has one of those on the season against a better defensive team in Denver Christian. And then finally, on the defense for the Lions, we have Eddie Harmon, who is a linebacker for them. He also has 280 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns, along with 150 receiving yards and a score there as well. He is the main kick returner for this squad. Overall, kick returning wise, he has 217 kick return yards. No touchdowns on that end, but really, really solid. But defensively is where he's really getting it done. 108 tackles, 4 for loss, a sack, 7 hurries, and 3 interceptions. Really, really good job here by Harmon. He's going to be the main guy on defense for these Lions. And so their wins this year, their most notable ones were over Mont Vista, Denver Christian, and Rye, but they did have losses to Woodland Park and Banning Lewis Preparatory Academy. Next up, we have North Fork, who are 5-3 overall, 1-3 in their league. A really, really tough league. But looking at it, it runs through Hunter and Hayden Moreno. Hayden, he has 610 rush yards, 8 touchdowns, 188 kick return yards, and 2 interceptions. Hunter, on the other hand, he has 360 pass yards, 5 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, which isn't great, but 3 rushing touchdowns, 1 receiving touchdown, 37 tackles, and 2 interceptions. Next, we do have their wins over Montezuma Cortez and Cedar Edge to look at, but they do also have losses to Meeker, Buena Vista, and Gunnison. However, I will say that those losses to Meeker and Buena Vista were only by 1 possession. They lost to Meeker 32-33 and Buena Vista 14-7. So those were very winnable games for the Miners, and it is entirely possible that we are on upset watch here heading into these playoffs for their main opponent in this first round, who are going to be Strasburg. But we'll cover them here in a minute. First, we have to go through Centauri. Now, the Falcons seniors, they have a last chance for the former champions to get a championship here. You got Devin Brady on MVP honorable mention, I will say. He has 800 total yards, 75 tackles, 8.5 for loss. And then you also have Parker Burr. He had 800 yards and 14 touchdowns. And then another guy that stands out to me here is a linebacker, Josh Plakowski, 111 tackles, 9 for loss, 3.5 sacks. And the funny thing for the Centauri team is they have 10 total players with sacks, which is they spread the wealth really well. And technically it's 12, but I'm only going with guys that have a whole sack, not half sacks. So they have 2 more guys that have half a sack. Next up, we will be looking at their schedule here. So we see that they have wins over Florence, Mont Vista, but the thing is, otherwise, it's a kind of a Mickey Mouse schedule, and we see that their losses to Pagosa Springs and Buena Vista shows a bit of weakness for this Centauri squad out in Mahara. After Centauri, we find ourselves at the last team that'll be traveling for the first round of the playoffs, which is the Wiggins Tigers. And they are playoff veterans at this point with one of the better lines in the 1A classification. The main guys I'm looking at there are Stevie Linton, a 6'2", 260-pound guard, and Americo Lorenzini, a 6'4", 260 tackle, I believe. Just absolute beasts on the line for Wiggins. And they're blocking for Jason Lewisberg, who had 1440 total yards and 19 touchdowns. And this is a team that has shown some fortitude with wins against teams like Brush and Yuma, who are both playoff squads, but again, they're in the toughest league in the state, so they do have losses to Holyoke, Lyman, Ray, and Strasburg. The team that Wiggins will be traveling to face, they'll be heading down to the Springs to face Banning Lewis Preparatory Academy, who are 9-0 on the year, 5-0 in their league. And they had some all-around dominance and would be top 4 without strength of schedule. They are in one of the easier leagues in 1A. And so their most notable wins are over Colorado Springs Christian, Rye, and Yuma. And this is their first time in the playoffs. They're led by a superb running back room with Chase Reel and Joseph Begovic, who have 1,828 yards and 27 touchdowns between them, making an almost complete Dylan Hearn. And then they have the best tight end in 1A in Ben Early, along with one of the better linemen in Braden Skinner. But as I previously mentioned, this is the first time in the playoffs for the Stallions, so the lights may be brighter than expected, so it's going to have to be seen what they're going to do against a veteran playoff squad in Wiggins, and in the second round against Lyman or Cedar Ridge if they get that far. Looking at it, we also have Ray at the 7 seed, who are 6-3 on the year, 3-2 in their conference play with wins over Highland, Yuma, Wiggins, and then losses to Scott, Holyoke, and Lyman. Yeah, they're coming off a title game appearance last year and are kind of a wild card in these playoffs. But looking at their players to watch for, first you see Samuel Meisner, who had 1,000 rush yards, 21 rush touchdowns, 1 receiving touchdown, 83 tackles, and a pick this season. You also have Casey Midcap, 900 pass yards, 42 touchdown to interception ratio, but he also had 500 rush yards and 9 rushing touchdowns with 53 tackles and 2 picks. The X factor for this team, I believe, is Austin Collins, who has 104 pass yards, 2 touchdowns, 300 receiving yards, 2 receiving touchdowns, 100 punt return yards, 40 tackles, and 4 picks. This is somebody who, as a sophomore, has come in and has contributed to this home playoff team level squad. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays into the plan against this strong Centauri team. Next up, we have Strasburg, who were considered the second best team heading into this season, but ended up 7-2, 5-0 in the league to get the 6th seed. Their most notable wins were against Denver Christian and Platte Canyon, with losses to both Lyman and Holyoke. Looking at their players, their line is shored up by Al Dickens, who is 6'2", 255, who blocks for 1,450 yards and 28 touchdowns between Thomas Devlin and Landon Martin. Austin Velasco is a top 2-way player on this squad, who is a wide receiver / safety, who has 7 receiving touchdowns and 4 sacks for Strasburg this season. So really, really solid job here by Strasburg to make this seed in the playoffs. Next up, we have Buena Vista, who are 6-3, 3-1 in league play. They made the playoffs last year, but were upset by CSCS in the first round. And this year, they have wins over Centauri, Gunnison, and North Fork, with losses to Lyman, Basalt, and Meeker. So, looking at the players, or the playmakers for this squad, we have Caleb Camp, who is a DPOY finalist for us, who is their best overall athlete. I believe he's committed to Arizona State. I hope it's Arizona State, so you don't get mad at me, Caleb. But he's committed there for wrestling. But he's also a top wide receiver and corner in this classification, and has been Playmaker of the Week almost 3 times. I will note, though, 4 Playmakers of the Week on this squad. The other is Amon Wingo, who really rounds out the defense for this squad. We also have Eli Schunecht on the squad at RB1. And Schunecht is a really, really solid rusher. 840 yards for 8 touchdowns. About 70 or 80 kick return yards. And a couple of pass yards, funny enough there. But yeah, he is the RB1 for the squad. And then Elijah Flowers, continuing the Flowers family legacy here for the Demons. I watched his older brother Tam play a few years back, and that family is really, really tough. And Flowers here, he's second on this team in tackles. He has about 80 so far this season, 6 of those for loss, and 6 sacks overall as an edge rusher. Just a really, really solid job here by the linemen to get Buena Vista to the 5 seed. Next up, we have Meeker, who this is their 11th straight season in the playoffs, according to Max Preps, with losses this year to number 1 Lyman, number 3 Gunnison, and for some godforsaken reason, Idaho's 3A number 5 Teton, which I'm still confused where they even played that game. Meeker, they are 5-3, 3-1 in conference play. And they have wins over North Fork, Cedar Edge, and Buena Vista in their conference. So looking at their key players, first is Buzz Clatterbaugh, who is a linebacker / tight end at 6'3", 190. He has 14 tackles for loss, 4 forced fumbles, and is one of the top defenders in 1A. Judd Harvey as well is a linebacker, 6'3", 240, with 98 tackles, 8 of which for loss. And then their main offensive piece to look for is Clay Crawford, the running back of 5'7", 155, with 670 rush yards and 10 touchdowns. Getting into our top 3 seeds here, we have Gunnison sitting at 8-1, 3-1 overall, and all 5 of the members of their league made the playoffs, the 1A Western Slope League, that is. And the problem about this team is that nobody really stands out, and that is both to their strength and deficit. That allowed them to win over teams like Aspen, Alamosa, Mont Vista, Cedar Edge, Meeker, and North Fork, with only a loss to Buena Vista this season. The guy that stands out most as a playmaker on this squad is Graydon Buchanan, with 900 rush yards, 9 touchdowns, 230 kick return yards, and 26 tackles. And when I say this team is spread out, I mean it. There are 3 quarterbacks with 13 pass attempts and 100-plus yards, and there's nobody with over 40 tackles. John Parker is a guy who had 4 sacks, and then Royce Uhrig also had 3 interceptions for the squad and had some stats on offense, don't get me wrong, but they really spread the love out there in Gunnison. So this will be a hard team to stop. There's no one guy that you need to zone in on, and you'll be able to stop this team. You can not count on any of them, which is to their benefit. At the 2 seed, you have the 8-1 Holyoke Dragons, 4-1 in their league, and their only loss is to Lyman, and they led Lyman heading into the 4th quarter of that game, so it is very entirely possible that Holyoke could be the 1 seed in another universe. And this is a team led not only by Dustin Sprague at head coach, but Wyatt Sprague, who has 1,200 pass yards, 360 rush yards, a bunch of TDs, 80 tackles, a sack, and 7 pass deflections in the 6, I repeat that, 6 games that we have stats for. His main target is Reed Sprague, who had 407 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns. And then we also see Cash Weber, also a two-way player, with 400 total yards and 3 picks for this Dragons team. Before finally, we come up on the number 1 overall seed in the classification, Lyman, who are sitting at 9-0, 5-0 in the conference, a conference that has teams like Holyoke, Ray, Wiggins, and Burlington, along with Yuma. And so this is a really tough league to win in, and they did it. Playing, by the way, the 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 15 seeds, along with the 2A 11 seed along the way. Their only non-playoff opponent this season was Burlington. And this is a squad that was led by the one and only Logan Botyer. Botyer had 1,000 rushing yards with 21 touchdowns, 200 receiving yards with 4 scores there, well over 220 kick return yards, 70 interception return yards off of 1 pick very early. In the last game of the season. He also has 37 tackles, 5 of which were for loss. And all around, he also had a conversion. And this is a player that you do not want to mess with at 6'2", 190. Another guy that you do not want to mess with is Trayton Marks, who is the main defensive player on this squad. 74 tackles, 19.5 for loss, 4.5 sacks, 3 hurries, and a fumble recovery. For the senior here, Marks is the last dude to trifle with, 6'3", 200. Really has a good chance to play on the next level, Marks does. Another guy for the squad going out in the last hurrah here is quarterback Jordan Rockwell. And I mean, looking at Rockwell, all around just a really, really good squad here. Just doing the most for this team, playing both ways, making it really, really hard for the opposition to score. I'll go over his defensive stats. He has 31 tackles along with 4 picks this season, which feels insane for me to say, especially when talking about a player who has 900 pass yards and 9 passing touchdowns, to go with 400 rushing yards, 4 touchdowns on the ground there, and 11 kick return yards, which, it just shows that Rockwell can do everything. And then finally, we have the reliable kicker for the Badgers here, Danny Sante, who is 43 for 46 on PATs this year. Just a really, really solid kicker. Only a sophomore, but he's as good as you get on the 1A level. And now that we are done with the recap on all the teams, it's time to go through what every host here at Playmakers Corner, plus Anthony Garcia from Mile High Prep Report, think is going to happen in these playoffs. So first, we're going to go with what Anthony Garcia from Mile High Prep Report says about what's going to happen here. And so, Anthony, first round, he has Lyman beating Cedar Edge 42-0. He has Banning Lewis downing Wiggins 28-21. Meeker beating Highland 40-0. Colorado Springs Christian beating Buena Vista 35-28. Holyoke beating Platte Canyon 42-0. Ray beating Centauri 28-24. Strasburg beating North Fork 28-17. And Gunnison beating Yuma 21-0. In the second round, he has Lyman beating Banning Lewis 28-0. He has Meeker beating Colorado Springs Christian 21-7. Holyoke defeating Ray 28-24, and Strasburg downing Gunnison 21-14. In the final four, he has Lyman coming out on top over Meeker 28-7, and Holyoke downing Strasburg 35-14. In the championship, he has Lyman and Holyoke, with Lyman defeating the Dragons 35-24. Next up, we have Cody's championship bracket here. And so what he says for first round is Lyman 46-0 over Cedar Edge. Wiggins downed by Banning Lewis 21-20. Buena Vista defeating CSCS 26-14. Highland falling to Meeker 12-38. Gunnison downing Yuma 30-14. Strasburg coming out on top over North Fork 27-21. Centauri overcoming Ray 22-20. Holyoke defeating Platte Canyon 57-13. In the second round, we have Lyman triumphing over the Banning Lewis Stallions 30-6. Meeker barely scraping by Buena Vista 24-23. And Gunnison coming out on top of Strasburg 21-17. And Holyoke defeating Centauri 37-18. He has Lyman on top of Meeker 28-14 and Holyoke on top of Gunnison 35-19. He also has Lyman beating Holyoke 25-21. Next up we have Gino's bracket here. Gino has Lyman beating Cedar Edge 42-0, Banning Lewis over Wiggins 21-13, Buena Vista 36-19 over CSCS, Meeker 27-14 over Highland, Gunnison 35-6 over Yuma, Strasburg 29-21 over North Fork, Ray 27-21 over Centauri, and Holyoke 45-7 over Platte Canyon. Next, he has Holyoke defeating Ray 35-23, Strasburg beating Gunnison 20-14, Buena Vista beating Meeker 22-21, and Lyman beating Banning Lewis 28-13. In the final four, Lyman will come out on top, according to Gino, over Buena Vista 28-8, and Holyoke will beat Strasburg 29-20. Holyoke will come out on top, victorious in Gino's bracket 23-22 to defeat the Lyman Badgers. Simon's bracket looks like this: Lyman beating Cedar Edge 35-0, Banning Lewis beating Wiggins 28-24, Buena Vista topping the CSCS Lions 17-14, Meeker beating Highland 35-0, Gunnison beating Yuma 21-10, Strasburg coming out on top of North Fork 28-21, Ray beating Centauri by 10 27-17, and Holyoke beating Platte Canyon 42-0. In the second round, Holyoke will come out on top, according to Simon, 35-24 over Ray. Gunnison will beat Strasburg 21-17. And then, looking at it, Buena Vista would fall to Meeker 14-21, and Lyman would beat Banning Lewis 31-17. Lyman would then beat Meeker 28-21, and then Holyoke would beat Gunnison 35-21, with Lyman taking the championship 28-21. And finally, we have reached my playoff bracket for the 1A classification, and it's a little bit different, so gear in here. First, I do have Lyman beating Cedar Edge 42-10. I do think that Cedar Edge will put up some points. When I talked to Ryan Sullivan out of Meeker, he said that, or not out of Meeker, actually I think so. Basically what he said is that Cedar Edge is a contender in his opinion, and even though I do not think they're better than Lyman is far, far better, I do think they'll still put up some points on the board. Next up, I have Banning Lewis beating Wiggins 24-20. Banning Lewis just has too much talent, and even though Wiggins is more experienced, I do see Banning Lewis coming out on top there. Buena Vista, I think, is a really well-matched team with Colorado Springs Christian. CSTS has some good offensive pieces, though not as many good defensive pieces as last year. I think Buena Vista is a bit more well-rounded, but I see Buena Vista winning 24-21. Highland, I see putting up more of a fight than the other guys do. I see Meeker beating them 35-21. After what I saw in them downing Manual the way that they did, I do not see this team going scoreless. I see this team making a bit of a run. Brogan Palmer making some catches, but Meeker's still the better all-around squad. Then we have Gunnison downing Yuma 28-10. I think that both of these teams are teams that are very well-rounded, but Gunnison has much superior talent to the Yuma, and as such, I think the Cowboys will come out on top. Strasburg and North Fork, I think that this is a game where Strasburg should be on upset watch. North Fork has beat some better teams, but Strasburg is in a much better position being at home. North Fork has to make a very, very long drive out. But I think that Strasburg will just barely come out on top here, 24-17. When we're looking at Ray and Centauri, I think Centauri will end up winning 21-20. Ray, they're just not the same team they are last year. I think they're a year away from being true contenders again. And as such, Centauri, I think their timeline is a bit further along. And coming off of that big win against Mont Vista, I think that they're going to end up pulling out the win 21-20. And finally, we have Holyoke defeating Platte Canyon 28-14. I think Platte Canyon, they know what a team like Strasburg is like now. They're not green anymore. So I think they're going to put up a bit more of a fight against Holyoke. Holyoke, still the vastly superior team. And they're going to continue showing it in the next round, where I think they'll beat Centauri 24-14. I think Gunnison will down Strasburg 21-17. Still going to be a really close game, leaving some room for an upset there. Another team that I'm going to leave room for an upset with is Buena Vista over Meeker. I still have Meeker winning 28-21, but it is possible for the Demons to come in to Meeker and just mess it all up. From everything I've heard from my man Phoenix, who played in Meeker a couple of times, it's a real nice place, but Buena Vista driving all the way up there, I still think they could have a shot. And then finally, Banning Lewis traveling to Lyman. I think Lyman will just barely pull it out, 28-27. Banning Lewis, they are a very, very talented team, but Lyman, they have the experience. They've been in this position before. They know what it takes to win. And Banning Lewis, they just haven't been here before. They can potentially out-talent Lyman, but it would take a heck of a time. Lyman, I think, is the outright better team than Meeker, though, and I have them winning 28-17 over those Cowboys, along with Holyoke beating the Gunnison Cowboys 35-28. Gunnison, again, just they're so well-rounded, but you really need that guy to make the punch when you need to. And Wyatt Sprague is that guy in Holyoke. I have the Dragons winning over the Cowboys 34-28. And finally, I have a bit of a difference from everybody but Cody's bracket, or not Cody, Gino's bracket, in that I have Holyoke winning the 1A championship 35-31. This is going to be a game for the ages. I am so excited to see this title game, regardless of who it's between. But honestly, my stance since week 2 has been that Lyman and Holyoke are the best teams in the 1A classification. Holyoke, it's their time. If they're going to win, they're going to win now. Lyman has the experience, they have the players, but I think that Holyoke is going to storm in and make some noise here, and Wyatt Sprague is going to end up as the MVP of this state championship. And all around, that is my 1A playoff preview and prediction for you all. I hope that you're all having a beautiful day. Keep tuning in for our 2A, 4A, and 5A classification predictions here. And all around, yeah, I hope that you're all having a good one. Stay hydrated, stay safe, don't die. And I'll see you all around when we're all enjoying Colorado High School football. Peace.
Allow me to introduce you to Move the Sticks Virtual Film Academy and Recruiting Services with Coach Wheat. Coach Wheat works through personable, one-on-one film sessions utilizing his experience as a high school, college, and professional football player to assess your level of play and help you develop into the next level player you are meant to be. With over 20-plus players on the next level, Coach Wheat's film sessions, college prospect assessments, recruiting consultations, and bundles will help prepare your prospect in a way that is both more personable and affordable than the competitors. Make it even more affordable using the promo code PMCO on MTSVFA.com. That is 15% off with promo code PMCO on MTSVFA.com. Visit the website or follow at MoveTheSticksVFA on Instagram or reach out to Coach Wheat at 561-961-8805 today. That's 561-961-8805.
How's it going, everybody? Gino here with the Playmakers Corner podcast, and I would like to welcome you all to the postseason preview for all 16 playoff teams in 2A. I'll be going down the line from 16 all the way down to the 1 seed and we will be previewing what makes each team stand out ahead of their first round matchups going down this Saturday, November the 4th. I'll be going over key games in the regular season, some key contributors that I think will have the biggest impact in the postseason, and just share my overall thoughts on each squad. With that explanation out of the way, let's not waste any more time and jump right into the preview, starting with our 16 seed, the Alamosa Mean Moose. Alamosa is coming into the postseason with a 4-5 overall record and 4-1 in league play. Some of their key games this year was a loss to the Classical Academy 21-20 in week 3. This was their third straight loss to start the year, and it was actually their first against a playoff opponent in 2A. They stayed in it and played tough, though, which is a trend that you'll see with their other big games. Another key game, they lost to Pagosa Springs the following week, 21-12, and that was another one-score game against a playoff opponent. And then 2 weeks later, they had a bye after that Pagosa Springs game, and then they lost to La Junta 35-18 in week 6. This loss marked 5 straight to start the year, but it would also be the last time Alamosa would lose in this regular season. After that, they got a W over Florence in week 9, 27-25. This was a massive win for the Mean Moose, as it secured them a spot in the playoffs, and it showed how far they've come since the beginning of the season. Some notable team stats, they passed the ball a ton, but not very efficiently, with over 200 pass attempts, but that is at a 50% clip. They don't get to the QB a lot either on defense, with only 8 sacks as a team. Some key players here for Alamosa. Starting off, we got the junior QB Dyson Woodward. He put up 1,720 yards this year on 50% completion percentage with a 15-7 touchdown to interception ratio. And then on the ground, he added 536 yards and 7 touchdowns on 6.3 yards per carry. Woodward is by far the top contributor on this Alamosa offense. Without a reliable running back in this system, Woodward has to be the team's leading rusher as well as passer. Next player, we got the senior Brant Jackson. He is a wide receiver and edge rusher. Jackson put up on offense 38 receptions, 692 yards, and 6 touchdowns. And then on defense, he added 29 tackles, 8 tackles for loss, and 2 sacks. Brant is the team's leading receiver and pass rusher. His 38 receptions and nearly 700 yards are around the top of the state in 2A. Another player I want to highlight here, we got Carter Tolsma, a senior. He is an outside linebacker / running back / tight end. He's kind of done it all for them. On defense, he's put up 40 tackles and a team-leading 12 tackles for loss, 2 forced fumbles, 1 sack, and 1 interception. And then on offense, he's got 316 yards and 4 touchdowns on the ground on 8.8 yards per carry. And then receiving the ball, he's got 14 receptions for 172 yards and a touchdown. Tolsma, he leads the team in tackles for loss and has been a reliable running back option ever since their game against Lamar. Next player here, the last one I want to highlight, is Michael Motz, a senior wide receiver and defensive back. Motz has put up 22 receptions for 392 yards and 4 touchdowns on offense. And then on defense here, he's got 22 tackles, an interception, and 2 tackles for loss. Yeah, Motz is the second leading receiver on this team. He is second on the team in receptions and touchdowns. Two key position groups that I think need to be highlighted on Alamosa. It is the first one being wide receiver. The Mean Moose have a receiving core of Brant Jackson, Michael Motz, and Kevin Gonzalez. And that is definitely one of the best and deepest receiving cores in all of 2A. And then another key position group is going to be the quarterback. Like I said, Dyson Woodward has been asked to do so much for this Alamosa offense on their way to a playoff spot. His tenacity and energy has been crucial to Alamosa's success. Next team here, we got the number 15 seed, the Eaton Reds. Eaton finished the season with a 6-3 overall record, and then they went 4-1 in league. Some key games for Eaton. In week 1, they lost to the Classical Academy 14-7. The reigning state champs started their season off with a tough loss against a tough TCA squad there. And then another one, they lost to University in the following week, 20-6. No one had a tougher schedule to start their year than Eaton. No one else in 2A was scheduling 2 straight teams against playoff teams in their first 2 weeks. And then another big game here for Eaton later on in the season. They lost to Berthoud 34-6 in week 8. And this game was actually a telltale sign of how far apart Eaton was from the top 4 teams in 2A. Some notable team stats for Eaton. The Reds lost their star QB from last year, their entire wide receiver core, and all 3 of their top tacklers from last year. But they still fought hard to finish with a record at 6-3. They threw the ball way less efficiently than their championship season the year before, with less than half the yards and half the passing touchdowns than they did in their state championship season last year. Some notable players. We got the junior cornerback, Cooper Nider. He put up 105 tackles, 3 interceptions, and 2 tackles for loss. Nider leads all cornerbacks in 2A with 105 tackles. Then we got Brenson Hood. He is a senior as well, wide receiver and cornerback. He put up 17 receptions for 295 yards and 4 touchdowns on offense. And then on defense, he had 29 tackles and 2 picks. Hood adds to Eaton's great secondary while also being the team's leading receiver. Another guy I want to highlight, we got Cade Gentry. He is a senior wide receiver / defensive back. He put up 15 receptions, 208 yards, and 2 touchdowns on offense. And then on defense, he had 28 tackles, a team-leading 3 interceptions, and 1 tackle for loss. Yeah, Gentry is another reliable option for Eaton at wide receiver and defensive back. And then last player I want to highlight, we got Zach Maskey, senior middle linebacker. He was second on the team with 104 tackles and 2 tackles for loss. Maskey is one of the bigger players on this Eaton defense as well at 6'1". Some key position groups, I really just have one. The secondary is by far the strongest point on Eaton's small but fast team. They got Cooper Nider, Benson Hood, Cade Gentry. Then they also have Gunnar Duncan, who are all productive in this Eaton secondary. Really, they are just lacking in size and skill at basically every other position outside of cornerback. It is really staggering how many guys they got under 6 foot. And they are really young, but I'm still pretty concerned ahead of their matchup against Kent Denver in the first round. Next team here, we got the 14 seed Brush Beat Diggers. They finished the regular season at 6-3, and they were also 4-1 in league. Some key games for Brush. In week 4, they lost to Rifle by a score of 28-14. They were one of only 2 teams in 2A to hold Rifle under 30 points. So there you go there. And then they also lost to University in week 9 by a score of 30-15. This was actually for their league championship, but they ended up with another 2-touchdown loss to a top 6 team in the state. Some notable team stats, they weren't shut out or blown out by any team all season. They stayed competitive in every game they've been in. And then they also have an abysmal team passer rating of 49.9. So not great there. Some key players on this Brush squad. Starting off here, we got the sophomore running back / middle linebacker, Richie Bruno. Bruno put up 1,145 yards, 13 touchdowns, 5.7 yards per carry. And then he was second in the state in 2A with 200 carries exactly. And then on defense, he put up a team-leading 83 tackles, 14 tackles for loss, 3 forced fumbles, and 1 sack. Bruno is a workhorse on both offense and defense for Brush, leading his team in rush yards, touchdowns, and tackles. His potential is also through the roof at 6 foot 185. Next player here, we got the senior tackle/edge rusher Cole Curtis. Curtis put up 66 tackles, 16 tackles for loss, and 3 sacks. He is the team's leading pass rusher, and he is also a solid run blocker as well. Next player here, we got another sophomore, Andrew Herrera. He is a tackle and defensive tackle. 50 tackles on defense, 15 tackles for loss, and 3 sacks. Herrera is another beast on the O-line and D-line. He is a part of a very strong sophomore class for Brush alongside Richie Bruno. Last player here, we got Caleb Jimenez. He is also a tackle and edge rusher, and he is a junior. Jimenez put up 46 tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 2 forced fumbles, 1 sack, and 1 blocked field goal. Rounding out this terrific defensive front is Jimenez. He is a disruptive defender with 2 forced fumbles and that blocked field goal. Some key position groups for Brush that I think will help them in the playoffs. We got the defensive line, obviously. Curtis Herrera and Jimenez are key parts of what makes this Brush team so hard to blow out. They got a bunch of guys ready to stop the run and get to the QB. And then another key position group for Brush, we got linebacker. Bruno isn't the only linebacker they've got. Helping him out is guys like Brody Dick and another sophomore, Juan Sanchez Calvillo III, who both have over 6 tackles for loss on the season. So next team here, we got the Wellington Eagles at the number 13 seed. They finished the regular season at 9-0 and 5-0 in league play, making them the Patriots Central League champs. Some key games for Wellington. They got the W over Platte Valley in Week 9, 26-7. They held off Platte Valley, who's actually fighting for a playoff spot at this point in the season. And this win gave them their first league championship in only their second season as a program. Some notable team stats and facts. The Eagles actually faced not one single playoff team in the regular season. Pretty interesting there. And then they easily have the best point differential out of any team not in the top 10. Some notable players that I want to highlight on Wellington. Starting off here, we got Cash Altschwager. Obviously, he is a junior cornerback and linebacker. On defense, he had 38 tackles and 5 interceptions. And then on offense here, he put up 938 yards, 13 touchdowns on a ridiculous 11 yards per carry. And then he also put up 9 receptions for 167 yards and 3 TDs. Yeah, Cash is some of the best instincts of any player in the state at cornerback in any class. His ability as a ball hawk corner and as an extremely efficient running back have been absolutely key for this team's success. Next player I want to highlight, we got the sophomore QB/edge rusher, Tanner Gray. On defense, Gray put up 30 tackles, 14 tackles for loss, and 2 sacks. And then on offense, 1,060 yards rushing with 17 touchdowns on 8.7 yards per carry. And then passing the ball, he had only 347 yards, 6 touchdowns, 2 interceptions on 44% completion percentage. Not your traditional QB, but Gray is extremely hard to stop with the ball in his hands at 6'3", 230 pounds. He has a serious future as a linebacker edge rusher at the next level, given his current size and athleticism. Next player I want to highlight on Wellington, we got another sophomore, Tyler Schaefer, who is an outside linebacker. Schaefer put up 83 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and 3 interceptions. Schaefer has been a phenomenal coverage linebacker for the Eagles. He is a bit undersized, though, but he is still the team's leading tackler nonetheless. Last guy I want to highlight here on Wellington, we got the junior offensive tackle, Tanner Smith. Smith is a guy at 6'5". that just does a good job of anchoring this Wellington offensive line. Some notable position groups. The first one would be linebacker. Tyler Schaefer and Azuya Gracie are two highly productive linebackers. Combine that with Tanner Gray on the edge, and you've got yourself a very good core of backers. And then another key position group, just anyone running the ball. This offense lives and dies off the success of Cash and Tanner Gray on offense. With Gray's power and Cash's speed, it makes for an elite rushing dynamic. Next team here, we got at the number 12 seed, the Moffat County Bulldogs. Coming in at 7-2 and 4-1 in league play. Some of the key games for Moffat County, they lost to Rifle 42-20 in week 6. This game gave us a big hint as to where Moffat County was at a team at the time. Lucky for them, though, they have improved a ton since this game. Then another key game, they got a W over Basalt, 29-6 in week 8. They held a very potent Basalt offense to only 6 points on the way to a big win. Some notable team stats as well here for Moffat County. The Bulldogs have the most passing yards out of any of the playoff teams at nearly 200 pass yards per game. And they also have one of the more balanced attacks in 2A, as they are also getting nearly 200 rush yards per game as well. Some notable players for the Bulldogs. Starting us off, we got Ian Champ Hafey. He is a senior tight end / running back / edge. Some stats for Hafey. On offense, he's got 462 yards and 8 touchdowns on 7.8 yards per carry on the ground. Then as a tight end, he put up 28 receptions, 434 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Then on defense here, he was also extremely productive. He put up 43 tackles, 14 tackles for loss, 10 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, and then 1 blocked field goal. Champ Hafey is as productive as they come. He is a very reliable power back, leading the team in rushing touchdowns while also using his 6'3" frame in the pass game as well at tight end. On defense, he is an extremely disruptive pass rusher on top of that, as he is the leading rusher on this Moffat County defense. Next player here, we got the senior QB / safety, Evan Beaver. Some stats for Beaver. Passing the ball, he put up 1,790 yards on 56% passing and a 14-8 touchdown to interception ratio. Rushing the ball, he put up 355 yards and 6 touchdowns on 6.2 yards per carry. And then on defense here, he put up 38 tackles, 2 interceptions, and a forced fumble. Beaver is a gunslinger that is good for 30 pass attempts if you need it, and he is also a ball hawk safety on defense. He is at the helm of one of the more potent offenses in all of 2A. Next player here, we got his number 1 receiver, Bryant Carlson, the senior wide receiver / cornerback. He put up 23 receptions for 668 yards and 6 touchdowns. And then on defense here, he had 26 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and a pick. Carlson is the team's leading receiver, obviously, and he has an absurd 29 yards per reception. That is just something you never see with that kind of volume. And then last player here, we got Clayton Vandersloos, a junior guard / edge rusher. On defense, he's got 43 tackles, 11 tackles for loss, 4 sacks, and a forced fumble. I think, honestly, that Vandersloos and Champ Hafey are one of the more consistent edge rushing duos in the entire state in 2A. Some key position groups for the Bulldogs. The first one, I think, is the offensive line. You got Vandersloos and the Dade brothers, Cody and Wyatt. They form a core of very good offensive line that is good at protecting both the pass and the run. Then another strong point, I think, for this team is receiver. Champ Hafey and Carlson could be one of the best wide receiver tight end duos in 2A, up there with the likes of Christian Lake and Jariah Ariano over there at Arvada. So moving on now, we're almost in the top 10, but rounding out 16 through 11, we got number 11, Florence Huskies, coming in here at 6-3 and 4-1 in league, giving them the Southwest League Championship. Some key games here. The first one, they got the W over Pagosa Springs in week 3 by a score of 35-32. This was a close win over a top 10 playoff team. Florence played in a few close games this year, as you'll soon see. And then in week 9, they lost to Alamosa in a close one, 25-23. This was another close game against a playoff team. This loss was a bit concerning, though, heading into their week 10 game. And then in their last game of the season, they got the massive W over La Junta, 14-13. And this win effectively ended La Junta's perfect season, and it gave Florence the Southwest League Championship. Some notable team stats for Florence. They actually had one of the tougher schedules in all of 2A. If you count their games against 1A playoff teams, Centauri and Lyman to start the year, they are definitely one of the more battle-tested teams heading into playoffs. And then they also have a 64 QB rating on over 120 attempts and 23 turnovers as a team on the whole year. That is very concerning heading into round 1 of the playoffs. And now moving into the notable players, of course, we got to highlight the senior slot back / cornerback, Lugas Nuss. I still not sure if that's how you pronounce it. But anyway, Nuss put up 885 yards and 15 touchdowns on 9.8 yards per carry. And then he also put up 14 receptions for 206 yards and 3 touchdowns. And then he also added 2 kick return touchdowns as well. And then on defense here, he had 38 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and 2 forced fumbles. Nuss is the heart and soul of this team, plain and simple. He has been carrying the Huskies on the offensive side of the ball all year with his 20 total touchdowns and 9.8 yards per carry. He is also a very good cornerback and is a key piece of a very good Florence secondary. Next player, of course, we got to highlight the senior free safety / wide receiver, Gage Goodall. He had 49 tackles, 4 interceptions, 4 tackles for loss, and 3 forced fumbles on defense. Then on offense, he was the leading receiver here, putting up 30 receptions, 558 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Goodall is a hard-hitting safety and one of the more productive receivers in 2A at 6'3", 190 pounds. And of course, we also have to highlight the senior guard / edge rusher, Gunnar Buschetti. Buschetti put up 55 tackles, 15.5 tackles for loss, and 3 sacks. Buschetti is the team's leading pass rusher and is also the leader of the O-line that is getting Nuss 10 yards per carry. And then another guard I want to highlight and edge rusher, we got James Bell. James Bell is getting 38 tackles, 10.5 tackles for loss, 1 sack, and 1 forced fumble. Bell is a part of a disruptive edge rushing duo alongside Buschetti, and he's a solid part of the offensive line as well. Some key position groups for Florence. Of course, you have to talk about the secondary. Nuss and Goodall are an extremely productive duo in that secondary, with Goodall's ability to force turnovers and Nuss's ability as both a tackler and in coverage. And then I also want to highlight the defensive end. Like I just said, the Huskies have a few reliable options at defensive end between Gunnar Buschetti, James Bell, and Bodie Taylor. But I also want to highlight that they really are lacking options on offense outside of Nuss and Goodall, and that's really my main concern for them heading into the round 1. Moving into the top 10 now. Starting off our top 10, we got the number 10 ranked Pagosa Springs Pirates. Pagosa Springs is coming into the playoffs with a 6-3 regular season record and 3-1 in league play. Some of the key games for them, they took an L to La Junta, 22-6 in week 2. They will actually get another crack at La Junta in the first round of the playoffs, and they have improved a lot since this game. And then they lost to Florence in week 3 the following week, 35-32. This would be a trend for Pagosa for the rest of the season, as they played in a few more close games than the other teams in the top 10. Next key game here, they got the W over Alamosa, 21-12 in week 4. This was their only win against a playoff team, but those losses to Florence and La Junta definitely helped prepare them for this game. And speaking of help prepare them, they lost to Delta, in week 6 by a score of 14-7. This loss marked 4 straight games against playoff teams. They played Delta closer than anyone else in the state, and you can thank their tough schedule for that, as they looked more prepared than any other team against Delta this season. Some notable team stats for the Pirates: they only have 84 pass attempts on the whole season, and they are the only team this entire season to hold Delta under 20 points. Starting off our notable players list here, we got Gavin Lindahl, of course. The senior running back / linebacker has put up 1,214 yards, 15 touchdowns, and then he also leads all of 2A in carries with 202. And then on defense here, he's also pretty productive: 43 tackles, 2 interceptions, and a tackle for loss. Yeah, Lindahl is one of the most productive running backs in the state, and he is the heart of this Pagosa Springs team. His production on offense has gotten Pagosa to where they are as the 10 seed. And then, of course, you have to mention Harley Armijo, the senior outside linebacker. He has put up 72 tackles, 8 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, 3 interceptions, 3 forced fumbles, and 4 fumble recoveries. And then on offense, he's also very productive: 17 receptions, 233 yards, and 2 touchdowns as a receiver. Armijo does it all for the Pirates. He has great success both as a coverage linebacker and as a pass rusher, while also being a productive receiver on offense. He is definitely going to come up big for Pagosa in the playoffs as a turnover machine. Next player here, Blake Lehner, a senior wide receiver / edge rusher. He's put up 50 tackles, 7 sacks, 9 tackles for loss. And then on offense here, 12 receptions for 261 yards and 2 touchdowns. Lehner gives Pagosa a very good and experienced edge player, rounding out a solid pass rush attack alongside Harley Armijo. And then last player here, we got the senior Seth Aucoin. Sorry if I mispronounced that. He is a wide receiver / middle linebacker. He is the team's leading receiver with 24 receptions, 361 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Then on defense, 36 tackles and 3 interceptions. Aucoin is the team's leading receiver and is also a solid coverage linebacker for Pagosa on defense. A couple key position groups for the Pirates. First here, we got linebacker. Harley Armijo is the anchor of this defense and the linebacker core. But let's not forget Seth Aucoin, Gavin Lindahl, and Colton Lucero. Those guys provide very good coverage as linebackers. It is definitely not easy to pass against this Pagosa squad. And then at running back, I think that's their other key position group. Gavin Lindahl is by far the team's #1 option on offense, and any success they have on that side of the ball is going to run through him. Moving deeper into our top 10 here, at number 9, we have the Classical Academy Titans. Coming in at 7-2 in regular season play and 3-2 in league play. Some of the key games for the Titans: they took the W over Eaton 14-7 in week 1. TCA came out and beat the reigning champs in week 1. This would definitely set the tone for the rest of their season. And then in week 3, they got the W over Alamosa in a close one, 21-20. This was another win over a playoff team. Alamosa plays good teams close, and this was a prime example of that. And then they took the L to Kent Denver, 36-14 in week 9. This was their first loss of the year, but it wasn't too worrying, as Kent Denver is an absolute powerhouse this season. It started to get concerning, though, in week 10 when they took their loss to Elizabeth by a score of 35-7. This was definitely the most concerning game for TCA. After being undefeated in the first 8 weeks, they then had 2 straight losses to 2 top 2 teams in the state, and that definitely puts a damper in their championship potential this season. Some notable team stats here: 58 tackles for loss as a team is around the top of the state, and they are also around the top of the state in pass deflections and takeaways with 38 and 14 respectively. Some notable players here for the Titans. Starting off here, we got Jaron Texer. He's a cornerback / wide receiver, and he is a senior. On defense, he's got 31 tackles, 4 interceptions, and a forced fumble. And then as a receiver, he's got 19 receptions for 325 yards and 4 touchdowns. Texer is the leader of this defense and a top cornerback in two-way, while also being a very reliable receiver on top of that. Then we also got Will Shipfer. He is a senior free safety / wide receiver. He's got 22 receptions for 368 yards and 5 touchdowns. Then on defense here, he's got 35 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and an interception. Shipfer is is the team's top receiver and is also a very reliable free safety on top of that. Then we also have another secondary player here, Gabriel Wright, the junior cornerback. He had 72 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and a sack. And Wright leads the team in tackles, and he also adds to this already lethal TCA secondary. And then last player here, outside of the secondary, finally, we got the junior Luke Megan. He is an offensive tackle and edge rusher. On defense here, he's got 31 tackles, 7.5 tackles for loss, and 3.5 sacks. Megan holds down both the offensive line and defensive line. His size and ability is extremely valuable for this team. Some key position groups for the Titans. Of course, we got to talk about the secondary between Jaron Texer, Will Shipfer, Gabriel Wright, and Khalil Blush. TCA has no shortage of guys to stop the pass. Shipfer and Wright are very capable run stoppers as well. And then on the offensive line, I think that's another key spot for these guys. You got Luke Megan and Dalton Robertson. Those are 2 guys that have been holding down this offensive line at the tackle positions. They give Andrew Brown a ton of time to throw, and that has helped to get TCA to be one of the better passing attacks in 2A. Our next team we're going to be previewing, we got the number 8 seed Basalt Longhorns, coming in at 7-2 in regular season play and 3-2 in league play. Some key games here. They got the W over Glenwood Springs 30-12 in week 4. This was a big win because they proved that they can beat 3A opponents as well as 2A, as Glenwood Springs is a borderline playoff team in 3A. And then they lost to Rifle in week 7, 55-27. This was a bad loss, especially the fact that they gave up 55, but putting up 27 against Rifle is nothing to sneeze at, though. And then the last of their key games, they lost to Moffat County by a score of 29-6 in week 8. This loss marked 2 straight losses to top opponents in 2A. Some notable team stats. They're 287 rush yards per game and 34 rushing TDs is around the top of the state. And then they have an 87 pass rating as a team as well. Some key players for the Longhorns. Starting off here, we got the sophomore running back / defensive back, Will Tarallo. Of course, Tarallo put up 1,192 yards, 10 touchdowns on 7.3 yards per carry. And then on defense, he got 20 tackles and 2 tackles for loss. He's one of the top underclassmen running backs in the state, and he leads the team in carries and yards. And then, of course, we got to talk about the other half of this dynamic rushing duo. We got the junior William Daniel. He is a running back / outside linebacker. Daniel also put up 1,000 yards season, putting up 1,037 yards, a team-leading 20 touchdowns, and 9.1 yards per carry. On defense, he also put up 48 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 1 interception, and 1 forced fumble. Like I said, Daniel is the other half of one of the best running back duos in the state. Alongside Will Tarallo, Daniel has been completely dominating all season with his team leading 20 touchdowns and 9.1 yards per carry. Then we have another great 2-way player here, Taylor Hayes, the junior wide receiver / cornerback. He put up 21 receptions, 277 yards, and 9 touchdowns as a receiver. And then on defense, he got 14 tackles and 3 interceptions. Hayes is this team's top receiver, and he also leads the secondary. Then we got to talk about Mav Dombrowski as well. He's a senior middle linebacker, putting up 77 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 3 interceptions, and a forced fumble. Dombrowski is great in pass coverage as well as in running situations. His work over the middle is key for Basalt's success on defense. And then real quick here, I also want to mention Parker Nelson, the senior guard. He is a quick guard and a big reason why Basalt is so effective running the ball. Some key position groups, of course, you got running back. Any of Basalt's success in the postseason is most likely going to be a direct result from their running backs, Will Tarallo and William Daniel. Good luck keeping any of those guys under 100 yards. And another key position group that I think needs to be highlighted is the offensive line. Guys like Parker Nelson and Owen Lind and the rest of the O-line deserve a ton of credit for being so effective in their scheme and being able to make holes for Daniel and Tarallo to run through. We're going to keep it rolling here to the number 7 seed La Junta Tigers. Coming in at 8-1 and 4-1 in league play. Some key games here for the Tigers. They got the W over Pagosa Springs in week 2 by a score of 22-6. Since Pagosa Springs will be their first round matchup, it's not hard to see why this was a key win. Then they also got the win over Alamosa, 35-18 in week 6. This was a big W over a playoff opponent. And then last big game here, they actually lost to Florence in week 10, 14-13. This loss concerns me a bit ahead of their matchup against Pagosa Springs in the first round. Pagosa is not the same team that they were in the beginning of the year, so losses like this to Florence don't exactly build confidence. Some notable team stats: they are one of 4 teams in 2A with over 300 points scored and less than 100 given up. They only have 70 pass attempts all season, and they have 3 reliable players to carry the ball. At the top of the list for our notable players, we got the senior running back / edge rusher Dylan Ruiz. On defense, Ruiz put up 43 tackles, 13 tackles for loss, and 4 sacks. Then on offense, he got 399 yards, 3 touchdowns on 9.1 yards per carry. He was a big part of the defense while also being a very reliable rushing option. And then, of course, we got Ethan Leba, the senior running back / cornerback, put up 750 yards on 10 touchdowns on 6.6 yards per carry. Then he also had 17 tackles and 4 interceptions and a tackle for loss on defense. Leba is another key 2-way player on this La Junta squad. His rushing ability as well as his help in the secondary is a big reason why La Junta nearly went undefeated this season. Then I also want to highlight Rylan Schmidt. He is a junior QB / outside linebacker. He put up 1,014 yards, 14 touchdowns, and 6 yards per carry. And then passing the ball, he got 509 yards, 9 touchdowns, 3 interceptions on 48% passing. On defense, he got as well 26 tackles, 8 tackles for loss, 1 interception, and a blocked punt. Schmidt is the leading rusher on this team while also being a key component of the defense. Last guy I want to highlight, we got edge rusher Keo Fisher. The junior put up 30 tackles, 4.5 tackles for loss, and 4.5 sacks and 7 tackles for loss. Fisher is another top defensive player for the Tigers, rounding out a very good pass rushing core. A couple key position groups. We got edge rush. Keo Fisher and Dylan Ruiz are a very good rushing duo. Teams have struggled to pass against La Junta, and a big part of that is the pressure that these two are getting each game. And then, of course, we also have to talk about the secondary. I like what Ethan Leba and AJ Martinez bring to this defense. Leba is able to lock down the pass, and Martinez is an aggressive run-stopping safety. This makes for a solid dynamic in the La Junta secondary. In our next team here, we got the number 6 ranked University Bulldogs and the Patriot East League champs. Coming in at 7-2 and 5-0 in league play. Some key games here. They lost to Delta in week 1 by a score of 28-14. This was easily University's worst game of the season. They really struggled to run the ball, and that would be a trend in games against top opponents. And then they got the W over Eaton the following week in week 2, 20-6. They bounced back nicely from that loss to Delta with a win over the reigning state champs. And then in the following week, they lost to Elizabeth 22-13. This game marked the end of a treacherous run against top opponents to start the year. They struggled pretty badly in this game, but would not lose again for the rest of the season. And then another big game, of course, we have to highlight their league championship winning game over Brush in week 9, 30-15. This game, like I just said, secured their league championship and was the first game against a playoff opponent since their loss to Elizabeth. University showing everybody that tough games to start the year can be a good thing. Some notable team stats for the Bulldogs. 386 yards per game is up around the top of 2A. 14 interceptions and 37 passes defended is also around the top of 2A. but they're only getting 10 sacks as a team. At the top of the notable players list, we got to talk about Brevin Doss. The junior slot back put up 888 yards, 9 touchdowns on a ridiculous 13.7 yards per carry. And then receiving the ball, he got 541 yards, 5 touchdowns, and 36 receptions. Doss leads the team in receiving yards and receiving touchdowns, while also leading the team in rush yards and rushing touchdowns. He makes up for University not having an elite running back, while also being the team's number 1 wide receiver. And then we also got to talk about Cole Croissant, the senior QB, at 1,271 yards, 59% completion percentage, 11 touchdowns to 3 interceptions, and then rushing the ball, he got 343 yards and 6 touchdowns on not great 3.3 yards per carry. Out of the top 6 teams, University is definitely the most likely to lean on their pass game, so take with that what you will. Croissant does a good job in this University offense with the volume he's getting. He's not necessarily a great dual threat, but he can definitely use his legs when needed as he leads the team in carries. Then I also want to talk about Giovanni DeSantiago, the senior middle linebacker. He's got 68 tackles and a ridiculous 17 tackles for loss. DeSantiago is the ultimate anchor for this University defense. He plays in the box extremely well and makes a lot of tackles at or behind the line of scrimmage. Then last player here, we got Caleb Tejada. He leads 2A with 7 interceptions. Tejada is the leader of the top secondary in the state that gave both the top QBs in 2A, Trevor Lucero and Ty Reed, their worst games of the entire season. With 7 interceptions, Tejada is easily one of the top premier cornerbacks in the state, and that makes University's defense very tough to beat through the air. Some key position groups, of course, we got cornerback. Caleb Tejada and Dylan Supp are a cornerback duo that can elevate a team to the next level. A pass-heavy offense will definitely have a hard time finding guys open again against these two and the rest of this defense. Then I also want to talk about wide receiver. Cole Croissant is no shortage of players to throw to. Brevin Doss is the leading receiver, but after him you've got Dylan Supp and Will Corby, who are both very fast and reliable targets at over 6 foot for Croissant to throw to. Moving into our top 5 now, starting off our top 5, we got the 8-1 Elizabeth Cardinals coming in at number 5. They were also 4-1 in league play. Some key games for Elizabeth. They got the W over University, 22-13 in week 4. This was Elizabeth's first matchup against a playoff team this season, and they did not disappoint. They completely shut down University's run attack, allowing only 1 yard per carry. And then they had a loss to Kent Denver, 17-7 in week 7. This was their only time allowing more than 13 points. They were even tied 7-7 at half, but they just couldn't pull it out. We learned how good Kent Denver was in this game, but we also learned that Elizabeth is going to be extremely hard to beat. We know this is a matchup that Elizabeth wants another try at. And then rounding out our key games, they got the W over TCA, 35-7 in week 10. This was a very impressive win for the Cardinals. Both teams came into this game with 1 loss, both of them being to Kent Denver, and Elizabeth showed that they are clearly the more well-rounded squad. It should also be noted that TCA did better against Kent Denver than they did against Elizabeth. Some notable team stats: 338 points scored and only 80 allowed puts them up there with the 3 undefeated teams when it comes to point differential and just overall defensive dominance. You also got 32 rushing TDs, and that puts them up around the top of 2A in that category. Starting off our notable players, we got Cooper Connolly, the running back / middle linebacker. He is a senior, and he put up 748 yards and 10 touchdowns on 8.8 yards per carry on offense. And then on defense, he got 48 tackles, 7 tackles for loss, and a sack. Connolly is the heart of this team's toughness and is everything they represent. It can't be understated how important Connolly is on this team with the intensity and toughness he brings in and day out. The next player here, we got the senior Cash Randall. He is a slot back / strong safety. Randall put up 606 yards, 8 touchdowns on a just flat out ridiculous 18.9 yards per carry. just flat out unheard of. And then receiving the ball, he got 7 receptions, 106 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Then on defense here, he got 32 tackles, 7 tackles for loss, and 2 sacks. Randall is the versatile big play guy in this offense. Defenses have a hard time knowing when he's going to get the ball as he lines up in multiple spots around the field, and he has amazing field vision on top of that. His 7 tackles for loss as a strong safety as well are a big reason why Elizabeth has been so good defensively. Next player here, we got Caden Long, the junior edge rusher / guard, put up 24 tackles, 7 tackles for loss, and 3 sacks on defense. Caden Long is the anchor of this dominant offensive line for Elizabeth. Elizabeth isn't a team that is going to be getting a lot of sacks either, but Long is still able to stay effective by stopping runs and getting into the backfield with his quickness. His tape on the offensive line has showed a lot of aggressiveness and quickness as well. And then the last player I want to highlight here, we got the middle linebacker junior, Wes No. He is the team leader in tackles and tackles for loss, and he also has 2 sacks. He put up 53 tackles and 9 tackles for loss. Wes is an aggressive middle linebacker that has been a huge part of why teams struggle to run against Elizabeth. He doesn't have any crazy height or weight, but his instincts more than make up for that. A couple key position groups for Elizabeth. We got running back between Connolly, Randall, and Ethan Stone. Elizabeth rushing core is as good as any in 2A. And then, of course, you got the offensive line. Caden Long and Riken Angle are a big part of why Elizabeth is so effective running the ball. 8 yards per carry as a team doesn't happen on accident, and those two, along with the rest of the line, are a big, big reason for that. Next team here, we have the Front Range Mountain League champs and number 4 seed Berthoud Spartans coming in the playoffs at 9-0 in regular season play and 5-0 in league play. A couple key games for Berthoud. They got the W over Thompson Valley 16-14 in week 3. This was a big key win for Berthoud as they took down a top 5 team in 3A in Thompson Valley. We learned in this game how good Berthoud's defense is and how tough they are as a team in general. And then another key game for them, they got the W over Eaton 34-7 in week 8. This win secured Berthoud's first league championship since joining 2A, and it further showed that they are undefeated for a reason. A few notable team stats. Berthoud has one of the top defenses in the state, as they are one of 3 teams in 2A that has given up less than 50 points all season. They have the top rushing attack in 2A with nearly 300 rush yards per game and 33 total rushing TDs as a team at 8 yards per carry as well. Berthoud has the second best point differential in 2A, barely behind Kent Denver. Some notable players, we got to start off with Alex Larson, the senior running back. He leads the state with 1,267 yards and 17 touchdowns on 8.9 yards per carry. Larson has been wrecking defenses all season, and he is the main reason why Berthoud has been so dominant on offense. He only has 1 game under 100 yards this year, and Berthoud won that game 41-0. Next player here, we got to talk about Joey Finnegan, edge rusher. At the core of this monstrous Berthoud defense is Joey Finnegan. 81 tackles, 6 sacks, and 7.5 tackles for loss on the year for the senior. He is going to wreak havoc in the playoffs alongside the next player I'm about to mention. And the next player, we got Aiden McGrath, the senior middle linebacker, coming in at 96 tackles, 5.5 tackles for loss, and 1.5 sacks. If you're ever wondering why teams struggle to run the ball against Berthoud, look no further than Aiden McGrath. At 6'2", 225, McGrath is one of the biggest and strongest middle linebackers in the whole state. And then we got Donovan Mann, tackle. It becomes a bit more clear why Berthoud has had such an easy time on offense this year when you watch Donovan Mann's tape. He is a major difference maker in this scheme as he makes Darren Davidson and Alex Larson's lives a whole lot easier when he's out there. Speaking of Darren Davidson, the senior QB/punter is the next player I want to highlight. With 932 yards, 62% completion percentage, and a 14-0 touchdown to interception ratio, Davidson runs this run-heavy offense very well. He has a unique sidearm motion, but it isn't a problem as he has had no turnovers on the entire season. 14 touchdowns and no interceptions and 20 total on the year makes it a great season for the senior. Combine that with his amazing punting ability, and you've got yourself a playmaker. Some key position groups. Of course, we got to talk about the offensive line. Donovan Mann, Brandon Callies, and Garrett Pulowski are the leaders of this offensive line, and they are responsible for the leading rushing offense in 2A and the most efficient offense in general in all of 2A. And of course, running back is another key position. Alex Larson is an all Berthoud has at running back. Behind him, you have Cole Bialik with 463 yards and 3 touchdowns on 8.3 yards per carry. You also have Joey Finnegan, who I mentioned earlier, with 281 yards and 2 touchdowns on 9.1 yards per carry. And then you have Alex Larson's brother Ben. He's got 199 yards and 3 touchdowns on 8 yards per carry as well. Berthoud has no shortage of effective backs, and that has to be scary for other teams. Moving into our top 3, starting out our top 3 here, we have the Western Slope League champs, Rifle Bears, at 8-1 and 5-0 in league play. A couple of key games here for Rifle. They got the W over Brush, 28-14 in week 5. This was a big bounce back win after they had lost to Delta in the previous week. Brush plays good teams close. So for Rifle to win by multiple scores was a sign that the Bears are a very resilient squad. They also got the W over Moffat County in week 6 by a score of 42-20. This was an important game because both of these teams beat down Basalt pretty badly. So to me, this was going to show us who the better team was. And Rifle answered that question with a swift W, giving Moffat County their only loss against a 2A opponent this year. Then another big win, they got the W over Basalt, 55-27 in week 7. This was the last in a trilogy of big wins against playoff teams for Rifle. Following their loss to Delta in week 4, Rifle further proved their championship intentions with this win. And then, speaking of the Delta loss, we got the loss to Delta in week 4 by a score of 28-7. This game showed that Rifle needed to figure some things out quickly before their tough schedule swallows them up. They answered after this loss with 3 straight blowout wins against playoff teams, so this loss was very important in their development as a team. Some notable team stats for Rifle. They are at the top of 2A in total yards with 496 all-purpose yards per game. This was done with their balanced offensive attack and their elite special teams numbers on returns. Only one team in 2A has held them under 28 points. And then the Bears have 19 interceptions on defense as a team. Starting off our notable players list, we got the QB/safety Logan Gross. He is a senior. He got 1,286 yards and a 13-6 touchdown interception ratio on 57% passing completion percentage. And then rushing the ball, he also got 863 yards and 12 touchdowns, making it 25 total for him. And then on defense here, he had 32 tackles and 5 interceptions. Gross has been one of the premier athletes in the state this year with his awesome ability as both a QB and a safety. His dual threat ability opens up a ton for the Rifle offense and allows for them to beat teams in multiple ways. Next player here, we got the wide receiver/cornerback, Sterling Cook. The senior has 6 interceptions, 22 tackles on defense, and then receiving, he's got 576 yards and 5 touchdowns on 29 receptions. Cook is one of the premier cornerbacks in 2A football this year. His 6 interceptions is second in 2A and is a big part of Rifle's success. Him and Logan Gross hold down the team's secondary on defense and the pass game on offense. A very cool dynamic for sure. And then we also, of course, have to talk about Isaac Valencia, the junior running back/outside linebacker, put up 863 yards and 13 touchdowns on 8.9 yards per carry. And then he also had 21 receptions for 289 yards and 3 touchdowns as well. And then on defense, he wasn't done here. 33 tackles, 2 interceptions, and a sack. Valencia is a key piece to this Rifle offense as he is a lethal running option that is good for 100 yards in any game on few carries. Valencia's big playability makes Rifle a very tough team to beat, as he is a elite receiver as well as running back. He is also a solid outside linebacker as well that can play in coverage and in blitzing scenarios. Then last player here, I got to highlight the senior defensive tackle / center, Troy Matea. Matea on defense put up 43 tackles, 8 sacks, and 9 tackles for loss. Matea is a key piece of this team because they don't have a super big line, so guys like Matea that are able to make a big impact despite not being super tall actually elevates the rest of the team. A couple key position groups here. Got to talk about the secondary. Sterling Cook and Logan Gross together have formed a lethal secondary, complemented by other players like Ryland Lane and Omar Silva. And together, this group has been locking down the vast majority of teams that they have faced, forcing tons of turnovers all season. And then I also want to talk about the offensive line. Troy Matea, along with Gabe McGregor and Efren Bustillos, have anchored an amazing offensive line that has been allowing guys like Logan Gross and Isaac Valencia to run for 8+ yards per carry, and that just can't go unnoticed. That run blocking scheme has definitely been working for the Bears. We are down to 2 teams now, but let's talk about our number 2 seed, the unbeaten and Colorado League champs, Kent Denver Sun Devils. At 9-0 and 5-0 in league play, Kent Denver is definitely one of the bigger threats in all of 2A. They are an absolute powerhouse, but let's take a look at some key games for them. They got the win over Elizabeth in Week 7. This was their first against a playoff opponent. They gave Elizabeth their first loss on the year, and they came into this game as an unknown, as it, like I just said, it was their first game against a playoff opponent, but they made themselves known by completely shutting down Elizabeth's offensive attack. This loss gave Elizabeth their first and only loss on the season. Then they also got the W over the Classical Academy a couple weeks later. This win secured their league championship, and it also confirmed that they are contenders this year. This was the only game that they gave up double digits in as well. TCA came into this game undefeated, but Kent Denver just completely shut them down. Some notable team stats. This Kent Denver team is the number 1 scoring offense and number 1 defense in points per game allowed in 2A, giving up only 42 points this entire season. They gave up double digits only once this season and didn't go down at any point in any game this year. Starting off our notable players list, we have an absolute boss in Trip Skews. The edge rusher / offensive tackle is a sophomore, but let's go ahead and take a look at these ridiculous stats. He put up 117 tackles, 32 tackles for loss, and 22 sacks. At 6'6", 245 pounds, Tripp is a problem for any team he matches up against. You'll see in his film how he is able to use his size coming off the edge to get sacks, and how much opposing tackles struggle in keeping him from getting to the QB. I really love what he brings to this Kent Denver defense and offensive line. And then next, we got to highlight Yanni Balafas, the sophomore QB. He put up 1,604 yards, 73% completion percentage, and a 19-4 touchdown to interception ratio. He struggled a bit in the Elizabeth and Platte Valley games, but make no mistake, Yanni Balafas has been one of the most consistent passers in all of 2A, and he definitely has a bit of a dual threat ability on top of that. He's a sophomore without any playoff experience, so we can expect some hiccups, but I think he is ready to be the guy to take this team far. His film looks very good, especially for being just a sophomore. I really like how he is able to take advantage of his amazing O-line and get the ball where it needs to be. Next player here, we got a wide receiver / safety, the senior Alex Padalino. Padalino got 61 tackles, 7 interceptions, 2 tackles for loss, and 2 forced fumbles this year. And then receiving the ball, he got 489 yards and 6 touchdowns on 30 receptions, on top of being a great punt returner as well. Padalino has been a ball hawk safety for Kent Denver this year, cleaning up whatever gets past the defensive line. He's one of the most skilled safeties in 2A, and he rounds out this defense, giving Kent Denver a beastly secondary on top of already having that amazing defensive line. He's also this team's top receiver and Yanni Balafas' favorite target, on top of being the heart of the secondary on defense. It can't be understated how important Padalino is for this team's success. And the last player I want to highlight here, we got Nicholas Buchanau. He is a senior tight end / edge rusher. He got 66 tackles, 20 tackles for loss, and 13 sacks. And then on offense here, he had 30 receptions, 431 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He had 11 tackles and 2 sacks and 6 receptions for 100 yards against TCA. And then the edge rushing duo of Buchanau and Skews is a straight-up nightmare for opposing teams. Buchanau also giving Yanni Belafosse another reliable target on offense, making him another key playmaker for this team. Some key position groups. I picked 2, but you can really pick any of them on this team. First, I want to highlight, of course, we got to highlight the defensive line. Trip Skews and Nicholas Buchanau give you 2 top edge rushers on either side, and then you sprinkle in some Alexander Kim, and you got yourself a ferocious line that is ready to stop the run and pass at any point. Then, of course, we got to highlight the secondary as well, but also the linebackers. Why not? You can't forget guys like Will Howard, Rowdy Yates, Cooper Billings, Hunter Gutrick, or Luke Harrington either. This group of guys, along with the previously mentioned Alex Padalino, round out a defense that doesn't have any weak spots. It's not hard to see why this Kent defense is number 1 in the state. They simply have a playmaker at every position on that side of the ball. And last but not least, we have the number 1 seeded Intermountain League champs, the Delta Panthers, coming into the playoffs at 9-0 and 4-0 in league play. Some key games for the Panthers. They got the W over University, 28-14 in week 1. 14 is the most points Delta gave up all season. And then they also gave University their first of 2 losses on the year. They also got the W over Rifle, 28-7 in week 4. They completely shut down Rifle, and that was Rifle's only loss in the regular season. This was Rifle's only game with less than 22 points all season as well, and they just flat out shut down Rifle's run and pass game. And then lastly, in their key games, you got the W over Pagosa Springs, 14-7 in week 6. They went up 14-0 at the end of the first half, and they never gave up that lead. They showed in this game that they are going to be extremely tough to beat if they get the lead at any point in the game. Some notable team stats: they haven't given up more than 14 points all season. They got 4 shutouts and only 2 games allowing double digits. They've given up only 44 points all season. That's second behind Kent Denver's 42. And then they have a balanced offensive attack with 16 passing TDs and 26 rushing. At the top of the notable players list, we got the junior QB, Ty Reed. He put up 1,098 yards, 14 touchdowns, 1 interception on 57% passing. And then rushing the ball, he got 45 carries, 262 yards, 9 touchdowns on 5.8 yards per carry. His best game was against Rifle, 186 yards, 1 touchdown. And then he also had 16 carries for 103 yards and 3 touchdowns in that one. One of the top QBs in the state in 2A, no doubt. Great dual threat ability, and he runs that Delta offense very efficiently. Next player here, of course, we have Tucker Johnson, the senior edge. 66 tackles, 9 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, 13 QB hurries, and a forced fumble. He anchors both the offense and defensive line. He could be the best edge rusher in the state, and he is also a top offensive tackle in 2A as well. He is a true difference maker and is one of the main reasons why Delta is the 1 seed. Next player here, we got Brett Leho, the senior wide receiver / free safety, has 25 tackles and 5 interceptions on defense. And then on offense, he had 8 receptions for 253 yards and 5 touchdowns. He had 6 tackles and 2 interceptions against Rifle, and then he also had 8 tackles and an interception against University. Brett is the playmaker for Delta in their secondary. He steps up in a big way in those games against playoff teams. And then finally, the last of our notable players that I want to highlight, we have the senior Xavier Martinez. He is an edge and offensive lineman. He got 62 tackles, 5 sacks, 6 tackles for loss, and 5 QB hurries. He had a sack in all 3 of Delta's matchups against playoff teams, and he holds down both the offensive line and D-line alongside Tucker Johnson. A couple key position groups. Of course, we have to talk about the defensive line. Tucker Johnson, Xavier Martinez, Nathan Brewer, Caleb Richmond, and Rip Lockhart form probably the deepest defensive front in all of 2A. They are a terror for offensive lines across the state, as teams have several playmakers to watch out for. They have all stepped up in games against playoff teams, and they are the main reason why Delta hasn't given up more than 14 points all season. And then you also have to highlight the running backs. We got the senior Giovanni Romero with 822 yards, 5 touchdowns on 7.5 yards per carry. Then you also have the senior Talon Hewlett, 535 yards, 8 touchdowns on 8.4 yards per carry. Not only have these two kept the ship afloat with the absence of Asai Carrillo, they have made this Delta rushing attack as lethal as ever. Teams have to respect the run game as well as the pass game, since both of these two have been so effective all season. It's easy to see why teams have such a hard time against Delta's offense, because they can't afford to focus on just Ty Reed or just the run game, as they are able to beat teams in multiple ways. Alrighty, so with those previews all wrapped up now, we can move into some predictions now. Myself, Simon, Cody, Gideon, and our friend Anthony Garcia over at Mile High Prep Report have all filled out brackets, and I'm just going to go through each of our brackets and who we have winning moving on to the next round. I'm just going to be doing the first round, and with my bracket, I'll provide some reasons, but with the other brackets, I'm just going to read off the scores. So starting off with my bracket here in the first game, I got Delta getting the win over Alamosa 35-7. I think Delta is just too dominant of a team. Alamosa has really impressed me here in the second half, but like I said, Delta is just too dominant of an offense, and they have the great defensive line and offensive line to add to that. So I got them getting the win 35-7. Next game, Basalt versus TCA. I got Basalt getting the win here 31-28 over TCA. I really like the running back duo that Basalt has, so I got Basalt getting the win there. In Elizabeth versus Moffat County, I will be at this game, but right now I got Elizabeth getting the win over Moffat County 21-8. I think Elizabeth's defense is one of the top 5, top 4 units in the state. Moffat County does have a very well-rounded team, but like I said, Elizabeth is a very, very good squad. So like I said, I got them getting the win there. In the Berthoud versus Wellington game, I got Berthoud over Wellington 34-14. Wellington has a great rushing duo as well, but Berthoud's defense is just too big and mean, so I got them getting the big win here. In the Rifle versus Brush game, I got Rifle getting a 2-score win here over Brush 30-15. Brush is another team that's really impressed me, just staying tough, never getting blown out in any game. But Rifle is way too high-powered for them to overcome that. They're a little too young, but I think they have a very bright future. Rifle moves on here with a 30-15 win. In the Florence versus University game, I got University getting the 10-point win, 27-17 over Florence. I think that University secondary is just really, really good. Florence isn't deep enough on offense to make up for that, so I got University moving on. In the La Junta versus Pagosa Springs game, I got Pagosa Springs upsetting La Junta here, 19-14. I think this is almost guaranteed to be a close game either way. I wouldn't be surprised if either team won, but Pagosa Springs has really come on here in the second half, and I think that La Junta loss to Florence last week kind of put a damper in their overall championship potential. In the last game here, we got Kent Denver getting the win 28-6 over Eaton. I think Kent Denver is just way too big for Eaton. Trip Skews is definitely going to eat off that offensive line. I could definitely see him getting 2 sacks in this game. So Kent Denver will be moving on in my bracket. Now let's go ahead and check out Simon's scores here. He's got Delta getting the win over Alamosa 28-7. After that, he's got Basalt barely beating TCA 21-17. They will be moving on to play Delta here in Simon's bracket. After that, he's got Elizabeth getting the win over Moffat County 24-14. And then he has Berthoud wiping out Wellington at 28-7. In the Rifle versus Brush game, he has Rifle shutting out Brush 21-0. And then to go play Rifle, he has University beating Florence in a 1-score game at 21-14. In the last set of games here, in the La Junta Pagosa Springs game, Simon also has Pagosa Springs over La Junta 14-7 in a close one. And then in our last game, Kent Denver versus Eaton, Simon has Kent Denver winning 28-10. Let's check out Cody's picks now. In the Delta Alamosa game, Cody has Delta over Alamosa in a shootout, 36-20. And then to play them, he has TCA over Basalt, 22-14. In the Moffat County versus Elizabeth game, he has Moffat County edging out Elizabeth 29-28. And then to play them, he has Berthoud over Wellington, 42-14. In the Rifle versus Brush game, Cody has Rifle over Brush here, 28-7. And then to play them, he has University over Florence, 34-16. In the La Junta post Pagosa Springs game, Cody has Pagosa Springs over La Junta in a very close game, 13-12. And then in the Kent Denver versus Eaton game, he has Eaton putting up 18, but ultimately Kent Denver gets the win here, 29-28. Now checking out Gideon's bracket here. In the Delta Alamosa game, he has Delta in a blowout win over Alamosa, 42-7. In the TCA versus Basalt game, he has Basalt with a one-score win here, 28-20, moving on to play Delta. And then he has Moffat County over Elizabeth in a one-point game, 28-27, moving on. And then to play Moffat County, he has Berthoud over Wellington in a close game here, 28-21. In the Rifle versus Brush game, he's got Rifle over Brush, 28-27. And then to play Rifle, he's got University with a one-point win over Florence, 21-20. And then in the last set of games here, he's got Pagosa Springs with a 3-point win over La Junta, 17-14. And then to play them, he's got Kent Denver with a 35-14 win over Eaton. Now looking at Anthony's bracket, starting off with the Delta Alamosa game, he's got Delta completely shutting down Alamosa, 42-7. After that, to play Delta, he's got TCA with a 28-14 win over Basalt. And then in the Berthoud versus Wellington game, he's got Berthoud shutting out Wellington, 35-0. And then to play Berthoud, he has Elizabeth with a 28-7 win over Moffat County. On the other side of the bracket here, we got Kent Denver over Eaton, 21-0. And then to play them, he's got Pagosa Springs with a very close game over La Junta, winning 28-27. And then after that, here we got University with a 24-7 win over Florence. And then to play them, he's got Rifle with a 21-14 win over Brush. So shout out to Anthony Garcia over at Mile High Prep Report. And that about does it here with the 2A predictions and preview. I'm going to pass the mic off. Peace out.
Obviously, you want a trainer who can make you stronger and faster with the work you put in, but what about a trainer who can help you rehab and recover like the pros? Look no further than Junkyard Training, that not only offers specific strength and speed training, but also offers a plethora of recovery and rehab techniques like cryo, cupping, recovery boots, and so much more. Learn more today by visiting junkyardtraining.net or call 303-521-7594. Once again, visit junkyardtraining.net or call 303-521-7594 and get started today.
What's good, y'all? Coach V here, and I'm going to go over your 4A 2023 playoff preview. I'm going to talk about every single team that made the playoffs, talk about their strengths, all that stuff, just like what everyone else has done here, and then we'll get to predictions after this. I am also going to be the guy that's going to talk about the playoffs and, pretty much everything that's going on from here on out until the end of the season, except for the state championship game, because I won't be able to go to that one. But I'm going to be able to talk about all the playoffs up until then. And so let's go ahead and get this journey started here. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and start at 24, the 24th ranked team, at least according to this bracket, not the seeding index, because apparently the seeding index doesn't decide the bracket. It's not the playoff picture, which is stupid, Chassa. But we're going to go with the number 24 team here in this bracket, and then go all the way up, so in ascending order. And then, like I said, at the end, we'll go ahead and talk about some predictions and the first round matchups. But without further ado, let's go ahead and hop into it. So right here at number 24, just into the playoffs, is Monarch, who has had a very interesting season here, to say the least. Monarch actually kind of slipped in the playoffs, in the playoff picture and whatnot, because they had a really close game to Silver Creek, one that they lost 27-24, and so that's how their season ended. But on the regular season, they were 5-5, and they faced a lot of interesting, how should I say, issues and adversity for sure. I think the biggest one was losing their starting quarterback Asher Ewing for the season here. I don't know if he's gonna come back here. He hasn't really recorded any, I don't feel like he's recorded many games here, so I kind of just assume he's done for the season. And so the guy they're going to roll with, we'll talk about him later. But first, just keep that in mind when I talk about all of these teams that they played and how their season went. But let me go ahead and start with the notable games here. Let's start with the notable wins here. So Stanley Lake, that was a notable win, 28-12. That was the second game of this season. And that, like I said, also without Asher Ewing, and so with a new quarterback who didn't expect to be starting, that's obviously a big win there. Frederick, they were 3-18, but still beat them pretty closely here, 30-23. That was huge there. And then they have a couple losses against some pretty solid teams, which will, I feel like, matter at the end. But they lost to Erie, obviously, 45-3. Also lost to Longmont, 48-31. That one kind of looked like one that they should have won, but, it just got away from them. So there is that. And then obviously there's that Silver Creek loss at the end of the season, which is definitely looming. And so, they've had some real ups and downs here, but, they're back in the playoffs, which is obviously huge. I mean, they were there last year. They lost to Mesa Ridge last year, but to make the playoffs without your starting quarterback from last year, that's obviously big. That's a big deal. So there you go there. But let's go ahead and talk about, I guess, some of the strengths of this team. I would say their offense is probably the biggest strength of this squad when looking at Monarch and what they have going on there. I mean, in most of these games here, let me look through. In all the games that they won, they scored over 20. And the lowest points they scored when they lost was 22, and that was against Boulder. That's right when they lost Asher and all that. But in all the games they won, they scored over 20. So that's kind of the magic number there. And doing that, obviously, you have Asher Ewing's replacement. That's Riley Montemayor, the tall, 6'5", I want to say, quarterback. 6'4", 200-pound quarterback for Monarch. I mean, he had a solid season, 1,696 passing yards, 13 touchdowns to 7 picks, so, a little bit on the higher side as far as interceptions goes. But he also had 401 rushing yards and 7 touchdowns. Looked at his film. I mean, he looks like a good quarterback, and he's had the season to, really develop and get better, and so we'll see what happens with him. He's definitely someone who could run it and pass it. And, the main guys he'll be passing it to, or the main guy he will be passing it to, is Owen Mellish, who is just straight up one of the best receivers in the entire state. And, I think this probably goes without saying, but he is also their lead receiver as well here on the season. Only 37 receptions, but goes for about 700 yards and 3 touchdowns. If you get Owen Mellish involved here, then I think you're in a pretty good spot here. But he's a legit wideout one. He would be a wideout one on a lot of other teams, and so that's definitely somebody you got to guard. Now, I don't know if this is the biggest red flag, but it appears he didn't log any stats against the last team they played in Silver Creek here. So we'll see if that's a serious thing, because if he's not playing, that's definitely a big deal here. I mean, obviously, you have other guys as well, like Archie John, who actually leads the team in receiving touchdowns with 5, who played, and then you have Gray as well, number 33, a senior. Not as many touchdowns, but 237. So you got some guys there, obviously. Gray, by the way, being the running back who had 586 yards and 7 touchdowns. So you have some offensive weapons. Now, I will say this, I don't think Monarch is the biggest up front, and so they do got to get the ball out pretty quickly. They got to throw it, and that's definitely something you could see being the game plan for Monarch, just them being really aggressive on offense, trying to run up the score, not like in a bad way, but in a, like, we got to make this a track meet type of way for them to win. So got to keep an eye on that. Riley Montemayor, I think, is going to be a huge part of that. Great athlete, good quarterback. I think he's someone that is green as well, but at the very least, like floor-wise, he'll give you around 200 yards of offense at least. Now, touchdowns, turnovers, we'll just have to see where he's at there. Now, on defense, their defense isn't too bad here. It is led by senior Rex Muldoon, who does have 90 tackles, 43 solo, 47 assists here. You also have another senior, number 45. I believe that's Noah Hunsaker. He has 5 sacks as well. So you got some guys on defense. Nothing too crazy, though. I mean, when you look at their defense, even in the wins, they have allowed a solid amount of points. I mean, against Boulder, they did allow a touchdown, they're not a great team, so there is that. Stanley Lake, you allowed 12 points. Frederick, a 3A team, you allowed 23. I guess your best performance was against Centaurus, who has been lighting it up, but they do play in that weaker league, so I don't know how much of a win that is. But they did allow 27 points to Pooter, 25 to Pueblo South, which is really interesting. Obviously, against Erie and Longmont, they allowed over 40 points. And then in that Silver Creek game, they allowed 27. So definitely a little bit of a concern. Not the worst in the playoffs. I don't think so, at least. Probably not the worst defense. But I don't know if you can rely on them to absolutely get you a stop. So there you go there. Monarch, they are the 24th team here. We'll see what's up with Owen Mellish going forward, but I could definitely see them relying on their offense a pretty good amount here going into this postseason. Okay, now moving on here, let's talk about the the 23rd team here. That is Stanley Lake. Here at 23, they finished the regular season 4-6, so actually with a losing record. And interesting enough, these last 4 games that they played in the regular season were all losses, including a forfeit to Heritage, which does raise some questions. I'm not going to lie there. Now, that's that, right? And none of those other games that they played in these last 4 games are close. I mean, got blown out by Golden 46-6, lost to Bear Creek 19-0, Dakota Ridge 49-6. So none of those games were extremely close here. But they do have a couple wins that kind of... it definitely boosted them with RPI, I would say. They played 2 5A teams, right, in North Glen and Westminster, and beat both of them. Westminster was a close one, but beat them 34-29, beat North Glen 46-12. I mean, both of those teams aren't exactly great. Westminster's 5-5, North Glen's 3-7. There you go there. Then they also, the other teams they lost to as well, Monarch 28-12, TJ 37-7, so they really are kind of getting carried by those 5A teams that they beat. Now, they also beat Grand Junction. Granted, it was only 14-12, and Grand Junction was currently 2-8. They are 2-8. They're not playing anymore, so they only beat them by 2, and then they also beat Skyline 42-28, kind of in a closer one. And Skyline's 1-9, obviously missing the playoffs. So Stanley Lake is here. It kind of feels like based on strength of schedule, but don't get it twisted. This is still a tough team. They're a hard-nosed team that's going to try to slow down this game, slow it down and use as much of the clock as possible, play conservative, and really scrap for every single yard and opportunity here. And on offense, that starts with their star running back, Liam Graham. On the season, he has 1,167 rushing yards, 12 rushing touchdowns. Also adds on another 140 yards and a touchdown there as well. Something definitely worth noting, he only had 2 carries against Bear Creek, so hopefully he is not injured, but that doesn't look great. So there you go there. He is really the engine of this team. I mean, in their wins, he really balled out against Skyline, 243 yards, 2 touchdowns. Westminster, 287 yards, 3 touchdowns. North Glen, 132 yards and 2 touchdowns on only 4 carries, by the way, there. So, he's a baller. He's going to go do his thing and be great at it. And honestly, has at times been one of the lone bright spots for this team. Now, the other guys they have a senior behind Graham in Braden Smith. He has 420 yards and 5 touchdowns. And then right behind him, they have a Brandon Corona, a junior who has only 158 yards, but no touchdowns there. And so for a running team, I mean, they obviously rely on Liam Graham a lot. And so that's going to be kind of a tough go here if he is not ready to go. As far as defense goes, Braden Smith is their lead tackler. He has 55 tackles there. Not anything too crazy from their sack leaders. I think Middlestat and Arredondo have the most with 1. So there is that. But, some interesting stats from their secondary. Dorsey Satterfield is their lead interception leader, a senior safety, by the way. He has 3 interceptions, followed by Harris, Ruiz, and Arredondo each having 2 after him. So, they'll challenge some passing teams and whatnot, but this team is definitely a team that's going to try to slow down the game, run the ball, use up the clock, play good physical defense, and then they'll see where they're at the end. But looking at some of these last games, I mean, against Dakota Ridge, Bear Creek, they forfeited against Heritage, like I said, Golden, the loss to Thomas Jefferson as well as Monarch at the beginning of the season. Definitely a little concerning. Definitely a little concerning here. We'll see how far they go, but they do have to play some really good situational football and get pretty fortunate for them to move on. So there you go there. All right, now let's go ahead and move on, and let's talk about Centaurus here, who is the next team up there at 22. They actually had an 8-2 record, but they did play in that 4A I-25 league, so their strength of schedule is not exactly great here. In fact, now that I'm looking at it, they only played 1 winning team, and that is Widefield, who did make the playoffs at 8-2 because they also had a pretty weak schedule there. They also played Monarch, who doesn't have a winning, record, but they're 5-5, so there is that. But they got blown out by them 34-7. So there you go there. And then obviously against Widefield, that was the one to make the playoffs. They beat them 41-21 pretty handedly, and that's why they're here. I mean, league champions have to make the playoffs. But despite having a weaker schedule, I mean, they still lit up the board and played well offensively. They have some talent here for sure, starting with their senior quarterback, Chance Wood, 1,900 yards and 24 touchdowns, only 3 interceptions on the season. He also added on another 318 yards and 5 touchdowns. Chance Wood has kind of been on a tear this season, or these last couple games, I should say. This season, obviously, as well, but just to read off the stat line from his last game. Well, it was against Gateway, but 351 yards, 5 touchdowns against Widefield. Didn't have to do too much. Only had 4 passes, completed 4 passes and attempted 4 for 56 yards and a touchdown. But he had 115 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns against Widefield. So there you go there. Thornton, 284 yards, 5 touchdowns. I mean, he has really lit it up this season. And, he's a talented player. He's a talented quarterback. And he's definitely somebody who has been one of the bright spots for this team. On top of that, fellow senior running back, that is Ben Mishke, hopefully I'm saying that right, is their lead rusher, and he's been extremely productive as well. 885 rushing yards and 10 touchdowns there, as he has kind of provided that, running threat on the ground. Now, they do have 2 junior receivers who have been really talented in Travis, I think it's Meany, and Gage Mutz here. Travis here has 552 receiving yards, and Gage has 545 receiving yards, and then 10 touchdowns and 8 touchdowns respectively. So those 2 have really aided. This offense has found themselves to be pretty productive at times. That's the good thing. Now, defensively, their lead tackler here, I should say, is Xavier Bradford Valentine. He has 76 tackles, 62 solo. It's only 14 assists, and 10 tackles for losses. He's been extremely productive on the season. And then as far as interceptions goes, Alexander Wold has 4 interceptions. He's their lead guy by far. And actually, if I'm looking at this correctly, it looks like he has the same amount of interceptions as everyone else combined. Those picks came against Whitefield, Gateway, Mountain View, and Boulder, by the way. So there you go there. But I am concerned about this defense. There are some wins that they still allowed too many points. Like against Palmer, that was an insane game. They won 75-41, but the defense allowed 41 points to Palmer, right? Against Monarch, they allowed 34. Against Liberty, they played really well, but I mean, I don't know. They probably should have shut him out there. Widefield, they allowed 21. So the defense has been a little concerning at times. Mountain View, they allowed 27. A little concerning at times. Offensively, they have been rolling, but also it's worth saying that offensively, they have struggled against some of their few solid teams on their schedule. Monarch being one, only scoring 7, and then Mountain Range, who isn't that good. They went 4-6 on the season, but they only were able to score 1 touchdown there. And so we'll see about Centaurus here. Offensively, they've been extremely productive. They have a quarterback, they have a running back, a couple good skill players there. But we will see about the rest there. So there you go. That is Centaurus, who, like I said, is at 22. Now, moving on, let's talk about the 21st team here, and that will be Bear Creek. Like I said, sitting at 21 according to this bracket, and they actually finished the season 4-6 after a little bit of a promising start, honestly. I mean, it wasn't against the best opponents, but started out 3-0, beating Lakewood, Greeley, West Kennedy, putting up 40-plus points and blowing them out and whatnot. But then they played Thomas Jefferson, Fruita Monument, Golden, Dakota Ridge. Jesus, this is such a hard schedule. And then Ponderosa was their last game, and they lost all of them. I mean, TJ, they got blown out 39-6. Fruita Monument was a little bit closer, but still lost 50-33. Golden was a tough 32-21 loss. Dakota Ridge, 47-19 blowout loss. Pondo, you lost to them 45-0. And then Grand Junction, a team that also made the playoffs, lost to them 43-35. Or sorry, Grand Junction didn't make the playoffs. They were 2-8. So, yeah, kind of a tough go. And it's interesting because their really only quality win was against Stanley Lake, 19-0. But they have played an extremely tough schedule. They are on the opposite side of the spectrum compared to Centaurus' schedule, in my opinion. But let's start by talking about this offense here, who has been pretty good here. Adrian Rico at quarterback, 1,900 yards, 22 touchdowns, only 8 picks. Also, 118 rushing yards and a touchdown there. As far as receivers go, he has two really good ones in seniors. Ryan Bobick, who had 796 receiving yards and 14 touchdowns, only 43 receptions. Then Isaiah Phelps had 52 receptions for 619 yards and 6 touchdowns. Both of those guys combining for 20 of the 24 receiving touchdowns that the team had this year here. And also, actually, now that I'm looking at this definitely doesn't add up because they have 24, but yeah, oh well. Either way, they are accounting for most of the offense there. And so Bear Creek, they're going to pass it, right? And that's something that they do really well. There's going to be some matchup nightmares for some teams that just don't have good secondaries or haven't played good secondaries. Now, as far as defense go, Ezra Pacheco, one of their edge rushers, has been extremely productive. The 6'3", 205-pound edge rusher, he had 58 tackles, 9 for loss there. And he was also their sack leader with 8.5 sacks and 17 hurries, really doing his thing and turning up. Ben Nadi, I want to say, as well, has been real productive with 64 tackles, doing his thing. But the lead tackler, Emilio Mendoza, he has 100 tackles and 10 tackles for loss. Only 21 of those are solo, so that is a little interesting. But he also has 2 interceptions to go with that. And so, this defense has shown some promise. They got, in my opinion, they have some solid edge rushers, right? They could definitely bring a little bit of pressure here and make some teams uncomfortable if they are passing the ball. If they're running the ball, I think that's where you need a little bit more people to carry the load and help out. But, with Bear Creek, they're going to be able to pass it, right? Their quarterbacks, Rico, and the receivers, Phelps and Bobick, are going to be tough to stop. But the other thing is, as well, this defense has really struggled against playoff teams. Over 30 points. Actually, now that I'm looking at this, they might be averaging, playoff teams are averaging almost 40 points against them. And that's just not good. I mean, defense wins championships. Defense gets you to the next round. And Bear Creek, they're going to have to shore up a little bit of that, which sucks because their offense is so good. That's definitely kind of a downside. But we'll see. They're definitely capable of winning and moving on here, though. Moving on to the next team here at number 20 is Falcon. And, I never thought I'd see the day, but they have made it here. They have a 4-6 record like the last couple of teams, but have played some pretty solid squads and have had some solid showings as well. So let's go ahead and look at some of the key games here. As far as key wins, they don't have too many. I think the Air Academy game was their best win, 42-35, in a little bit of a shootout there. That was really close at the beginning, but they beat him, and in my opinion, that's the team that they replaced in the playoffs, or one of the teams that they replaced in the playoffs, so gotta love that. And then some of the tougher games they've had, they're all losses here. Last one was against Mason Ridge. They lost with them 35-12. Fountain for Carson, a 5A team, mind you, still put up 18 points against them, but lost 49-18 at the beginning of the year. Vista Ridge, that was kind of a closer game for most of that game, I would say, but lost to them 41-21, which is tough. Montrose, they still were able to put up 22 points, but lost 56-22. So, you have definitely some tough losses here. I don't believe they have a win against a playoff team. They beat Air Academy, Coronado, or Central GW. Yeah, so there you go there. A lot of these, I feel like a lot of the reason why they got ranked so high was because of the quality of teams that, they played. And even though they didn't beat them, they were still able to put up some solid points here. So there you go. Another notable loss, I would say, is the Lewis Palmer one. Only lost that one 27-7, but they were without their starting running back, which does matter because I think if they had him, they would have won that one. And in my opinion, they almost blew it by not playing him that game, but, it ended up being fine. Now, let's go ahead and talk about this team. This is a team that's going to basically run the ball. They're going to pound the football, and they got some talented runners in doing it. The two that I really like is Carter Thorpe, a senior. He is their quarterback. I mean, on the year, threw for 664 yards, only 5 touchdowns, 8 picks. Not super efficient there, but on the ground, he's a monster. 1,287 rushing yards, 13 rushing touchdowns, has 5 really long runs here of over 50-plus yards, and long of 75, averages about 128 rushing yards a game. He's going to do his thing. Then you also have Gabriel McFarland. He is a junior, 536 yards here on the season. Like I said, held out of some games, 8 touchdowns as well. Also had 150 yards, and 2 touchdowns against Air Academy, which is tough as well. And so those two guys are really going to carry the load here, and they're going to ball out, and they're going to run the ball. Now, when they do pass it, they do have someone in Ashton Luttrell who, looked impressive whenever he got the ball. He's a little speedster out there. He currently has 216 rushing yards for a touchdown on only 17 carries, mind you, which is kind of crazy. And then as a receiver, only 18 receptions, but 295 yards and 5 touchdowns. So that's another playmaker that they have, kind of a little bit of a gadget player, someone that they could hand it off to on some sweeps and throw the screens, and he'll be able to get in space and, kind of spread out the defense a little bit more here. So there you go there. Now on defense, they are led by Jaden Brewster, excuse me. He has 56 total tackles, 29 solo, 27 assists. He will do his thing there. Corey Hotel, he's a big body up front. He had 35 total tackles on the season. I think he's like the 4th leading tackler on the squad as well. 6'3", 235. He's a big guy over there. He's going to do his thing. So they got a couple guys, some size up front. They're not too bad here. But the defense could definitely be playing better against playoff teams. They've struggled. Against Vista Ridge, they allowed over 40. Lewis Palmer, they allowed over 20, which, they're a running team. That's kind of crazy. Against Pueblo West, Montrose, Mesa Ridge, all over 30 points. So kind of a tough go there by the defense there, even though they got some talent. I think their best bet, obviously, is to go ahead and try to control the clock, run the football, get their scores. I think once they're within the 5-yard line, they're pretty hard to stop, I would say. Once they're within 5, they're pretty tough to stop. If they need 5 yards, they'll get it, whether it's a first down or a touchdown, right? And so you can win a playoff game that way, but you got to play it smart. And then defensively, you got to pull your weight a little bit more here is all I'm saying. Just a little bit more here. So there you go. That's Falcon there at number 20. Moving on, let's go ahead and talk about the number 19 team here, and that will go ahead and be Longmont, who has dropped a couple of spots. They finished the season 5-5, which isn't bad. Let's talk about their schedule here. They played some tough squads: Broomfield, Windsor, Denver South. Let me talk about all the losses, I guess, first. Erie, Loveland. Those are all losses, right? Lost to Loveland 48-15, Erie 57-13. Denver South was a winnable one, in my opinion, 47-39. Same with Windsor, actually, as well, 29-28. But, those ones just kind of got away from them. And then they also lost to Broomfield 42-14. So they haven't had the worst record against playoff teams. Well, maybe as far as moral victories go, because they have scored a lot of points, and there were a couple games where they should have, won. Windsor, Denver South, those are probably games you should have won there. Obviously, against teams like Erie, Loveland, Broomfield, I don't know. But on top of that, they also have some solid wins here. They have beat Monarch 48-31, a playoff team. They beat Far Northeast 34-28, who's a pretty solid team. They were just outside the playoffs there. So they have some solid wins here. The rest of their wins were against Greeley West, Skyline, Silver Creek, who all have losing records. So there you go there. Now, moving forward here, they have some playmakers, especially on offense, that you got to look out for. Colby Holmes, their quarterback, he is definitely somebody that is a really good athlete, a junior quarterback, and he's going to do his thing on the ground and through the air. On the season, threw for 1,715 yards, 13 touchdowns, and 10 picks. Kind of a lot of interceptions there. I think he only had 3 2+ interception games, which is not good. On the ground, though, makes up for it with 538 rushing yards and 11 rushing touchdowns. He's a good dual threat athlete that's going to do his thing. Now, another guy that I would say to look out for is Cole Gaddis, their lead back, who had 1,408 yards and 20 touchdowns, but it kind of looks like that he is not going to be able to play the rest of the season. If he does, though, he's going to be a big deal. He's going to be able to carry the load and do his thing, but it kind of sounds like it's a little questionable there. So that's tough because he made up a third of this big three for Longmont, which also includes Joey Foote, their lead receiver, a sophomore receiver only, who had 64 receptions for 1,067 yards and 9 touchdowns. Now, without Gaddis, you got to expect them to pass the ball a little bit more here, and for Colby Holmes to really turn up and do his thing as well. Holmes also being the second leading rusher, mind you. So there you go. That was their big three that they used on offense. We'll see what happens with Gaddis. Gaddis was also their lead tackler with 78 total tackles here, and so that would be a big blow if he's not going to be good to go there. Like I said, we'll see what happens. But for Broomfield, they've really relied on that big three on offense. They've had some really successful games where they've been able to run a pretty balanced attack, I would say, between throwing it, running it as well with a couple different guys. But they're going to need some people to really, really stand up and do their thing. And then on defense, we'll see what happens to Gaddis. But regardless, the rest of the defense also has to play better against playoff teams. You can't be allowing so many points and to continually put your team in a position where they got to win track meets. So there you go there. That is Longmont, who, like I said, is currently sitting at 19. Moving on, let's go ahead and talk about the number 18 team here. That is Grand Junction Central. On the season, solid record, 5-5. And they've played a very interesting schedule, which does partially have to do with where they're located in the state, but played a combination of 4A and 3A teams. At least the 3A teams they played are pretty solid here, though. Let me go ahead and talk about the 3A teams first. So first they beat Palisade 28-7, lost to Durango then, who put up 51 on them, lost to them 51-28 there, but then went ahead and put 56 on Glenwood Springs, 56-14, and there you go. Now, some of their 4A matchups, they played some real good teams. Fuda Monument, they lost to 46-20. Montrose, they lost to 43-7. Loveland, that's probably a winnable game, and that's one of the reasons why they were ranked so high, but only lost to them 34-23, kind of in a close one there. And then they lost to Windsor 52-14. So this is an interesting team who, I don't know. We'll just have to see what they do moving forward here. But definitely interesting team here. Now let's talk about this offense to start. It looks like they really rely on their quarterback. Their senior quarterback, Kane Thornton, who threw for 1,355 yards. 9 touchdowns to 6 picks, which isn't super efficient, but on the ground, he is their lead rusher with 489 yards and 8 touchdowns, has averaged around 6 yards a carry, which is pretty efficient there. Now, another guy in that backfield to look out for is a freshman running back, it looks like here, in Torrance Scott. He has 474 yards and 2 touchdowns. Look for him. It's probably getting involved a little bit more here down the road. And then their star receiver, you can't talk about this offense without talking about him, Cam Redding. The senior receiver has 742 yards and 4 touchdowns on 50 receptions there. So, they got some talent on the offense. A lot of, I would say Scott is a big bright side there. And then Thornton and Redding are guys who are pretty productive, but you kind of hope that more people will step up here. Their lead tackler with 69 total tackles is David Gonzalez. He's doing his thing there. As far as sacks go, as a team, they've only had 9 total sacks on the season, which is a little concerning. And then as far as interceptions go, has only had 7. Redding contributing a third of those with 3. So there you go there for Grand Junction Central. Like I said, this is a team that played a very interesting schedule, played well against some good teams in 3A, but in 4A, I mean, they have more of a losing schedule against 4A opponents, I would say. Only beat Greeley Central, Skyline, and Grand Junction on the 4A level. All who missed the playoffs, by the way. So we'll see about that. Their best performance was probably against Loveland, where they only held them to 34 and they were able to score 23. But this team's going to have to do a lot more scoring here and be a lot more consistent and take care of the ball. They kind of have a lot of turnovers for them to win some games here. But regardless, they still have some talent on the offensive side. So it's not like I'm, saying like just disregard them. They're going to do their thing. They're going to do their thing regardless. Moving on to the number 17 team here, that would be Denver South. And this was a team that I was actually able to watch live here against Denver East. That is a rivalry game. And so got to get a solid feeling for them. They finished the season 6-4 here. Before I talk about players, stats, all that, let me go ahead and talk about the schedule, talk about the key games. So this regular season, they only actually have 1 win over a playoff team, over one playoff team, and that was Longmont. They beat them 47-39. That's a good win for them to go ahead and get that done. The other wins they have are not against playoff teams, but still some solid ones. Beat Vista Peak, Far Northeast there, who are both on that bubble. beat Skyline, which, you should beat them. Beat Cheyenne Mountain, who is a solid team vying for a playoff spot. So there you go there. Now, teams that they have played who they lost to, who were pretty good, is Ponderosa, 42-6. Thomas Jefferson, it's probably a game they could have won, but lost that one in a close one, 21-12 there. But definitely some promise here for a team that had to reload after losing Joseph Capra, Rashad Caldwell, and some other guys. Now, let's go ahead and look at this offense, who, in my opinion, is one of the strengths of this team. Even though they were losing so many people, they still have a couple really good skill players that they are going to work with. Let's start with their quarterback, the senior quarterback here, J.R. Felipe here, who got to start the majority of the season and did a solid job. Threw for 1,556 yards, 17 touchdowns, but also to 13 interceptions. He does have 330 yards and 8 touchdowns, though, to go along with that, proving to be a productive quarterback for the most part, albeit a little bit mistake-prone at times. But, it is his first year starting, so you got to give him some credit there. Now, there's definitely one player that I think, or two running backs that I feel like they're going to rely on a lot in the ground game. They are definitely more of a run-first team, I would say. They're going to pound the ball here, and for good reason. They have a talented back in Chevelle Early, who was their lead guy, ran for 1,118 yards and 8 touchdowns. Kind of on the lighter side of touchdowns, but definitely still productive regardless. And then you also have fellow senior running back Orlando Guevara here, who's a good change of pace back. Ran for 288 yards and 2 touchdowns on only 39 carries, by the way, but also has 21 receptions, 221 receiving yards, and 4 touchdowns. So some lightning and thunder combo there that I know they're going to rely on and has worked for them in the past. Now, in the receiving core, Rashad Caldwell may be gone, but they have a stud receiver here, and freshman receiver Elijah Landrum Hamilton. This is a kid that I have seen play since he was a 7th grader, and absolutely love seeing him ball out. He's been productive in pretty much every game he's been in so far this season, except for the Pondo game, one bad game. But other than that, has 53 receptions, 742 receiving yards, and 7 touchdowns on the year. He is definitely somebody that doesn't just thrive off of the attention that Guevara and Chevelle, draw, but he's someone that you got a game plan for, and if you don't, he's gonna make you pay for it. Like I said, extremely productive. There's only one game here where he didn't have more than a couple receptions, and that's that Ponderosa game where he had only 1 reception. Other than that, his next lowest reception game was his last one against Thomas Jefferson. But even then, he still had 3 receptions for 56 yards and a touchdown. And so he is the number 1 receiver for this team here. And definitely somebody that you got to pay attention to on defense if you're playing them. And so Denver South, they have some good skill players. Like I said, I think they're going to run it first if they can with Early, Felipe, and Guevara. But look out for Elijah Landrum Hamilton, who could get in there and go to work and really carve up some defenses who are not ready. Now, speaking of defense, let's talk about this Denver South defense. They're pretty solid here. Their lead tackler here is Jeremiah Emery, who has 67 tackles and 10 tackles for loss. Their lead interception leader, they have one of the best corners, in my opinion, in the entire state, in Amani Vegas. Is that right? Yeah, Amani Vegas here. A big 6'2", 180-pound corner who I think did a really good job when I watched him play against Denver East. He's a stud, has 27 tackles currently on the season, and leads the team with 3 interceptions. That's definitely somebody to look out for. But, this is a defense that has kind of struggled in the past here. Looking at their performances against playoff teams, 21 to TJ, which actually isn't that bad. That's pretty solid. I think that shows the potential of the defense more than anything in a good way. But then they did allow 42 to Ponderosa, which is a lot there. I will highlight this as well, though. Only 24 allowed to Golden, and so not too bad there. I am going to talk about the Denver East game just one more time here. They did allow them to score 31, but I kind of feel like that's more on the offense than the defense. I felt like the defense gave them a lot of opportunities, but offense just couldn't quite convert. That was also pretty early on in the season. Their second ever game. So I'm not even really tripping over that, right? And so Denver South, this is a team that, I feel confidently about their coaching staff. They're going to keep those boys level-headed. They're going to pound the football, to get those nerves out. And then, if they could get Elijah the ball here, he's going to do his thing regardless, right? He's going to go ahead and cook. And so that kind of makes Denver South a very interesting 17th seeded team here. A team that, I could see moving on to the next round and even the round after that. But let's go ahead and talk about the team that they will be facing here at 16 in this round, and that is Vista Ridge here. Vista Ridge, after the Braden Dorman and BB Hills era, had to reload, right? And they did pretty solid here this regular season, going 6-4. And let's go ahead and go down the line here, talk about some of the key wins. I don't believe they beat one, I guess technically two playoff teams in the regular season. They beat Falcon 41-21. That's a good win there. A little close, but, still beat him, and they're a playoff team, so gotta love that. Against Northfield, who is a 3A team, but one of the better 3A teams in Colorado. They beat them in overtime 30-27, which is pretty good. You want to see that toughness there. And then, a lot of these other wins are against teams that didn't make the playoffs or on the cusp. Air Academy, Cheyenne Mountain. Cheyenne Mountain game was kind of close there, which was interesting there. Some of the losses they have, obviously lost to Pine Creek 56-7, Legend 42-7. That's not surprising. Those are top tier 5A teams, so I'm not tripping about that. But then they lost to Rampart 35-19. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. And then obviously just lost to Palmer Ridge 51-0. A lot of special teams touchdowns in that game too, allowed by Vista Ridge. Now, let's talk about this team, because I think there's definitely an interesting group of players here. And, they're young, right? I think a lot of these players, for the most part, will come back next season and will be able to contribute. But we'll see, So I think the biggest thing that we got to talk about is the quarterback position. Because as of right now, Zayden Stevens, who was their starter, won it in the offseason, right? Preseason going in. He has been out since the Air Academy game a couple weeks ago. Now, I don't know. It kind of sounded like that he would potentially have the chance at coming back for playoffs. We will see, though. I think it will be a big difference, kind of a bigger difference between Zayden and the backup Ben Noblet, who hasn't played bad, has had some solid games here. He's done his thing. But with Zayden, he is a little bit more athletic here, and so he gives you a little bit more to work with. With Ben Noblet, I think the bright side with Ben is that he knows his offense. And he's going to be able to run it really well. Now, is he going to be able to run it to the highest extent, not having, some of that athleticism Zayden has? No, he's just not going to be able to, right? That's going to be tough. So that's going to be interesting to see for Vista Ridge, because they are pretty much a pass-first team. They really rely on that passing game, and so we'll see what happens there. Regardless, I think they have two quarterbacks that could get it done. But, one I think could maybe get you a little bit farther than the other. That is a later problem, though. And so we'll see what happens. That quarterback situation will be interesting. In the meanwhile, though, running back Nashawn Hall has had some good games against Air Academy and Cheyenne Mountain. Funny enough, ran for 179 yards in both games. 3 tutties against Air Academy, 1 against Cheyenne Mountain. He's definitely somebody that they're going to lean on a little bit more here to help, the quarterback situation, whether it's Zayden coming back from injury or Ben Noblet this playoffs. And then at receiver, you got your two guys here. Sonny Endicott, in my opinion, is one of the best receivers in the entire state here. 536 yards, 7 touchdowns, 24 receptions. I'm pretty sure these stats aren't even updated as well. They're missing a couple here, both the Rampart and Palmer Ridge games, so there is that. And then they have the speedster, Kobe Dooley, a newcomer of the year candidate last year and one of the best young receivers in the state. He has 22 receptions, 451 yards, and 3 touchdowns there. Definitely somebody who could, just break a game wide open and go for a huge game there. Now on defense, Vista Ridge is actually not too bad here. They got some guys here, a lot of young guys contributing. Let me start by talking about the secondary here, which I think is one of their strengths. They have JB Borland. He is a kid that I've also watched since he was in middle school. Originally played quarterback, but also played defense as well. Now he's playing safety. This is, I want to say, his first year at safety on varsity nonetheless as a sophomore. He has 5 interceptions on the year. He also has 7 pass deflections. I mean, look, this is a kid who just knows ball, right? He's gonna go ahead, he's gonna do his thing, he's gonna play hard, and he's gonna be successful, right? He knows what he's doing back there, and I think he really helps hold together this defense. On top of that, they have quarterback Wesley Wright, one of the lone seniors on this team, along with Sonny Endicott here. He has 4 interceptions on the year as well, 9 pass deflections. He's always been a solid corner. I think he's somebody that you should feel comfortable, putting on your number 1 or, your opponent's number 1 receiver and going from there. Now their lead tackler is their linebacker, Kenneth Bernard. Has 58 total tackles, only 12 assists though, but they're doing their thing. This is kind of it feels like a younger defense, at least looking at some of the guys that are contributing, like Cameron Turtilian. Excuse me if I'm saying that wrong. I feel like I've never quite figured out how to say it. But Cam there, I mean, he's been getting some more snaps, and he's up there on this tackle list. He is actually 3rd. He has 41 total tackles on the year. Also has 4 sacks as well. So they got some young pieces on this defense that have been contributing and holding it down for Vista Ridge. And as of late has had to play, at a higher level for them to win games, just because of, them losing their quarterback and some shifts on offense there. So Vista Ridge, while it may not be Braden Dorman's Vista Ridge, at least as of last year, I mean, that's really hard to replicate, right? But they're a solid squad. They got some good players on defense there. They just kind of got to put it together there. And then on offense, I think it really depends on who's at quarterback and, the type of day they have. So we'll see what happens. I think they have capable guys that could get some stuff done. But, we'll just... playoffs is always different, right? Playoffs is definitely always different, is all I'm going to say there. Now, staying in the Springs here at number 15, we got Rampart. 6-4, a pretty good season here as they're rated pretty high. Let me talk about some of the key games that they won here. Beat Doherty 28-18, a 5A team who has an explosive offense. That's obviously huge there. Beat Cheyenne Mountain 42-6, which they should. I think their biggest win was easily that Vista Ridge one, 35-19. Now, it wasn't with Zayden Stevens at quarterback, but still to beat Vista Ridge 35-19, that's a quality win, I would say. Also beat Air Academy, as well as Coronado and Palmer. So there you go. Now, against playoff teams, they've lost against a lot of playoff teams. Dakota Ridge 50-21, Heritage 42-20, Palmer Ridge blanked them 42-0, Mesa Ridge 47-21. A lot of the ridges here, and Dakota Ridge, Heritage, Mesa Ridge, they were able to score 20. That's good, but they also allowed over 40. So that's definitely an interesting deal for Rampart here, but have had some good ups and downs for sure. Now, Rampart, they've tried to throw the ball a little bit more here. Hayden Benoit, 1,020 passing yards, 5 touchdowns to 6 picks. So not as much, but definitely more than in the past, though. In general, they're going to rely on the running game, right? They have some studs here, is what I should say. Masu Ramaka here, I talked about him in their season preview. He has lived up to expectations and even a little bit more. 1,036 rushing yards and 17 rushing touchdowns as the lead guy, even though they split carries, basically. And then you have Cam Bruns here. Let me make sure I say this right. Camden Bruns here, who has been really good as a junior as well. Actually has more carries than Ramaka, but still has 883 yards and 9 touchdowns, being very, very efficient. And then Benoit, their quarterback, has 6 rushing touchdowns to add on as well. So even though they are throwing it a little bit more, they're definitely going to pound the ball here. I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to run the ball, play good defense, which, they've had some very solid showings for sure. But, it could definitely be better. But regardless, I think this defense is going to come out. They're going to play hard, and they're going to be physical. Bruns here is actually their leading tackler with 69, 25 solo, 11 tackles for loss here. They have another stud in Peter Richardson, their defensive tackle, a senior who has 8 sacks, has been extremely productive, 42 tackles, 16 tackles for loss here. Not going to spoil anything, but he's definitely going to get recognized in our end of the year awards / all PMC team potentially for all of that, just being extremely productive and getting in there and doing his thing. And I really feel like the defense is going to kind of revolve around those two players, Bruns and Richardson. And they have played pretty well. I mean, looking at the teams they have played and beat, Doherty, they only allowed them to score 18. That's a team with a top-tier receiver, a good number 2, a solid quarterback, some solid running backs over there. Same with Vista Ridge as well. Air Academy, they only allowed them to score 7, and that's usually a pretty good team. Cheyenne Mountain, that's another good team with a quarterback. They only allowed them to score 6 there. Now those are teams that didn't make the playoffs, but still productive offenses regardless, though. And so Rampart's going to be interesting to watch and see how they do here. This is one of the highest they've been ranked here in recent years, probably since the Kale Cormani era. So there is that. But, this team, they have a solid defense. They have a good run game here. We'll see how far they go, but that can only take them so far without a passing game, in my opinion. But there you go. Now, moving a little bit more down south at number 14, we have Pueblo West here. Went 6-4 on the season, had some solid wins here. At the beginning of the season, second game, beat Dakota Ridge 21-14. That was obviously huge. Against Fountain Fort Carson, they didn't win that one, but they played them really close. Now, it was without Colton Kamba, but, in that one, they still played it close. Only lost 32-19, which is manageable. Against Mesa Ridge, that's a winnable one that they lost as well, 36-34. Still hung in there, though. Then, got blown out by Palmer Ridge, which happens. But then bounced back, beat a playoff team in Falcon 33-19 before ending the season with a 33-7 loss to Montrose. And so for Pueblo West, you definitely see some really key games. They have won against playoff teams, some good performances against, some teams as well, like Fountain Fort Carson, Mesa Ridge. And so they are, I think, the definition of a true wild card. This is a team that could upset somebody, I think, straight up. Now, I don't know who, but they could definitely do it. So there you go there. Now, let's talk about him. Starting with their quarterback, Gavin Lockett, this season, he has really turned up, in my opinion. 1,209 yards passing, which isn't a lot. Not a lot of attempts, only 168. But threw for 10 touchdowns, only 5 picks, which is solid. He is also the leading rusher here. 127 carries for 924 yards and another 19. Yes, you heard that right. 19 rushing touchdowns. Probably don't have to pass it too much when you are running it in. So there you go there. Gavin Lockett has put together a nice season for them and is one of the biggest reasons why they are this far in the playoffs. Now, as far as running it goes, they have a couple other guys in Gutierrez Gonzalez, Duran, and Siebert, who have 202 yards, 259 rushing yards, and 226 rushing yards as well. So it kind of feels like that Pueblo West is going to stick to running it more, which, like I said in the season preview, that's what they did last year with Trader and the years before and whatnot, when they really should be passing it because they also have a 6'6 receiver, 6'5 receiver, and Brock Keck, who has 511 yards and 6 touchdowns on only 34 receptions. So, crazy. Also, a very athletic receiver, Donovan Robinson, who has 272 yards and 2 touchdowns on 24 receptions as well. Also, shout out O'Brien, the junior, 15 receptions, 214 yards, and 2 touchdowns as well. So, honestly, this is a team that could pass it if they wanted to, but they have shown that they are extremely committed to running the ball, which may or may not be a good thing. I will just say that, but I know they are capable of doing it. They have the quarterback and the receivers to get that done. Now, on defense, these two juniors here, Traden Merriman and fellow junior Jason Marquez are going to lead this defense. Merriman, 87 tackles, Marquez, 84, as they've been extremely productive there for them. Marquez is also tied as their leading sack leader with 2.5. And then I do want to shout out, I think this is a very important player to shout out, but Garrett O'Brien, I mentioned him when talking about receivers, but on defense, he's one of their leaders as well, has 73 tackles and 5 interceptions, along with 9 pass deflections, I believe, at that safety DB spot for Pueblo West on the year. And, this is a defense that hasn't been too bad, They held Dakota Ridge to 14, bounced it for Carson. I felt like they played that one really close. Shut down Far Northeast with 0 points. Mesa Ridge, that was not a great game. Nor Palmer Ridge, but only allowed Falcon to score 19. So they've had some good performances in the past. But against teams that really run the ball well, bounced it for Carson, Matthias Price. And this is minus Far Northeast, obviously. Mesa Ridge with Jones, Salas, and Bryce Reel. Palmer Ridge with Hester and all those guys over there. Montrose, who they lost to. They've allowed over 30 points in those games, right, against teams who really run the ball. So that's kind of where I'm a little bit concerned. Against teams who pass it a little bit more, like Dakota Ridge, who does pass it a little bit more here, they've done a solid job against them. And so I wouldn't look too deep into it. I mean, this defense needs to play a little bit more consistently. But what it really boils down to for me is on offense, I mean, they have a solid line. They have some good skill players, and they have a quarterback. That's really important here. One of the best in all 5A, in my opinion. They could really upset and beat any team depending on the plays that they call. And you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and leave that there. That's Pueblo West. Let's move on to number 13, Fruita Monument here, who, they're not going to pass the ball, but they're going to run it. And, this was a season where they lost a couple players, right? Some key players in the past, but they still went 7-3 on the season. Now, let's talk about some key games here. They beat Bear Creek 50-33, beat Heritage, by the way, in Littleton, 37-34. That's a big one there. And then their second to last loss was against Broomfield here, which was only a 21-6 game, right? And that was a pretty close game for most of that before it kind of just got away from them. So there you go. Now, key losses. Lost to Montrose 58-15, which is crazy. Grandview, that was a game that wasn't as close as last year. Lost to them 42-21. And then, like I said, that Broomfield game. But other than that, this is a Fruita Monument team that has been very steady and has shown that they could still play at a pretty high level. And I think something that's really interesting is now they have Amari Wilson kind of taking the place of Corbin Rowell at quarterback, and he's running the ball a lot more. But as a quarterback, he's been pretty solid. 458 yards, 6 touchdowns, no picks. Love to see something there. And then as their Wildcat quarterback, he has 865 yards and 22 rushing touchdowns. Now, he's not the leading rusher. That would be fellow senior here, Andreas Palafox, who has 948 yards and 6 touchdowns. And then you also have fellow senior Wyatt Sharp, who has 103 carries for 658 yards and 8 touchdowns. But that big three of Palafox, Wilson, and Sharp, I mean, they're going to pound the football, right? They're going to play good football, and they're going to be tough to stop, plain and simple, and so going to control the clock and do their thing well. As far as defense goes, I do feel like they benefit a little bit more from their offense being able to control the clock and put them in great game situations here. But just to talk about someone here, I want to talk about senior Noah Heine. He's their lead tackler with 58. Osaz, 11 tackles for loss, 3 sacks, and 3 hurries. He's a real productive player over there for them. But this is a defense that has struggled against more of the top-tier teams, for sure. Even looking at some of their wins here, against Bear Creek allowed 33, against Heritage allowed 34, right? And those are games that they won. And then games they lost allowed 58 to Montrose, 42 to Grandview, 21, which isn't that much, but to Broomfield, I would definitely say the success of this team really revolves around how well they could run the football. And they have some skill players who are very good, who could do that, who have been in this system for a while. And, that's just what they're going to do, right? And with that, they're definitely going to be able to win a couple games. They're going to be consistent. They're going to beat the teams they should. Now, can they punch up? I think we'll just have to see. They're going to have a better game plan, or I guess almost play a perfect game to really punch up and upset a team. But regardless, Freedom Monument, they're going to do what they do. If you give them turnovers and if you make mistakes, they're going to make you pay for it. If not by scoring, then by using up a bunch of the clock. So there you go. That's Freedom Monument right there at 13. Moving on to number 12 here, we have Loveland, who is now 7-3, or they are 7-3 on the regular season, and have had a very up and down season. For the first time in a really long time, they don't win their league, but they're right here, still rated relatively high at number 12. And so let's talk about it, right? They're going to have a home playoff game as well. I think that's worth noting. But some of the notable teams they beat is Foster Ridge 28-26 at the beginning of the season. A really close game there. Pomona 27-6. Those are both 5A teams. And then Longmont, the other playoff team, the only 4A playoff team I believe that they beat, who they beat 48-15, right? Or sorry, they beat Grand Junction Central as well, 34-23. So there you go there. But those are two teams who went 5-5, who are definitely on the other side of the not on the other side of the bracket, but like other side of seeding, that is, in that bottom 12 compared to that top 12. But they did beat some good 5A teams. Now, this is where the concern is. They also lost the 3A Thompson Valley 14-0. They also lost to Windsor 28-10. That was the league championship as well. But I guess, I don't know if you could count this as a moral victory, or even if you count that as a victory at all, depending on whether you believe on moral victories or not. But they played Erie pretty close, 36-19. So, look, this is a team in Loveland who, they've had a lot of success in the past, but a lot of those guys graduated. This is kind of an adjustment year, but they still got some playmakers here. And something about Loveland they're always going to do is that they're going to run the ball. Starting with Trey Olson, their star here. He had 1,037 yards, 15 touchdowns. Also added on 402 receiving yards and 5 receiving touchdowns. He is the focal point of this offense, to say the least. Their quarterback, Ryder Easton, or I believe, yes, Ryder Easton, their junior quarterback, didn't play bad this season, really played his role. 762 passing yards on 61% completion, 6 touchdowns to 3 picks, also ran for 467 yards, and adding on another 5 touchdown. I do want to talk about Caden Stansbury as well real quick. 462 rushing yards on only 60 carries and 4 touchdowns. And so those 3 are going to do their thing, right? They're going to run the ball. They're going to manage the game. They're going to do a good job there. But don't get it twisted. I would say definitely the focal point is Trey Olson. If he's having a bad game, it's going to be really hard for Easton and Stansbury to have a good game as well. Now on defense, they do take pride in their defensive production here. Stansbury is their lead guy here. 97 tackles and a whopping 20 tackles for loss. He's also their lead sack leader with only 2 though. But still extremely productive by Stansbury. He does his thing. Trey Olson as well, 45 tackles. No picks, which is really interesting there. But extremely productive. They do have a player in junior Carter Butler who has 3 interceptions. So he's done his thing there. Also junior, I think this is Kim or Sim, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, Long, he's their second leading tackler with 77 tackles and 7 tackles for loss. Look, Loveland, this is a team that has been perennially good. They've been a powerhouse before. This season is a little bit different. They'll still win some games, but I would definitely classify them in more of a wild card type category. They got some great playmakers. Trey Olson, he's a beast. You can only hope to contain him, right? But he's going to get his. And then the rest of the guys are going to feed off of him. But this is a team that has shown that they can punch up, looking at their wins against 5A, Foster Ridge, Pomona, Erie. That was kind of a closer game as well. Windsor was kind of a close game for at least half of that, which isn't bad. And then it just kind of got away from them. But they've also lost to some teams, Thompson Valley. That's one as well. They let that Erie and Windsor game get away from them. And so we'll see. We'll see which Loveland shows up and how well they do. But let's go ahead and keep this thing going on and talk about the number 11 team in Windsor, the team that did win their league. So Windsor, look, they finished the season 8-2. This was a season where they were kind of retooling here after losing Jaden Thomas, but still had some good players. And so let's talk about their key games here. Beat Longmont 29-28, which is interesting. That's kind of a fringe playoff team or a team in that bottom 12, but still beat them. Their most impressive win is definitely against Loveland, 28-10. You love to see that, right? But then you have some other wins against, some solid teams, playoff teams. Like they blew out Grand Junction Central 52-14. That was obviously huge as well. Beat Fort Collins 26-24, a 5A team, which is really close as well. So it kind of just shows that they've been a little up and down. Now, some key losses: lost to Erie 40-8, lost to Fossil Ridge 35-30. That's a team that Loveland beat by, I guess, a pretty similar score, honestly, which is real interesting there. And those are really their only losses on the season. Almost lost to me 10-7, but still beat them. Me being a 3A team, a fringe 3A playoff team. And so for Windsor, they've played it pretty close. I'm not going to lie. They've played a lot of games pretty close here, just looking at their key games and stuff. But, let's go ahead and move on. And let's talk about this offense here, which is, I would say, led by Brady Lichtenberg here. Excuse me if I'm saying that wrong. But the senior, he has 1,120 yards, 10 touchdowns on the year. Cooper, the junior, and Mikey Munn, a senior, also add on 6 touchdowns and a combined 700 yards as well, as they've kind of definitely committed to running it more instead of passing it, which has been their brand of football, I would say, historically. Kyle Phelps, the quarterback, only has 842 yards, 7 touchdowns to 3 picks, and so that kind of just shows to me that they're going to run it. Now, I have some guys who have been able to catch it relatively well here. Gavin Helm, 20 receptions, 328 yards, 3 touchdowns as a senior. Junior, yes. Let me see this. Junior Trip Thomas, he has 38 receptions, 439 yards, and 4 touchdowns. So definitely a lot of athletes here who have been productive. But like I said, they're going to go ahead and run the ball. Now, defensively, they've been pretty good. Brock Paquette, their senior linebacker, led them again this year with 105 tackles. Mikey Munn has been balling out, 52 tackles, 34 solo, by the way. Just absolutely killing it. Also, I believe this is a state high 10 interceptions, and that is all from his safety spot there. So that's big time. Colton Piper as well, defensive lineman. He has 70 tackles, another productive year for them. I mean, they have a good group up front here. They have a good defense. This is a defense who has been pretty productive in it, who has won them, to their credit, some pretty close games. Now, we'll see how far they could take them going into, the playoffs and whatnot. But offensively, they're going to have to do a little bit more, just a little bit more here to kind of force that issue. Right now, they do run the ball a whole ton. They can't pass it. They can pass it, a little bit. But we'll just have to see if that ends up being something that caps them or, helps them out. Just having a offense that's super efficient and, doing their thing. So, boom, there you go. That is Windsor at number 11. Moving on to the number 10 team, it is Thomas Jefferson, who is built pretty similarly, not going to lie. Went 9-1, though, on the year. Their only loss being to Ponderosa, and that second to last game of the season, 21-6, but have had some key wins here over 5A Pomona, which was a big one. Then they're not too bad. Blew out Bear Creek 39-6. Same with Stanley Lake 37-7. 2 playoff teams there. Beat Denver South here, which I don't think that was for league. Or maybe it was for league, actually. I want to say that was for league. But No, it couldn't have been because Ponderosa went undefeated. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself there. But beat Denver South at the end of the season, 21-12. And so those are all good things for Thomas Jefferson. A really dominant season, and you got to give a lot of credit to their quarterback / basically running back still, Dimitri Haralambopoulos, their senior, who has really turned up in the quarterback spot here. Like I said, running the ball a lot, but still being efficient over in the air. 1,133 passing yards, 11 touchdowns, only 5 picks, 52% completion percentage, so not too bad there. On the ground, though, he is their lead rusher with 1,284 rushing yards and 14 touchdowns. Right behind him, though, is running back Jake Tapia, who adds on another 1,078 yards and 14 touchdowns. And then right below him, you have not another 1,000-yard rusher, but Braden Larimer, who adds on 445 yards and 7 touchdowns as that third option here. Thomas Jefferson, they're going to run the ball. That's what they're going to do, but they can pass it a little bit here. Jake Scobie kind of being his favorite target, who has 29 receptions for 524 yards and 5 touchdowns, which is honestly pretty solid for a Thomas Jefferson team who is very run-first oriented, but have shown that they could pass it a little bit to open it up there. Now, defensively, I think this is definitely their strength. Larimer, that senior I was talking about, he's their lead tackler at linebacker, 107 tackles, 13 tackles for loss. You also have Jake Tapia, who's over there, 84 tackles, 12 tackles for loss. Jake Scobie as well. Here, let me make sure. Yeah, Jake Scobie as well. He does his thing for 58 tackles, 5 tackles for loss. And then this defensive line has been really good. Edge rusher Travion Johnson, 62 tackles, 8 tackles for loss. Also has 3 sacks there as well. Then I believe this is a defensive tackle, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe Travion Johnson is the defensive tackle. I can't remember. But Travion Johnson and Keyshawn Caesar have been dominating opposing defensive lines. That's the point here. Caesar has 8 sacks and 13 hurries on the year. And then as far as interceptions goes, Luke Queller, junior DB, who has really stepped up here, has 4 interceptions, 22 pass deflections, which is absolutely insane. Fellow DB DJ Ramos here has 2 interceptions and another insane 18 pass deflections as well. Then obviously Tapia, he has 6 pass deflections, as this is a team that plays extremely good defense here. They could get pressure on the quarterback, shut down the run. They're a tough team to play against. They're definitely a tough team to play against as you look at who they've beaten and how much they've beaten them by. Now, offensively, a little limited, but they've been really successful between Haralambopoulos, Tapia, all those guys over there, Scobie doing their thing, and that's why they've been so successful so far. This is definitely a team that will make other teams pay for their mistakes. They're going to use up a lot of the clock. Defensively, they're going to play free, right? Just play and hit hard, and that's their brand of football, right? That's Thomas Jefferson's brand of football, and they can make a pretty solid run here depending on matchups and whatnot moving forward. But let's keep this thing rolling here. Let's talk about the number 9 team here in the 4A playoffs. That is Golden, who is 8-2, a little surprising, I'm not going to lie, considering they did lose a D1 quarterback in Giselle Riley here, but that has not been an issue. Some of their key wins here against Ponderosa, they beat him 25-14. Denver South, they beat him 24-6. Bear Creek, 32-21. Stanley Lake, another playoff team, 46-6. One of their 2 losses, but their 1 loss in 4A was against Dakota Ridge, who they lost to only 29-28. And that's pretty much a rivalry game there, so that's a close one as well. But a lot of wins against quality playoff teams. They did lose to Green Mountain at the, beginning of the season, 36-0, but Green Mountain is the best team in 3A, so can't get too mad at that. Other than that, this is a team that has been very, surprising, and it's been a pleasant surprise at that. And I think it's because on offense, it really revolves around the success of these 2 players here, starting with junior quarterback Kalen Hufford, who has really stepped up and has done a good job, throwing for 1,123 yards, 12 touchdowns with 10 picks, a little a lot on the, turnover side, but has also ran for 315 yards and 6 touchdowns. He's done a solid job there. Luke Chevalier, their senior running back, only 95 carries, but runs for 709 yards, 9 touchdowns. They also have another junior who has contributed a lot here, Trevin Edwards, who adds on another 277 yards and 3 touchdowns on 40 carries. This is a team that has shown that they could throw it here. Also, by the way, lead receiver Trey Abrams with 437 yards and 5 touchdowns. And this, like I said, this is a team that has shown they could throw it, they could run it a little bit here. Regardless, they can score if you need them to. I think that's the important thing to keep in mind. Defensively, they are okay here. They have some guys, Jack Flambers here. He has 4 interceptions, senior DB. Anton McCray here, he has 3 interceptions as well. And Labrie here, am I saying that right? Mason Labrie here, has another 3 interceptions. So, kind of productive there, doing their thing and whatnot. But I think this is definitely a team, in my opinion, who's going to rely a little bit more on that offense to score and put the pressure on opposing offenses to match them. And then that's kind of where the defense thrives a bit, in my opinion, from what I've seen so far. But definitely a pleasant surprise in Golden. They have a good track record here, beating some good teams like Pondo, Denver South, only holding them to 14-6, by the way. Bear Creek, they beat them 32-21. That's one where, the defense kind of showed some weaknesses there, allowing 21. Same with Dakota Ridge, allowing 29 there. They scored 28. And so we'll see how this defense plays moving forward, but offensively, they definitely have a lot of talent to put some pressure on opposing teams, period. So there you go. Now, let's go ahead and talk about the number 8 team according to this bracket, and that will be Heritage. The first team here that we're going to talk about that has a bye, they went a solid 6-4 on the season. Let's go ahead and talk about the key games here, starting with the wins, right? Start with the wins. Beat playoff team Rampart 42-20. Stanley Lake, I guess that was technically a win, but forfeit there. And that's pretty much it. They beat Pueblo Central, a good 3A squad, 55-19, which is huge as well. Also 5A Overland 57-15, but Overland is not making the playoffs. Just so you know there. So, they beat some solid squads here. Now, some of the losses here I think is a little bit more telling. Lost barely to Mountain Vista 35-34. That came down to a 2-point conversion, which they just didn't get, right? So that happens. Also lost barely to Fruita Monument 37-34. Another 1-score loss there. That one is a tough one, definitely a tough one there. And then their last loss of the season, which costed them league, I'm pretty sure, was against Broomfield, who they lost to 28-19. And that was a pretty close game throughout most of that game. It just really got away from them. And so I feel like the losses have shown that this is a team that can compete with some of the best in the state, regardless of classification and whatnot. And they're going to do their thing, right? They're definitely going to do their thing. Now, let's talk about this offense because I think it's pretty interesting here. So first-year starter Kurt Rossner has really lit it up as a senior here on the season. Has thrown for 1,044 yards, 18 touchdowns to 6 interceptions. Has also rushed for 378 yards and 5 touchdowns. He's been big time, right? He is definitely one of the best quarterbacks in the playoffs, and he's going to be dangerous because of it straight up. Like I said, second leading rusher for that squad. Their lead rusher here is Jet Balika, I want to say, who has 430 yards and 6 touchdowns, but only 56 carries. They are definitely showing that they are trying to spread out the carries a little bit more. Mo Thanel, shout out our guy there. He's had some carries lately. Pisola Sr. has had some carries. Fang as well. Isaac Fang, that is, has had some carries. And so there you go there. They're definitely approaching it with a little bit of a running back by committee mindset there, just looking at the carry spread. Now, as far as receivers goes, I feel like this one's pretty obvious here. Tanner Turk is their number 1 receiver. 728 yards, 46 receptions, 8 touchdowns, just as a junior, having a breakout season there. And then I do want to shout out their tight end here, Camden Jensen. Only 13 receptions on the year, but 164 yards and 4 touchdowns. He's also a big body, definitely somebody that could tear up some defenses who are not planning for him. Now, defensively, I feel like maybe they're a little bit more productive in the past here, but they still got some guys here. Nick Long, 69 tackles, 11 tackles for loss. Also their lead guy with 7 sacks. He has kind of been the main guy on this defense. And, this is a team that lost Rex Guthrie. Now, I don't know if he's going to be able to come back for the playoffs. If he can, that is a huge boost. That's a D1 safety over there. That would be huge for Heritage if he could come back for playoffs. But he hasn't played since that Arapahoe game. And, that's just tough, right? That's just tough for them. And so we'll see. I like this Heritage team. I like Kurt Rossner a lot. I know he's going to do his thing. Tanner Turk, Cam Jensen, they're going to do their thing as well. That running back by committee looks pretty good to me. Have been productive with the carries they've had. Defensively, they got a stud in an edge rusher and Nick Long. We'll see if they could continue to put it together and put together a solid couple weeks here. Because they've been really up and down, to be truthful with you. But they have shown the potential to be dangerous in these playoffs and potentially make a deep run or maybe even a state championship run if everything goes right. But that means everything has to go right. The potential is there, though. Okay, moving on. At number 7, we have Dakota Ridge. Lost a great player in Noah Triplett, but still played great this season. 7-3, obviously, and sitting right here at number 7. Let's talk about the key wins here. Mesa Ridge, at Mesa Ridge, by the way. Won that one 39-35. Beat Rampart 50-21, who's a lot better than a lot of people thought. Beat Bear Creek 47-19. Golden, that was a huge one, 29-28. And also Stanley Lake 49-6. So a good mix of blowing out playoff teams and winning close games against some very good teams here. But let's go ahead and talk about the losses because we do have a couple. Pueblo West, that was at the beginning of the season, so I can't really blame them. Lost to them 21-14. That was a close one. Chatfield, a 5A team, lost to them 45-21. Broomfield was a similar deal as well, 49-21. Those were kind of games that I feel like they should have played a little bit closer, but didn't. Now, granted, 2 bad games doesn't really mean too much, right? I think if they played them a second time, they'd be better. But, let's go ahead and talk about this team here, this offense, which is really interesting. The center point of all of this, the guy who has led this team and has done a good job, such a good job this season, is their senior quarterback, Blake Palladino. 1,514 passing yards, 15 touchdowns, only 5 interceptions. Also has 774 rushing yards. He's their lead rusher with 11 touchdowns. The UNC commits, go Bears, by the way. He's turned up, and there have been some games that he has won them straight up by just making clutch play after clutch play. Blake Palladino is going to do his thing, and, he's a big part of that offense. Now, they also have a couple other guys who have been carrying the ball as well. Landon Kausbeck, their standout sophomore, only 70 carries, which isn't a lot, but 740 yards. That's 10 yards a carry and 10 touchdowns. He's been a beast. Sam Callis, the junior, only 62 carries and only played in 6 games, by the way, along with Stephen Price, who only played 6 games. But he has 319 yards. Price has 261. That's another 5 and 3 touchdowns there. So, per usual, Dakota Ridge finds some playmakers, some skill guys who could get the ball and do their thing. Now, a couple receivers here who have had some solid seasons. Alex Arnold, the senior, he's their lead receiver so far. 31 receptions, 400 yards, 4 touchdowns. Jack Stewart, their other senior, 14 receptions. Geez, only 14, but 348 yards and 5 touchdowns. And then Ellinger, their other senior, 13 receptions for 266 and 4, as they have some solid pass catchers. The offense, they could get it done. They're solid. Now, defensively, they have a number of guys who are pretty good here. Braden Cusick, 69 total tackles, 49 solo, by the way. Connor, I want to say it's Swanson. Yep. Swanson, another 68 tackles. Jack Offerdahl, 64 tackles there. Kausbeck is also in this thing with 20 tackles as well. Walter Moench, I want to say. Excuse me if I'm saying that wrong. He's their lead sack leader with 5 and 8 hurries. And then, by the way, Kausbeck also has 3 interceptions. He's their lead guy there. So, a solid defense here. Dakota Ridge is going to be interesting. They got some good players, right? They definitely got some good players. Now, those guys are going to do their thing regardless. It's going to come down to the guys in the middle, right? The guys who are maybe some unsung heroes here to go ahead and pull through. It's going to involve the entire team playing at their best for them to make a deep run, but they definitely have the guys, the clutch players, the top tier players who, if put in the position, can make some serious noise and will be tough to beat. And that's just kind of Dakota Rich in a nutshell there in general. Always well coached, always consistent. Moving on, let's go ahead and talk about Ponderosa, who's also sitting at 7-3 after the regular season. Let's talk about the games, the key games that they won. They beat Denver South, right? That was a big one, 42-6. They beat TJ 21-6 and Bear Creek 45-0. But they do have some kind of really tough losses against some good programs. Legend, who's a top tier 5A team, I will say that, lost to them 49-7. Palmer Ridge, that was a game Cody and I was at, lost to them 34-12, right? And then they went on a win streak after that Palmer Ridge loss. And so this is a team that's going to be really interesting here. And I think a lot of their success and pending success really depends on the offense here. Marcus Price, their junior quarterback, started the season hot before getting hurt earlier in that season. I want to say against Legend. Had 987 passing yards on the regular season, 8 touchdowns, only 6 picks. He did play in the last game of this regular season, and so that's good. I'm assuming he's available there, and he's really important. Obviously, they have some other guys they've tried out there. Aurelio Marchio has been okay. Max Mervin has gone in there, removing him from the receiving spot and kind of being more of a wildcat quarterback. He's been all right as well. But, you really want your skill players to be out there because they have some great skill players and not remove them from their, natural positions. But let's talk about some of those guys. Sean Davis, the running back, he's been good like I thought he would. 981 yards on the season, 12 touchdowns. The receivers, Max Mervin, when he has been at receiver, he's been good. And he's still the lead receiver, 32 receptions, 540 yards, 6 touchdowns. Another senior here as well. Dylan Karster? Excuse me, hopefully I'm saying that right. But the 6'2 receiver, he's been productive, 477 yards, 5 touchdowns. Carson Keach, who probably should be having a bigger season, but is kind of attracting a lot of attention here from opposing defenses. He's had 350 yards and 5 touchdowns, and so some really good skill players to work with. Now on defense, they're good as usual. Blake Branham, their linebacker, he leads them with 113 tackles. Weston Hofschneider, their defensive lineman, is out there as well, second with 85 tackles, 31 tackles for loss, and also leading with 7 sacks as well. Then you also have guys like Carson Keach, who does his thing at safety, 52 tackles. He also has 2 interceptions there. I mean, look, this Pondo team is usually pretty well coached on defense. I think the bigger question will be how well this offense plays. When Marcus Price is in, they're obviously better. Yeah, I think I don't think there's any doubt about that, because when he's in, then Max Mervin could go back to receiver, and the receiving core is one of the best in the state, in my opinion, when he's at receiver and he has a good quarterback throwing to him, top tier quarterback, I should say, throwing to him. You still have a solid backup, but still it's different there, obviously, as you go on in the playoffs and play better teams. Sean Davis, he's going to do their thing. And then defensively, I really feel like Ponderosa can game plan and match up with any offense relatively well. So I'm not worried at all about their defense. But the big question will be their offense and how well that passing game does here in this postseason. Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about Mesa Ridge here, who is the number 5 seed currently with a bye. They are also 7-3. Let's talk about the key games they've had. So they beat Doherty 28-0. I was at that one. They beat Pueblo West in a close one, like I said, 36-34. Blew out Rampart 47-21 here. And then also beat Falcon, who was a playoff team, 35-12. So some good wins there. Some good wins. Now, some key losses. Lost to Palm Ridge 43-20. I was at that game. That game kind of just got away from them. They had a really bad last minute or two of the first half, and that affected the rest of the game, obviously. Against Dakota Ridge, that's one that you probably should win at home, but lost 39-35. And then they also lost to Montrose 43-12. And so this is a team that has shown that they could beat really good teams, right, and do their thing. But they have struggled against some of the, I guess, more top-tier teams like Dakota Ridge, Palmer Ridge, Montrose, and so that's definitely something to keep an eye on, and it does show, that they are firmly a team. Not necessarily in the middle, but they will beat down on playoff teams and can beat down on playoff teams, and not just fringe ones, but ones that were pretty much established as a playoff team throughout the season. So there you go. Now, let's talk about this offense, which is interesting to me. Bryce Reel, he's had an all-right season. I wouldn't necessarily say he's taken a step forward, but he's played all right, 1,529 passing yards, 17 touchdowns to 5 picks. He's been real efficient there. Also adds on 336 yards and 9 touchdowns. He's a good dual threat. He's somebody that you kind of got to look out for, and he could pass it relatively well. But I think Mesa Ridge, they play their best football when they run the ball, and they have two backs who are elite at that. Isaiah Jones, their senior, their power back, he is their lead guy with 1,122 yards and 17 touchdowns. Trayvon Salas has shown to be a great complementary to that. The sophomore, he has 676 yards and 6 touchdowns, and then, like I said, Reel adds on another 9. And so those three is basically the bedrock of this Mesa Ridge offense. Now, as far as receivers goes, Tanner Whittick, he's their lead guy with 301 yards and only a touchdown, but has only played 6 games. He may not play in the playoffs. Let me just double check something real quick. Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't played in a month, or at least stats haven't been put in a month, and so that is definitely a little concerning. We'll see what happens there, because he has been their lead guy. So there you go. Defensively, they have some guys. I think Tevin Reel has consistently always stuck out to me. One of the best safeties in the state. He has 5 interceptions on the year in all the big games that I watched him playing against Doherty, against not Dakota Ridge, Palmer Ridge. He's played well. He's played really well, and so that's definitely one of the leaders of this team. But this defense is all right. They're definitely all right. When looking at how they've held up against opposing playoff teams, I mean, they allowed Montrose to score 43, allowed Pueblo West to score 34, Palmer Ridge scored 43, Dakota Ridge scored 39. That's kind of a lot. That's kind of a lot there, and you can't get into those shootouts, but they do have the offense to do that in. But you can't fall behind too far, especially without your number one receiver. And so Mesa Ridge, they're a good program. They've been really consistent these last couple years, but their defense is going to have to step up for them to win some games. And then offensively, we'll just have to see where that passing game is at without Whittick. Or if he comes back, that obviously would be pretty good as well. Now, let's go ahead and talk about the top 4 teams, get into the top 4, starting with the state champs from last year in Broomfield, who is at number 4. They went 8-2 on the season. Didn't lose many games. The 2 games they lost to, one of them I was at, and that was that Erie game, 30-7. That was a really bad game. I'm going to be honest with you. They did not play well. Defense played really bad, and I also think the coaching could have been better. So there you go there. Holy Family, that was an upset as well to a 3A team. Not even like the best 3A team, but, one of the better ones. Still, though, you really shouldn't be losing to them 30-29. Other than that, they've won a lot of games. Beat 5A Bryden, 28-22. Beat Dakota Ridge, 49-21. Beat Fruita Monument and Heritage to go ahead and close out the season. Those are good wins there, as they're kind of starting to figure things out. Now, let's talk about the offense. Offensively, they don't have Cola Crew anymore, and so they're really spreading out who's getting to touch the ball and all that stuff. Regardless, though, they're going to run the ball, and they've shown that they are going to do that, and they run it with a couple different guys here. Joseph Larson is currently their lead rusher with 649 yards and 4 touchdowns. He's a junior. You also have Caleb Meehan. He has 551 yards and 9 touchdowns. And then Torres, another junior, has 262 yards and 4 touchdowns. Those 3 have pretty much consistently been in that rotation. But this is kind of where things get interesting, because at quarterback, it looked like C.T. Worley had the job here. And then kind of out of nowhere, they're just switching some stuff up here. And so currently he is their lead passer with 834 yards, 4 touchdowns to 5 picks, which, could be a little, I don't know. I don't think that really tells the whole story there, if you know what I'm saying. But they also have brought in Darian Jackson, a junior, who has played really well, in the last couple games here. I'm not going to talk about his stats, obviously throughout this season, but I will talk about his stats currently right now here. The last couple games against Heritage, he played really well. 163 yards and 3 touchdowns. Those 3 touchdowns all came in the second half. I mean, that's pretty good, right? You can't be mad at that. Against Aurora Central, he kind of had a good game. I mean, it appears he has the hot hand right now. It appears he has the hot hand. With CT, I mean, he hasn't been given a whole ton of pass attempts. The last time he attempted over 20 passes was against Holy Family. And he wasn't exactly the most efficient there, or 20 passes at all. And then other than that, he's been pretty much held at 15 attempts or below here the last couple of times. And so that's tough. But as a runner, he's been really productive here. And so here's where Broomfield is at currently. And it sucks because they have some guys like an Anthony Cobb, who's their lead receiver with 444 yards, 5 touchdowns on only 26 receptions. But it looks like they have a quarterback controversy, and it kind of looks like that they are not set on one, and that's not good. I don't think you can make a deep playoff run with that being your thing on offense. And so we'll see. I mean, they'll be able to win a couple games because they're just that talented. They have a great offensive line, arguably the best in the entire state, definitely the best in 4A, I would say. And, they're pretty much going to make whatever happens back there work. But for this to really work, they got to pick on one. I mean, they got to pick one quarterback, plain and simple. As far as the defense goes, they've definitely taken a step back here. Not as great a season as before. Mason Smiley, their lead interception leader with 3. Brett Harris and Mikhail Benner with 2 each. That's not bad. And then, I mean, I don't know. They've been productive. Biller, their senior, he's their lead guy with 98 tackles, 75 solo, by the way, which is absolutely insane. And so they definitely got some guys on defense, but they don't look as good as they've been before. I mean, just looking at some of these games here, 30 points allowed against Holy Family. Another 30 allowed against Erie, obviously. 21 allowed against Dakota Ridge. Obviously, that's one that you blew them out. But lately, they have been playing better. Against Fuda, only allowed 6. Against Heritage, only allowed 19. So we'll see where this defense is at here. I am definitely more concerned about the offense and their little quarterback controversy there. But yeah, that's Broomfield right there at 4. Moving on to the number 3 team here in Colorado. That is Montrose. And obviously not obviously, but they don't have any stats. So I'm just going to talk about their schedule here and some of the key players that I know that they have. Okay, now let's go ahead and talk about this schedule here. Let's start with the wins, right? Beat Fruta Monument. That's a great dub, 58-15. And then after that, played a lot of 3A teams. Palisade, Lutheran, who they all blew out, Beat Grand Junction Central, 43-7. Beat Falcon 56-22. And then I think their more impressive wins were definitely against Mesa Ridge 43-12, Pueblo West 33-7. Obviously, this defense is playing really well. Now, their only losses, which is interesting, is against Palmer Ridge. They lost to them by 1 point, 20-27 at the beginning. And Erie, who they only lost to by 12, 36-28. And so to me, that definitely puts them in the top tier of teams here in 4A. The defense has proven to be really good. Offensively, they've been really productive. I know Blake Griffin has been their lead back, but they always have 2 or 3 other athletes who are getting the ball, all runs over there for the most part, obviously. But they're getting the ball and they're scoring, right? And they're helping out their defense by controlling the game. And the defense has also been playing well. I mean, look, holding Mesa Ridge to 12, Pueblo West to 7. Erie and Palmer Ridge, definitely both teams with better quarterbacks who, throw the ball a little bit more, so that's obviously concerning, but they are also the only teams ahead of them. So there you go there. That's Montrose's playoff preview. They're going to be tough to beat, especially if you have to travel there. That's another part of this thing that's going to make this extremely difficult. Okay, moving on. Let's talk about one of these contenders here in number 2, Erie. On the regular season, 9-1. Their one loss being to Vanguard, which is an out-of-state school all the way over in Florida, who's actually doing pretty well for themselves. They are 7-2, so not even a bad loss there. Other than that, they've basically ran the table here in Colorado. Some key wins to talk about. Beat 5A Mullen, which, I mean, isn't saying a lot, but still beat him, 56-26. Beat Montrose, that's a huge one, 38-28, who's right below them. Took out Broomfield pretty easily, 30-7. Windsor, Loveland, all blowout lot or wins there. Loveland kind of played them a little bit close, but still won, 36-19. And then they haven't really been challenged this season, but they've dominated whoever has been in their way, and it's all on the backs of their record setter, their best athlete, Blake Barnett, the Kansas State commit. On the year, 1,605 passing yards, 23 touchdowns with 6 picks. Also adds on another 695 rushing yards and 16 touchdowns to those 1,605 passing yards. Excuse me if I did not say that correctly there. And, broke Christian McCaffrey's record on the way there. And so he's an excellent dual threat. We know what he's going to do. But also shout out to his running back, Gavin Lusk, who has been pretty successful here. Only 89 carries, but 766 rushing yards and 9 touchdowns, carrying a lot of the load there. As far as pass catchers go, he has a couple here who are all, he has 1, 2, 3. He has 4 who are all above 200 plus yards here. Meredith, the senior, O'Brien, the junior, Levine, the senior, and Sweeney, the senior, all being his lead pass catchers there as they do their thing and turn up for this Erie team that, it looks like he spreads the ball out pretty well. Also, shout out Mason Cogill here, Cogill, who is a D1 tight end, also doing his thing. And then defensively, they have a good defense. Hageman, their junior linebacker here, has been super productive. 133 tackles, only 43 solo though. But he's getting in there, and that's big time. Preston Terranova, one of the best corners in the state, adds on another 47 tackles as well. He also has 7 interceptions, which is crazy. Blake Barnett is actually the second leading interception leader with 3, as he's doing it all over there. And, this is a team that's always really good on defense. I think just looking at all their wins here, the most amount of points they allowed all season was 26. Allowed 26 to Vanguard and 26 to Mullen, which doesn't sound too crazy. It's 28. They allowed that to Montrose and then 26 to everyone else. And so the defense has played pretty well, but looking at some key games here, they kept Windsor to 8 points, Loveland to 19, Monarch to 3, Longmont to 13. They've been great while this offense has been unstoppable. Blake Barnett is going to be the guy to stop. You got to key in on him. He's going to run the football really well. Passing it, there could be some weaknesses there. You got to keep him inside the pocket. I think that's where you have the best chance at beating him. But even then, there are times where he could just make something happen because of his arm talent and his athleticism, just extending that play. And, he will, lead some back-breaking drives there. So there you go there. That's Erie. They've been to the semis last year, went to state the year before. Can this be the year that they win state? We'll see. I think it's as good as any, honestly. But moving on, the number 1 team here in 4A is Palmer Ridge, the lone undefeated team, 10-0. Let me just talk about the teams they beat here. Beat Montrose in a close one at the beginning of the season, 28-27. Mesa Ridge, they blew out. Like I said, I was at that game. Ponderosa, they blew out, which I was also at that game. Blew out Rampart, blew out Pueblo West, blew out Vista Ridge. They have 3 special teams touchdowns in the first half against them. They have been on an absolute tear, all under a new head coach, which just shows you how great this culture is over there. But, let's talk about this offense here, which is centered around Derek Hester, their 3-year varsity quarterback starter. He threw for 1,249 yards, 17 touchdowns to 5 picks, but also has 692 yards, rushing yards, that is, and 11 touchdowns. As far as running the ball, they have a couple guys who carry it. Elvira here, Elvira. He has 775 rushing yards and 7 touchdowns. Gabe Klein has also gotten in there a couple of times as well. 305 yards, 3 touchdowns. Holden Wright is kind of their, big power back there. He has 272 yards, and 10 touchdowns. It's absolutely insane. And so they're doing their thing over there. Now, at receiver, Jimmer Weir has really, how should I say this? He has really emerged as one of the best receivers in the state of Colorado, almost out of nowhere. And he has played extremely good football, emerging as that wideout one. He has 716 receiving yards on 38 receptions and 14 touchdowns. He's a monster. Now, this is going to be an interesting one here. We'll see if he plays, but TJ Mabe, their big 6'5", 6'4", tight end, he is another great receiver for them. 6'5" tight end. But he hasn't played in almost a month now. Has 247 yards and a touchdown on only 13 receptions, even without playing a month of football, which is still pretty big time as the second guy there. But if he could play, that is a huge mismatch nightmare. It's going to be hard to see this offense getting stopped, with that RPO offense that they run over there. So that's going to be tough. Now, defensively, a whole ton of great linebackers, and I would even count Holden Wright as a safety hybrid linebacker here that really hold it down for them. Holden Wright, Owen Marinowski, Cooper Havnar, they're going to do their thing. They're going to stop the run, and they're great linebackers at that. Jimmer Weir is a great corner as well, 48 tackles. He also has 3 interceptions. Holden Wright has 2 interceptions too, by the way. And so they're going to hold him down back in that back end. He could pretty much match up with any receiver and do a good job. Saw him against Ponderosa, against Keach and Mervin. Obviously, didn't have the quarterback. Pondo didn't. But he was still playing them real close, and he's just a pesky corner to get rid of. He's great on that end as well. And so a lot of guys to look out for. Oh, and then lastly, I almost forgot, Court Towns, their big offensive lineman. He really leads that squad on offense and defense, I would say. And so he provides some great size there. So we'll see about that. And then last but not least, Rhett Armstrong, the best kicker in the state of Colorado. Once you pass the 50-yard line, basically, I think there's a pretty solid chance that he could bang it through depending on the weather and stuff. But he has that range. He definitely has that range, which is what really makes Palmer Ridge tough to stop, because they don't have to go far to go get points, plain and simple. And then defensively, they're well coached. Zach Carlton was their previous defensive coordinator, and their defense has looked really good this year. I think maybe the biggest question is whether TJ Mabe is healthy or not going into the playoffs. They will have a bye, so that's another week here, but we will see about that. But there you go. Those are all 24 teams that are making the playoffs. All right, Coach V here, and I am going to go through our 2023 4A Round 1 predictions. Make sure you check out not only my bracket, but everyone else's bracket on Instagram, Facebook, social media at Playmakers Corner. Pretty much everywhere there. You could go ahead and check that out and see what our full brackets look like there, as we went ahead and predicted the entire playoffs just for fun. But each week here, we're going to go ahead and predict the matchups, and obviously we'll be doing our little competition thing, which hopefully Cody has already talked about before this. But let's go ahead and hop into the first round here. I'm going to go matchup by matchup. I'll say who I got and why, just quick reasons why, and then I'll also say what Cody, Gideon, and Gino had to predict or say about this matchup. But let's go ahead and start with number 17 Denver South versus number 16 Vista Ridge. Vista Ridge should host this one. I have them winning 28-17, especially if Zayden Stevens is healthy. I think this is a team that's real consistent, has a lot of firepower, as well as some really good defenders on the other side of the ball there, obviously. Denver South, they definitely have a good chance of winning it. That's why I made this one pretty close here. But I like Vista Ridge's quarterback just a little bit better here in this one. This is definitely going to be a good one here in the first round. This is what Gideon had to say about it. He actually had the same score as I did, but reversed. He has Denver South winning it 28-17. Cody also has Denver South winning it 26-21. And then, dang, Gino also has Denver South winning 33-27. I think Vista Ridge is going to win. There you go. I'm the only one there on that one. But moving on here, let's talk about number 9 Golden versus number 24 Monarch. I have Golden winning 28-14 here. Monarch, they kind of got a young quarterback under center, and I think experience matters for Golden. They also have a, less experienced quarterback under center, but I'm pretty sure he got some sort of snaps last year, and so they have playoff experience. I just like Golden a little bit better here. I like them being a little bit more consistent and just being a bit more of a complete team, so I have them winning 28-14 here. Gideon has Golden winning 42-14, jeez, over Monarch. Cody has Golden winning 48-22. Gino has Golden winning 34-6 there. So all in agreement there. Moving on here, still staying on this side of the bracket, we have number 21 Bear Creek versus number 12 Loveland. I think this one might actually be close here. I have Loveland winning it though, 21-14. I just like Loveland a bit more. They're a more established program, at least in the playoffs. Have a ton of experience, have some good players. Don't get it twisted though. I still think this one will be relatively close in my opinion, but Loveland should have control of this game and go ahead and move on to the next round. Gideon has Loveland beating Bear Creek 35-14. Cody has Loveland winning, I believe that is 38-21 there. And then Gino has Loveland winning 37-27. Moving on here, we have number 13 Fruita Monument versus number 20 Falcon. I think Fruita Monument's going to go ahead and dominate the run game here. Got to see Falcon against a similar opponent in Lewis Palmer, except I think Fruita Monument just runs that offense better, in my opinion. So I have them winning and moving on to the next round, 28-10. Gino here, he has Fruita Monument winning 35-8 over Falcon. Cody has Fruita Monument winning 48-20, and Gideon has Fruita Monument winning 42-14 over Falcon. All right, let's go ahead and switch to the other side of the bracket here. Still talking first round matchups. And we got number 19 Longmont playing number 14 Pueblo West. Look, I think if Cole Gaddis was in this one, this would definitely be closer, but I am pretty sure he is done for the season here. So I have Pueblo West winning this one 31-17. It might even be more than that without Cole Gaddis, who's just such a big impact on both sides of the ball there. So gotta go Pueblo West. Gideon, he is also going Pueblo West. He has them winning 35-10. Cody has Pueblo West winning 42-21. Gino has them winning kind of in a close one here, 27-21. Moving on here, Windsor versus Centaurus. In my opinion, if Windsor loses this one, that's an extremely disappointing playoff game. I have them winning big, 35-14. They've obviously played a tougher schedule, and so they've been here before playing tougher teams. Centaurus, not so much. So there you go. I have them winning big over Centaurus and moving on. Gideon has Windsor winning big as well over Centaurus, 42-14. Cody has them winning Windsor, that is 28-13 over Centaurus. And then Gino has Windsor winning 22-14. So there you go there. Moving on, we have Stanley Lake versus Thomas Jefferson. Both teams kind of built similarly. Both run the ball a whole ton, at least on offense. They were built a little bit similarly, but I like Thomas Jefferson's talent pool a lot more. Their defense is extremely good here. They're going to set the tone. They're going to play tough Thomas Jefferson Spartan football, and that's going to be that. I have them winning 28-14 over Stanley Lake. Gino has Thomas Jefferson winning 26-15 in that one. Cody has them winning Thomas Jefferson, that is 40-14, and Gideon has Thomas Jefferson winning 45-20. So there you go there. And then the last first round matchup we have is number 15 Rampart versus number 18 Grand Junction Central. Lucky for Rampart, they don't have to go to Grand Junction. At least I don't think so. So I actually have Rampart winning 17-7, but I think this will be pretty close here. So there you go there. Now, Gideon has Grand Junction Central winning this one close here, 28-27 over Rampart. Cody, he goes ahead and he has Rampart winning 34-20 in a relatively close one, a 2-score game there. And then Gino has Grand Junction Central beating Rampart 23-20. So split right down the middle here on the podcast. So, a lot of us agree on a lot of what will happen here in this first round, but there are definitely some disagreements, so we will see what happens. Make sure you tune in next week to next week's recap, and we'll go over all of that great stuff. But until then, I'll catch you later.
So do you want to know what the best kept secret in running back training is? It's Madskillz RB1 Training. Coach Voss is flipping the script and leveling up running back training in Colorado by implementing his proven, nationally recognized system of training. Don't be fooled by the name. Quarterbacks and receivers become fundamentally sound juke artists as well with his training. It's evident the athletes he trains love him. Each progressive training session arms the athlete with a new skill set that prepares them to be shifty, powerful, and elusive. Parents love Coach Voss because with his training, they receive free college recruiting tips, no contracts, and no drama. Message him on Instagram at Madskillz_RB1 Training or at Coach Cut Creator on Twitter X for more information. Off-season runs from January through July, so get in the cut and get some mad skills this off-season.
Hey y'all, it is your showrunner here, Cody Stoffer, and I have the privilege to go over the 5A playoff preview here. Once again, I am recording while on COVID quarantine here, so pardon my voice or any brain fog, but I'm going to do like the other guys here. I'm going to start at the lowest seed in 5A, talk about their season, some notable players, and then, just kind of work my way along until we get to number 1 seed, and then I will be talking about all of our previews and predictions for round number 1. So, the 24 seed and the team that just snuck into the playoffs here is the Fossil Ridge Sabercats here. And, while they did start off on a tough losing streak, 0-3 to start the season, there were some good teams in the mix. They lost a close contest to a good Loveland team. They lost on the road to Grandview, that is a solid team, in Brighton as well. They only lost by 4 points, and they are only 1 seed ahead of them in this postseason. So, some losses to playoff teams, as well as Fairview is another playoff team that they lost to. So, some quality losses there. In the meantime, for some quality wins, they did beat Arvada West at home. Arvada West also being a playoff team. They won that game 42-28 here. Some things that went right in that game for Fossil Ridge included Nick Kubat's solid 14 of 18 game, but mainly Colton Pollock here playing very, very well, going 1 of 1 on the air, through the air, I should say, for a touchdown on some trickery, and then on the ground having 22 carries for 124 yards and 2 touchdowns. So when you look at what they've been able to do this season, offensively, Colton Pollock has been the answer here. Over 1,000 total yards between rushing and receiving, and 13 total touchdowns. And overall, just a large junior commitment here, with Nick Kubat being the leading passer, 19 touchdowns on 64% completion, 827 yards. Junior Marcus Mosier here leading the way with 845 receiving yards on 49 receptions and 9 receiving touchdowns. This is a big class of 2025 push here, which I think has kind of been reflected in their inconsistency this year, where they have games where they score 26 and then 13, then back up to 28 and 30. But I'd say that the biggest glaring weakness here has been the defense. This defense has allowed 27 points per game basically here, but when they are successful, it does boil down to how some of these players have been able to make an impact here. But once again, this defense, very junior heavy, only forcing 11 turnovers this year, only 5 interceptions and 6 fumble recoveries. But, with the likes of Kristen here for Fossil Ridge leading the team with 59 total tackles and 6 TFLs, that has been, one of the places of success, or their leading TFL leader here, well, tied with Luke, is Mason Griffin, who has 6 of his own. So, the defense, very young, has surrendered quite a few points, turns a lot of these games into track meets that they don't end up keeping up on, like the Fairview game where the Knights scored 55, like the Fort Collins game where the Lambkins scored 34. In each of their losses, the teams have averaged over 30 points per game. So that is something to keep an eye on for Fossil Ridge heading into the postseason. Now, if we take a look at last year, they did make the playoffs last year. So this is their 3rd year in a row of making the postseason, if I'm not mistaken. And last year they did get a first round win before losing in an eventual shootout to Regis Jesuit. So, they have a first round win under their belt last year, but last year they were a much higher seed versus this year, just sneaking into the playoffs with that last win of the regular season. It might be a little bit more dicey for the SaberCats. Now, for our next team here, we're going to be talking about the Brighton Bulldogs here at 5-5 and the number 23 seed. Some notable teams that they've played this year. They did lose to Eagle Crest to start their season, which is one of the higher seeds. And they also lost to Broomfield as well, who's a 4A powerhouse. And they lost to Mullen, who is a playoff team, and Legacy, who is a playoff team. Now, some of their notable wins this year, I'd say, are against Fossil Ridge, 32-28, obviously, with that win at home earlier in the season. They also took care of business against Pooter 42-0, and they also took care of Rangeview, scoring 60 points in that win. But the Bulldogs here, obviously, at 5-5, they have their ups, they have their downs. They've shown a little bit of issues keeping up with some of the more competitive teams in their division here, but they have been able to score quite a bit this season behind the effort of Isaiah Shep here, their leading scoring tailback with 9 touchdowns, but also behind Blake George, who had 10 touchdowns. Between the two of those, 19 combined rushing touchdowns here, and Blake George, the quarterback here, threw 13 touchdowns to only 4 interceptions. So he has come along pretty nicely here, mainly finding Quamey for some of those touchdowns. Now, on the defensive side of the ball, they have struggled a bit here to hold teams back as far as scoring goes. Haven't been able to really get to the quarterback. Only 3 sacks this season. And outside of Zach Weber's 3 interceptions, lots of trouble trying to force teams to turn over the ball here. Now, as far as national average goes, they are below the national average in yards per carry, but they are above in total carries and yards total. So, Brighton here allowing 30 points per game, but scoring 33 points per game. They are able to score quite a bit, but I assume that their road through the postseason will be quite difficult. Just the fact that they haven't been able to really field a consistent team effort that is, and they've struggled against some of their stronger opponents just looking at their schedule. So Brighton here, good job on making the postseason, but I will be surprised if they are able to make any noise. Now for the 22 seed, that is the Douglas County Huskies here, making the postseason at 4-6. And one might ask, how did they make the postseason at 4-6? Well, a huge part of that is their 21-17 upset win over Fountain Fort Carson, who at the time was a top 8 seed. In that game, they found huge success just sticking to the run here, handing it off to Jake Stonebreaker 30 times, who picked up 202 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then defensively, this unit stepped up big behind Garrett Griffin's 4 TFLs out of his 13 total tackles, as well as Cofield Washington's 2 TFLs as well, and recovering 2 fumbles. So this Husky defense, when it is right as rain. In their wins, they have only allowed teams to score an average of like 13 points per game. So that is something that they have going for them. And offensively, I'd say is where their struggles are a little bit more inconsistent. They are one of the few teams here in any of the postseason to make the postseason with a negative point differential here. Their point differential being minus 56, it looks like here, between their points allowed and their points for. But they have played some really quality teams. Talking about some of their losses here, that includes a loss to Castleview in the Battle for the Rock, 29-7. That is one of the top teams in the state. Fairview, one of the top teams in the state. Regis Jesuit, another playoff team. Pine Creek Legend. All of their losses are to playoff teams, with the sole exception being Thunder Ridge, who just narrowly missed out on the postseason. But even in their loss to Pine Creek, that I think is worth talking about here, they only lost by 6 points to the number 4 team here. Spoiler alert, stay tuned for their preview. But in that game, they were able to really battle and just force turnovers at opportune times and kind of make the Eagles become one-dimensional here, holding Cam Cooper to just 7 of 13 for 73 yards. Meanwhile, Jordan Wilhelm opened up the game here, 22 of 40 for 219 yards. More interceptions than touchdowns, but shown the ability to throw themselves back into a game here and make them relevant. Now, looking at their stat leaders, I think that the big talk here is their defense only allowing 26 points per game, which is, I'd say, pretty special for a 22 seed. They are led by that Kansas State commit, Jake Stonebreaker here, an athlete who leads the team in hurries with 7, also in sacks with 2.5, and, has his share of forced fumbles and fumble recoveries as well. And the rest of the defense has been able to capitalize somewhat. You also have junior Ramaj Horton here leading the team with 3 interceptions as well as 2 pass deflections. So the Huskies here, they definitely play with a swarm kind of mindset here. Corey Chavez, 12 TFLs, Cofield Washington, 9, Stonebreaker, 8. So behind those 3 seniors, this is a team that flies around to the football, and it's going to force you to, not necessarily be one-dimensional, but they can shut down an entire aspect of your offense, whether it be the pass or the run here, with good pressure on the quarterback, as well as just good pressure up front in that front 7, forcing you to look for alternative ways to gain yards here. Douglas County, like I said, 4-6, one of the few teams with a negative point differential, but on their best days, hanging right in there with Pine Creek and even beating Fountain Fort Carson. At their best, they are a very tough draw here in the first round. Now, this next team here at the 21 seed, Arvada West, they were actually the 21 seed last year as well, but there's a lot of things that look very different this year for Arvada West. This is a very, very young squad here. They're rolling in at 5-5 with notable big win over Thunder Ridge, 30-3. They have also beat Horizon as well as Pomona for some of their wins. They're able to beat the teams that they should, but maybe not hang with some of the better teams in state. They lost on the road to Fossil Ridge, 42-28. They lost at home versus Cherry Creek, as well as on the road versus Littleton West and Ralston Valley. However, this Ralston Valley game, 27-14, pretty solid showing for the Wildcats here, who, have an interesting matchup ahead of them. But looking at their schedule, they've been, I'd say 21 seed, they've been mediocre or solid at best, I guess. They have some young guys. Logan Duhacek, sophomore quarterback, came in, threw for almost 1,500 yards here. And they're also led by 2 sophomore tailbacks here between Adrian Samala as well as Jaden Green, combining for about 1,800 yards and 16 touchdowns between the two of them. And even their receiving core is headlined by 4 sophomores here. So a very young team. Aiden Garcia here being the leading touchdown specialist with 6 of those. And then on defense, also sophomore stud Jackson Pyatt here leading the charge with 83 tackles, 13 of those being for loss. When they look ahead to some upperclassmen here, Vince Vihel here has 12 TFLs his junior year here. So still not a lot of senior presence on this team. I'd say that the biggest one is probably Cameron Meyer here with a fumble recovery, a forced fumble, and 2 interceptions. But this team is very young, 7 TFLs as well for Cameron and 77 tackles. But for a young team, I think that they have fared pretty well. They're doing everything that you ask them to as far as beating the teams that you absolutely should beat. They've been able to score a lot when given the opportunity, in their wins. They are averaging over 40 points per game, including a huge explosion against Horizon with 54. But unfortunately, this defense in their losses is allowing over 30 points per game, 42 to Cherry Creek, to Fossil Ridge, to Chatfield. I was actually at that game here. So, they definitely can get caught up and allow bigger plays to teams that have a bit more experience or a bit more talent in, those skill position spots. But, I think that the 21 seed for a team this young is a very huge accomplishment, and going 500 for Arvada West, I think that the future is very bright. And, if their offense is clicking, that is somebody who, could potentially be a threat. But seeing as how they're in the same spot as last year, I don't know if they get past where they were last year. And, they exited in the first round last year as well. So we'll see how this season treats them. But for now, we're going to transition to our number 20 seed. And this is also a team that made the postseason last year. That is the Mullen Mustangs. However, last year, Mullen was ranked 23 in the seeding index and had a first-round exit against Fossil Ridge. I'd say this year, they look like a bit better of a football team here. They are 6-4. They're facing a more comparable opponent. Now, they are on the younger side here, at least offensively, headlined by their freshman quarterback, Koa Dietrich, who is a newcomer of the year front runner here, 21 touchdowns to just 5 picks. And then in the backfield, sophomore tailback Dupuck here, rushing for 820 yards. But defensively, this is where they've been able to ride some success from the seniors here. Leading tackler Liam Finney sits at 92. And then D1 commit AJ Guida here. Sorry about that, AJ, if I'm butchering your name. But 11 tackles for loss, averaging over 10 tackles per game. He is an absolute game wrecker. 8 hurries as well from the linebacker spot. And like I said, has a D1 commitment as well. And that has opened up some other opportunities for this defense that I think has been a bit more potent, forcing 14 interceptions this year, headlined by senior Aaron Seaman here, and as well as 6 forced fumbles, or fumble recoveries, I should say. This Mustang squad just looks a bit more balanced this year. The point differential is literally only a touchdown, though, as when they do win, they win pretty convincingly. Mountain Range, Lakewood, Horizon, Brighton, all scoring around 40-ish points per game in those wins. But when they lose, it's not so pretty. Pine Creek really put it to them, 35-0. Legacy 35-12, Erie 56-26, and Littleton West 56-6 here. So it should be a very interesting week 1 matchup here, and it just kind of depends on how the youth steps up to the plate here. I know experience matters, but as they say, defense wins championships. That's where a lot more of the experience is with this Mustangs team. So they're going to definitely lean on their defense for any postseason success to try and extend this 6-4 season to be much more than just above 500. Now, our next team here at number 19 is Cherokee Trail, who actually reached 500 due to an interesting series of events. So, as far as notable games goes this year, they played the likes of Chatfield, Littleton West, Castleview, Cherry Creek, Eagle Crest, Arapahoe, and Grandview. And out of those games, they did lose the majority of those, but they do have one big upset win over Grandview, 23-21, where they just rode a very consistent offense. They stuck to the ground very convincingly, and they played some solid defense through the air as well. Tyson Smith, the junior quarterback, was the starter for that game. And then, interestingly enough, here they do lose to Eagle Crest only 13-9, so a very, very close game against one of the top teams there. And then a win that they received that originally was a loss was against Chatfield. So it's going to be very interesting. They lost to Chatfield in a very close game. However, some unfortunate CHASA sanctions came down, and Chatfield was forced to forfeit that game. And these teams will actually be playing each other in the very first round here. It should be a very interesting matchup the very first time. Like I said, Chatfield narrowly getting the lead with very little time left off of some Cherokee Trail mistakes. Cherokee Trail looking to amend this so-called loss win here and legitimize it here in the first round. But in order to do so, they're going to need more out of this offense that has only produced 17 points per game here and has struggled quite a bit in the games that they've lost, such as their loss against Castleview, Eagle Crest, Arapahoe, or Littleton West. They only scored like one touchdown a game in all of those losses here. And against Cherry Creek, they get shut out. So very inconsistent offense. I don't know if they really have a guy here. And, they've kind of rotated through two different quarterbacks throughout the season. So it's been kind of hard to see where each quarterback's kind of, chemistry is with another wide receiver. And they haven't been notating their touchdowns super accurately. But it does look like Peyton Castro has been their kind of leaned on wide receiver, as well as Carson Pierce. Those are the two big names who have over 400 yards. But this defense has been special this year, only allowing about 23 points per game. Junior linebacker Blake Rodriguez leads the team with 69 nice tackles on the season. And then as far as turnovers go, maybe not the most turnovers through the air, but on the ground, they have recovered 15, count it, 15 fumbles, which is amongst the leaders in the state as far as forcing and recovering fumbles. They're going to look to do the same here, especially if it is cold and, the elements are playing a factor. Then I think that definitely plays to Cherokee Trail's hands here in the first round. But Cherokee Trail, interesting. They are the fourth best team out of the Centennial League, which is still good enough to make the postseason at 5-5 here. But like I said, originally might be 4-6, but we'll see how legitimate this overturned win is for Cherokee Trail and if that is enough for them here in the first round. At the 18 seed here, we have one of the larger falls from grace here, the Fountain Fort Carson Trojans, who were dancing around in our power rankings in the top 10 for a while, and they were even a top 8 seed for a split second in time, but have unfortunately tumbled here to a much lower standing here at a record of 7-3. Some of their notable wins come against Foray Pueblo West, where they came from behind for the win. They also beat up on Doherty. They got an upset 2-point conversion successful 1-point win over the Legend Titans here. Those are some of their big games, and in those big games, they have been able to count on defense and special teams scoring quite a bit of points for them here. You look at the scoring that they've been able to get, and they have a couple of fumble recoveries for touchdowns on the year. They have monumental interceptions at big times. They have blocked punts at big times as well. So, this special team unit has been pretty special, I would say, for Fountain Fort Carson and the Trojans here, proving to be integral to their winning record and just overall, they're standing here for, the postseason. But I will say that the offense, ever since their starting quarterback went down with an injury, it has been really tough for them to replace him. That was Colton Kamba, who started off the year at quarterback, but ever since, Caleb Keats has stepped in when Kamba went down with injury. Now, they don't ask him to pass the ball a lot, but he does bring a dynamic on the ground, running for 318 yards and 4 touchdowns. But that does not take away from the centerfold of this offense. Matthias Price, almost at 200 carries, will be after this first game, I'm assuming. 1,579 yards and 20 total touchdowns this season. He has been the driving force of this offense. And then defensively here, this team has been able to force quite a few interceptions. Miles McClarty in his senior season here, who is just such an awesome story to watch, does lead the team with 3 interceptions. And then the Trojans have also recovered 10 fumbles after forcing about 20 of them, it seems like. They've been very opportunistic, jumping on the football whenever they have a chance, and that has been a huge part of their success. But they're weird for a 5A schedule. They do have some big losses. They did not compete very well against Pine Creek in the game that Coach V went to. And in their season finale, they lose to Regis Jesuit, and they basically lose their bye by losing to Douglas County in a close one, 21-17. Just getting ran over by these 3 teams, all establishing the run very, very well. However, the team that they have in the first round is more of a pass-first team, so we will see if that bodes more in their favor here. But Fountain Fort Carson, 7-3, like I said, one of the more successful teams here, and still a team that is holding opponents to just 21 points per game. But man, when they have lost, they have just allowed a ton of running yards here. And when they win, it just kind of depends on what their run defense is looking like that game, and if they're able to force their opponent to play unbalanced on the offensive side of the ball. In last year's postseason, they did win in their opening round matchup against Eagle Crest 42-14 before running into the eventual state champion Cherry Creek Bruins in round 2, where they unfortunately were booted out. So we'll see if they can at least match their record from last year and get past the first round. Our next team here is a team that came in with a very high pedigree heading into the season, but took some dives, twists, and turns, still ended with a winning record at 6-4. That is the Legacy Lightning, who came in and were projected to be one of the better teams in state, and they finished like one of the better teams, ending with a 5-game win streak to go undefeated in league and win the league as well, including notable wins against Mullen 35-12, as well as Brighton 35-8, where the Bulldogs only score in the last quarter of the game. Now, in other big games such as Arapahoe Creek, Vista, or Legend, they did lose those games by a combined 159-50 as far as point margins go. So not a lot of success against some of the better teams in the state, but able to take care of business against teams that maybe aren't as good. And I think a huge part of their momentum has been the emergence of Devin Kercheval here. He took over at the quarterback position about, I want to say halfway through the season and he's looked very, very good so far, throwing 14 touchdowns to just 1 interception. And then offensively, they have a couple of weapons that they really like to come back to. Tyler Anderson is a 1,000-yard rusher, 9 touchdowns for this squad. And then through the air, they have a few receivers who've gone over 100 yards and have trios of touchdowns, but none quite like Kylan Studebaker here, who has 8 touchdowns and over 600 yards on the season. Defensively, they are aided huge by Omari Bursey here. 72 tackles, 16 tackles for loss, above and away the leader of this defense. Also in sacks with 5 of those, and that has led to 14 total turnovers. Omari also responsible for 3 of those. So they're pretty top-heavy, I would say, in terms of talent. I'd say that they struggle a little bit with depth and just playmaking from a variety of ways. But, this is still a team that, is in the postseason and I'd say is adequately ranked at 17, just kind of like right in the middle of the road, basically. Now, their week 1 opponent, or their round 1 opponent, I should say, in the 16 seed here, is a team that I'm pretty high on, I'm not going to lie. That is the 7-3 Eagle Crest Raptors, who, have notable wins against playoff teams, such as Brighton, 37-14, Cherokee Trail, 13-9, but have lost 3 games to teams ranked ahead of them in their league. That is Grandview, 39-32, Cherry Creek 21-0, and most recently in Week 10, Arapahoe 31-27. But through and through, the guy who is always able to produce offense for them is none other than the best tight end in 5A, in my opinion, at least right now in the senior class. Logan Ryan here, the leading receiver, 690 yards and 12 receiving touchdowns. He's been on an absolute tear this year, and he's scoring against these quality opponents. He had 2 receiving touchdowns against Arapahoe in that season finale to make that a pretty close game. He had a receiving touchdown, or 2 receiving touchdowns, I should say, against Cherokee Trail. Against Grandview, he had a receiving touchdown. And in all the games prior to that, it's just a very consistent target for this first-year starter at quarterback, Steiner here. He's had an all-right season, 23 touchdowns to 6 picks, but I think that Logan Ryan helps out quite a bit with that. And then, they don't have quite as potent of a ground game as they did last year, only averaging 6 yards per carry. Their leading rusher only averaging 4.9 yards per carry. That is the junior tailback, Josh Wiley. And then defensively, they have one of the best secondaries in the state, and they have a pretty talented defense, honestly. Tristan Minty, the senior defensive player here, 67 tackles, 11 of those being for loss. Cam Champa, Cam Chapa, I should say, one of the premier safeties over the past few years. This senior year, no different. 4 interceptions, 2 fumble recoveries, 2 forced fumbles, and a few tackles for loss. He is headlining this secondary that includes a really good corner in Corey Jackson, 16 pass deflections, who also has Cameron Bell, the sophomore, with 13 pass deflections. So you got some solid guys here. Joel Yaboa, maybe not able to play as many games as we thought he might be able to step into the season, but they have gotten, still some contributions from underclassmen like a Tamaria Walters, who's leading the team with 9.5 sacks and 10 hurries. You also have senior transfer Jermaine Amaya here, 3 sacks and 3 hurries as well, and a handful of tackles. So lots of talent on this defense and lots of senior leadership on this defense that has been able to make plays, force a handful of turnovers, 9 interceptions, and a pretty insane 63 pass deflections, with 3 of those players producing double-digit pass deflections. Pretty hard to pass on. You got to be a balanced offense to get by these guys. You got to find those opportunities kind of, in the front 7, which in their losses they have allowed, a pretty solid amount of rushing yards. But I would say that they have been susceptible in the passing game as well against some of those other matchups, maybe against the scheme where they just try and run man and go man across the board. They just look for the mismatch and exploit it. So we'll see how their pass defense shapes up in the postseason, with the ceiling of being maybe the best pass defense in all of the 5A playoffs, but with a floor of, potentially being upset in the first round. Now, 15 seed here, we're going to talk about the league champion Fairview Knights here, who went 5-0 in league, 9-1 on the season. I guess some notable wins would be against the likes of Douglas County, who they beat 49-7, Fossil Ridge 55-28, and Rocky Mountain 64-22. Per usual, this offense has been scoring basically 50 points per game, 49.9. But the defense this year has also been solid, only allowing 13 points per game. But their one notable loss was against Valor Christian. They did lose this one 29-28, allowing Valor Christian to score all of their points in the second half and go unanswered and let this game slip away from them. If they had won this game, they'd be 10-0 and probably have a first-round bye right now. But that feels like a lifetime ago, as that was under a different starting quarterback. The Fairview Knights have benefited from the reemergence, or the reappearance, I should say, of Beckham Kritza, passing for 1,450 yards in just 5 games and 18 touchdowns to just 2 picks. And like no time was lost at all, he is reconnected with old targets like Ben Hawley, like Jace Hines, both those guys, combining for over 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns. And then, of course, the junior phenom, Jordan Rochelle, 666 yards, 8 touchdowns through the air, and then on the ground, another 828 yards and 20 touchdowns. So, huge dual threat athlete in this very versatile offense that has been able to score at its best, over 60 points per game. They come in red hot on what would that be? A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 game win streak here into the first round of the playoffs. And they're looking to continue to build momentum and capitalize off of the reemergence of their star 2025 quarterback. Now, at the 14 seed here, we're running out of teams that are not. We're running out of teams that are playing in the first round, is what I should say. We have the Chatfield Chargers, who, very interestingly enough, are at 5-5, but do suffer from 3 forfeits to start the season and will be without one of their star receivers, Micah Lumpkin, who is one of the best talents in the state at that senior position, or at that senior receiver position in the time that he was able to play. He was the second leading receiver with 437 yards and 2 scores, but very dominant and added a huge dynamic to this offense here that will now rely a lot more on Drew Rollman. He's listed at tight end, but he's definitely a receiver, I would say. 517 yards and 11 touchdowns. And shout out here to senior quarterback Jake Jones, who has put together a phenomenal season, leading the Chargers in both rushing and passing yards, throwing for 16 touchdowns and rushing for another 10, and playing a little bit off of the junior tailback Corey Ball, who had over 500 yards this season. This defense is really, really special, though, with a great linebacking core. Logan Kundred, you got Caleb Espinosa, you got Avery DeWeese here, all guys who notched a ton of tackles and TFLs on the season, over 68 tackles for loss for this Chatfield squad, and 12 sacks and 18 hurries to boot. Sophomore phenom Nate Helms with 4 of those sacks. And then in the secondary, Goose Shelp, the senior cornerback, one of the best cornerbacks in the entire state, an all playmaker level guy here. 5 interceptions pacing the state while also forcing 5 fumbles here. But that's not to say the rest of the secondary is anything to scoff at, because you got guys like senior Ben Weber, who has stepped up and made interceptions this year. Reed Narva, who's a phenomenal athlete as well. Dagan Myers, who not only gets interceptions and pass deflections, but also the CSU commit is a threat on special teams. This team has been very special on return yards here, with over 1,000 total yards between punt and kickoff return here, and a couple of touchdowns as well from the season here. Dagan Myers with 2 punt return for touchdowns, and this team as a whole with 2 kick return touchdowns. And combine that with 2 pick sixes and a fumble recovery, that is 7 touchdowns, not from the offensive side of the ball. Chatfield able to beat you in a variety of ways, but we'll see how they look heading into the postseason. Like I said, had to forfeit against Cherokee Trail, Cherry Creek, and Taylorsville to start the season, but they actually played those games and went 2-1 in those. So their schedule without forfeit losses would be 7-3, with those losses being to Creek, Ralston Valley, and Columbine. But in those games, they hung tough with Ralston Valley through the first half of the game, according to Gino, but the game kind of just slipped away from them. And then notable wins, they beat Dakota Ridge, which is a 4A solid squad, 45-21. They beat Arvada West very solidly in our A West homecoming game that I was able to attend, 42-0, looking dominant in all facets of the game here. So we'll see which version of Chatfield comes out against Cherokee Trail. Like I said, before the forfeit, these teams played each other very closely, so that will be a game to monitor here for the 5-5 Chargers heading in. At the 13 seed here, we have a new face who was, I don't want to say in the playoffs last year, in Denver East. They won their league this year. They went 8-2. How did they do it? Well, they did it behind a heck of a defense that was just a turnover machine here, man. I mean, look, this defense was able to intercept opposing passers 19 times. They were able to recover 21 fumbles. That includes 4 against Overland and 4 against Westminster and 4 against Denver South, while also forcing 4 interceptions against Denver South. Just very dominant defense here that has been able to force so many turnovers And who's been at the forefront of that? Well, you can't talk about this defense without talking about stud linebacker Landon Holloway, 24 TFLs, 143 total tackles with 96 being solo, and I believe every single one of those numbers. And then defensive end guy DJ Crow here, right there with 24 and a half tackles, and also being an absolute menace with 12 sacks and 7 hurries on the season. Now, as far as leading interceptions go, Chase Williams has notched 5 for this defense, and Jay Winston here has notched 4 of those interceptions. Meanwhile, Elias Goss here leads the team in fumble recoveries with 5, and then shortly after him, Sean St. John has 4 of those as well. But Elias here forcing 6 of those fumbles. Just a very opportunistic defense. This has led to, what is that as far as total turnovers go? 50 total turnovers. So their turnover differential, once you factor in how many times they've lost fumbles as well as turned the ball over, they're still like plus 40 as far as turnover differential goes, making for a very special unit. And then offensively, they've been very balanced. Sophomore quarterback Declan McDonald has been solid this season, 16 touchdowns to 6 interceptions. But on the ground, Sean Campbell has been very reliable at the tailback position, 1,115 yards, 12 touchdowns, being an absolute stud. And then through the air, they've had a few guys here step up and make some plays. But mainly this defense for Denver East is something special with a nice mix of senior and junior talent, and against a team in the first round that has been known to run into turnover streaks here, that will be a very tough draw for Mullen here. Denver East, a team, like I said, did not make the postseason last year, but looking to make some noise this year. This next team did make the postseason last year, and that is Rock Canyon here. The Jaguars, they actually got a first-round win last postseason against Cherokee Trail, 23-20, and then they lost a comeback loss, I should say, for Littleton West to exit the postseason. So this year, they are about the same seed, and they're looking to go a little bit further this year if they can. They're going to be a tough challenge for whoever they come across, considering this season they went 7-3, and they played some solid teams along the way. They beat Denver East earlier this season, 26-14, as a matter of fact, at Denver East. They also beat a solid Castleview squad 10-3 and Thunder Ridge to end their season 34-14. As far as losses go, they lost to Arapahoe earlier 24-0, Mountain Vista 37-14, and Valor 30-20. In those games, obviously, slowing down the opposing offense was the biggest issue here, as all of those teams scored over 24 points, 2 of those teams scoring over 30 points. In that Arapahoe game, they do end up giving up almost 10 yards per carry to the Warriors. Against Mountain Vista, they also allow about 6 yards per carry to a team that is more known for its passing attack. And against Valor, they allow 5.5 yards per carry, but also allow Valor to succeed more through the air than they typically do. So, that is their big concern heading into this matchup. And against a very balanced team in Denver East, that is something to go ahead and keep an eye out for. But that's not to say that this defense has been bad this year. No. They actually have some very solid playmakers on the defensive side of the football. I'm looking at a Chaz Barnett at that, defensive tackle, defensive end position. I'm looking at a Brady Campbell at that, linebacker position with those 4 TFLs. I'm looking at a team that racked together 16 tackles for loss. Chaz Barnett with 5 of those sacks and 10 hurries overall. I'm looking at a secondary led by Abe Chitwood, who had 5 interceptions. I'm looking at a Will Rosenmeyer, who had 9 pass deflections. I'm looking at a Austin Bowker, who had 8 pass deflections. So I'm looking at a very good secondary, and I'm looking at a stout, at least initial, couple of members of the front 7. And I'm looking at a team that runs the ball very, very well. Junior tailback Tyler Meyer here, 1,294 yards and 9 rushing touchdowns. So that is the heartbeat of this offense. as it normally has been. They can't really pass the ball very well, but running the football, playing pretty tough up front, and forcing teams to make mistakes through the air as well is going to be a big part of Rock Canyon's formula of success heading into this postseason here. But they do draw Alvarado West here, a team that they, I think, match up very well against, considering how much they like to pass the football and how young they are. I think that this experienced secondary will succeed very well. Now, Grandview here, this is our number 11 seed, and this was a team that was projected initially to have a bye until they got upset by Cherokee Trail here. So let's talk about some of their notable L's this year. They lose to Rowson Valley on the road 30-15. They lose at home to Arapahoe and Creek 30-16 and 45-22 respectively. But I think that their big mistake here was losing this game to Cherokee Trail 23-21 here. In this game, they just didn't have the ball as much as Cherokee Trail. Cherokee Trail gets off 65 plays to just Grandview's 50 plays here. And I think that Cherokee Trail just does a great job of pacing themselves to score 9 points in that final frame. And Grandview goes dormant in that final frame here. They are headlined by a handful of playmakers, though, obviously, this season, and some quality wins. They get a win over Fossil Ridge 38-13 at home. They beat Fruita Monument 42-21. They beat Eagle Crest 39-32 in an epic shootout. So in those games that they are able to stay competitive here, they are riding the tails of their D1 quarterback, Liam Zarka, over 2,000 passing yards this year, 22 touchdowns to just 5 interceptions. And then on the ground was their second leading rusher in yards with 480, but their leading rusher in both carries and touchdowns with 10 touchdowns and 107 carries. Through the air, he was able to find juniors Kyler Vaughn and Zay Nieto here, both over 500 yards and 14 combined touchdowns. And then senior receiver Nate Denton here, also over 500 yards and 4 scores. Defensively here, they benefited a lot from Wa Kalanji here in Congolo, that is, with 9 TFLs, second on the team in total tackles, but also notching 3 sacks. In the secondary, sophomore Hayden Lotta had 3 interceptions as well as 3 forced fumbles here, but not a ton of turnovers really for this Grandview team here. Only listed with 3 total interceptions all year. That has been an anomaly compared to years past where they've been able to force a ton of turnovers through the air. They've had to rely on just playing stout defense instead. You got junior Marcus Nesbitt here, who had 12 TFLs this season. But honestly, this offense has done a lot to score in droves here, averaging 31 points per game. But their defense not being able to force turnovers, I think that they might actually have a negative turnover differential between their fumbles and interceptions. And when they lose games, that is something that comes up quite a bit here, is how many times they're turning the ball over. Usually it looks like it's a byproduct of Liam Zarka trying to do just a little bit too much, honestly, and ultimately ends up costing the Wolves here. And that costs them all the way to the 11 seed here. They fall to 6-4, and they're on a 2-game losing streak heading into this matchup against Douglas County here. We'll see if they're able to snap that losing streak here. Last year, when you look at their playoff performance, they had a first-round bye. They beat Rocky Mountain very completely, but Liam Zarka broke his finger or something in his hand, I want to say, prior to their round 3 game, and they lose to Pine Creek. So they're going to have to work a lot harder to get to that point this year, obviously, with that round 1 game. And then we'll see if they can stay healthy. And if their defense can force turnovers, this is a team that can make a serious run and maybe be a contender, but it's not something that they have showed us to this point so far. Now, at the number 10 seed, we are going to travel just south of Aurora here and head towards Parker to talk about the Legend Titans here. Now, they went 7-3 this season. They had a very solid season. They had a lot of returners from last year and some key contributions from underclassmen. But in their notable games here, they did beat up on Legacy, and that game was on the road. They won that one 31-10. And then against Douglas County, they closed out the season on a big win, 41-0. But their biggest win, or their most notable win against a top team, was against Pine Creek. They won 28-16. They kind of played very, very well this game. They held the Eagles to just 1.3 yards per carry. Meanwhile, on their end, they were spearheaded by Jaden Lawrence, who ran for over 190 yards and a score, and got some other key contributions from some other players to be one of the top teams in the state, honestly, which was massive for this team and put them in a chance to play for a bye. But they also lost some games to some of the other top teams this year. Castleview is one that comes to mind. They lost that one early in the season, 20-7. Gino was at that game, and just not a whole lot going in for the Titans offense. I mean, they seem to always run the ball somewhat well, but their air attack has not quite been the same, and then they're susceptible to a solid air attack, such as the one that Derek Gordon put on. Then they lost a 1-point game against Fountain Fort Carson, a game that they really should have won, honestly. But what ended up happening is they just committed penalties at the wrong spots, and their punt got blocked, and they choked this game away. So that probably cost them a bye more than any other loss did this season. And then they lost to Regis 27-10. Just couldn't really get the run game going and didn't have the firepower to counteract that in a 27-10 loss. But, they challenged themselves this season. They pushed themselves. That Fountain Fort Carson game is one that they wish that they had back. And you're probably looking at an 8-2 squad here, but that's just not how it went. So they're 7-3, and a huge part of their build, I guess, to this point has been able to go for offensive explosions, as they do average 34 points per game. And, I'd say their defense has been pretty reliable, only holding teams to about 12 points per game. In their losses, they've only allowed, the highest points they've allowed all season is 29. And that was against Fountain Fort Carson, where Fountain Fort Carson scored 12 of those points, or 13, 14. It depends on how you want to count PATs and stuff. But a lot of those points came off of defensive touchdowns or special teams. So, they had that going for them. Meanwhile, you look at some of the main Titans here. They have been relying quite a bit here on Michael Marcinich here, the sophomore quarterback who's thrown for 1,234 yards, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 10 touchdowns, but a handful of interceptions. You really got to look at Jaden Lawrence here, the do-it-all junior back who's gone for over 1,000 yards through running and is their second leading receiver with 376 receiving yards and leads the team in receptions with 26. He has scored 17 times. He's been a Game of the Week playmaker. He's been in candidacy for Playmaker of the Week. I'm not sure if he's won it, but he is a force for this offense. And then defensively, they are headlined by Nate Sandy and Eli Frakes. Those two guys are leading the team in tackles. They've combined for 14 tackles for loss. You also have junior John Nadringus, I want to say, for 9 TFLs. So they've gotten to the quarterback quite a bit this year, 18 sacks. They've hurried the quarterback quite a bit with 20. They've done everything that you would want a team to do. They have a ton of interceptions, 29 pass deflections. So this team all around is very, very solid, honestly. And, we liked them a lot earlier in the season as a contender, but I don't know if they necessarily have that signature win that really eases us. I mean, they do have the win against Pine Creek. That was at home, but they've made their lives a little bit harder by having to go on the road for some of their bigger opponents in the postseason with how they played against some of the other teams. So just a little inconsistent through the regular season here. They should definitely be fine here in the first round, but kind of a mixed bag, and we don't know entirely what to expect from them heading forward. Now we're almost done talking about teams that don't have a bye as we talk about our the 9th seed here, Castleview, the SaberCats, who kind of had a rough year last year. I don't think that they made the postseason. If they did, they were an early exit. But this year, they have flipped the script. They're 7-3. They've performed well against good teams. Like I said, they beat Legend earlier this year, 20-7. They beat Douglas County in the Battle of the Rock, 29-7. And, they fared somewhat well in their league, beating Thunder Ridge and Highlands Ranch. Now, in that win against Legend, like I said, Derek Gordon has been very steady for this team. 19 of 25, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, and completing passes to like a dozen receivers. They've just found a lot of ways to be effective. Defensively, they are probably led by 3-star recruit Jordan Ochoa here. He records a ton of tackles. He records a ton of hurries basically every single game, and he was a huge part of that formula for that win over Legend. But in some of the games that they've struggled, like their 21-3 loss to Valor, their 34-17 loss to Mountain Vista, or their 10-3 loss to Rock Canyon, you could hear that it's kind of a struggle to keep up points-wise. They're not allowing a ton of points, to be fair, but in these games, they just have a hard time generating big plays. The big plays are the issue here. They don't have, I'd say, like a go-to big play weapon on offense necessarily, and that has led to this offense kind of stalling out sometimes. Even in games where Derek Gordon goes 31 of 38 for 295 yards, that's just not a very high yard per completion. And I mean, the play here where you have a 53-yard touchdown to Blanchard here against Mountain Vista, that was their biggest play of the night. The next biggest was 36 and 26. So just not a consistent stream of 20-plus yard plays in this offense. And even more apparent was the Rock Canyon game. Rock Canyon, great job of playing keep away in this game, to be fair, as they ran 63 plays to just Castleview's 23, it looks like. So huge discrepancy in time of possession was a big factor in that game. And I think that being able to, force the other team off the field when they're playing a bit of ball control like a Valor can, like a Rock Canyon can, they got to be able to get them off the field, and they got to rely on their guys like a Jordan Ochoa, like a Jonathan Nieto as well, that linebacker, Nieto Villa, I should say, who notched 100 tackles this year. They need their guys like Aaron Perry, who has 11 TFLs, to step up. They need guys like Jacob McConnell to step up and help get that ball back to them. Because if you can force teams to pass against you, this is where they feel comfortable. This is where this is a unit that forced almost 30 sacks. This is a unit that had 74 hurries. This is a unit that had 2 guys in Daryl Isham as well as Ben Knox both record 4 interceptions, 15 total on the year, while also deflecting 31 passes and recovering 12 fumbles. When you have to pass against Castleview, that's the way they like it. That's the way that they're in control of the game, and that's how they're going to try and develop the blueprint to push them further in this postseason than maybe they ever have been. But if they find themselves behind, maybe just don't have the offensive firepower to keep up. But obviously, 7-3, very solid team, and was knocking on that door for being a bye week team. Now, we start talking about the bye week teams here, and the first one that we have is Mountain Vista. They went 8-2 this season, only losing at the very beginning and the very end of the season. We'll talk about the notable losses just because I kind of brought them up here. They lost to Valor in Week 10. You can go and listen to the Week 10 recap where Gino actually recapped that game to hear all about what happened in there. And to start the season, they lost to Ralston Valley in Week 0. We were all at that game. And in both these games, the passing game kind of just got off to a really slow start, it sounds like. And while Austin Madresky is obviously one of the best talents in the state, it's not to say that he's perfect, right? You know, in this game against Valor, goes 25 of 41, not his best completion, 2 touchdowns to 2 picks, including one in the flats that was taken completely the other way for 6. That's really hard to overcome. You look at that Ralston Valley game, he also struggled with turning the ball over with, you know, those Ralston Valley defenders able to cover the field very, very well and, you know, challenge some of these receivers. But when it is good, it's great. You think of some of their notable wins. They have a 1-point win over Heritage in Week 1, technically, 35-34. And then you just have this offensive explosion where they're scoring over 50 points for a few games here. Fort Collins 63, Chaparral 63, Legacy 55. That's against another playoff team. Thunder Ridge, they score 49, so almost 50 in that one. Rock Canyon, they score 37 in that big win that last year came down to a Hail Mary. So there's some growth there. Against Castleview, they won 34-17. So just scoring a lot of points. And then even in that loss to Valor, it was very different than their initial loss because they did eventually get going, and Valor had to score 39 points to win that game versus Rowson Valley that scraped by in a 13-7 game where, Madreski ends up throwing 2 picks. So if you can force Madreski to make mistakes, you're in a pretty good spot. But if you can't, then you're going against, obviously, the leading passer, one of the leading passers in the state, who threw for 3,030 yards this season and 34 touchdowns to just 6 picks. They have a little bit of balance on offense as Blythe, the junior tailback, ran for 708 yards and 11 scores. Through the air, you have so many threats. Ja'Kai Mack, 830 yards. Sean Conway, leading receiver with 53 receptions and 13 receiving touchdowns. When healthy, CJ Reese, 6'3" jump ball specialist, 560 yards on just 39 receptions and just 8 games played. Sophomore Japri Jennings. I mean, the list of weapons goes on and on for Mountain Vista, and it's a stacked squad, and the defense has done a decent job this year. Something that does hurt is they are without junior linebacker Carter Daniels, who did suffer a season-ending injury just a few weeks ago. So they're going to have to look for other guys to pick up the slack. I'm looking at leading tackler Austin Scheich, I want to say is how you say his name. And I'm looking at second leading tackler Wyatt Seaman here to pick up some of the slack. And then as far as other guys go on defense, you have Ja'Kai Mack, once again on the defensive side of the ball, making an impact. 4 interceptions, pacing the entire team, while also getting a handful of pass deflections here. But, I mean, this defense, it's solid. It's way better than it was last year. You can count on it to make a few more plays. But the bread and butter is still this offense that averaged 42.5 points per game. This is what needs to be working for the machine as an entirety to be clicking and to be winning playoff games. At the 7 seed here, we are going to jump to the other side and talk about the league winner of that league, Valor Christian here. Valor actually recording their worst record thus far in their program history as a 5A team. They went 6-4 this year. A lot of teams were able to, break through that glass ceiling, I guess, if you want to say it. They lose to Regis and Pine Creek to start the season, and they almost go 0-3, down 28-0 at halftime against Fairview, but a notable 29-point comeback win where Gabe Sawchuk is clicking and everything is kind of coming together. Then they lose an out-of-state game against a really solid Rabin Gap Nakachi team. It looks like they're 11-0 right now, and they are playing in the NCISAA 11-man. So, not entirely sure where that is. I think this is a Texas team. I want to say this is a Texas team. Not 100%. Don't quote me on it. Oh, wait, it's Georgia. It's a Georgia team. Okay, I know how to read. But anyways, they lose to an out-of-state game, and then they lose to Rowson Valley just barely in a comeback loss for the Mustangs. But notable wins, like I said, 29 unanswered point comeback win over Fairview, and they beat Castleview 21-3, and they go undefeated in league, beating Rock Canyon 30-20 and Mountain Vista 39-34. In the losses here, they just struggled to establish consistent offense, and I think that a huge part of that is they just haven't really gotten from Gabe Sawchuk what they were expecting to get out of him this season, in those games. And that loss to Pine Creek, he's only averaging 0.6 yards per carry. Asher Weiner maybe not being the best to just be kind of like a stand-up and pass guy in that game against Regis that they narrowly lose. Gabe is only averaging 4.3 yards per carry. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Albert Medina was averaging 5.3 yards per carry. And I think that this defense took some time to kind of mesh together. If you can't tell by their opponents scoring all over 22 points plus. And then in the second half of the season, it's not until they go against Mountain Vista, who is one of the best offenses in the entire state, that they allow over 30 points again. But their defense is scoring touchdowns as well. Now, as far as some of their leading players on the defensive side of the football here, you got to look at Kershke here, Blake, who led the team with 106 total tackles. And then you got to look at sophomore stud Cannon Smith, who led the team in tackles for loss. This team has struggled to get to the quarterback here. Not a lot of hurries, not a lot of sacks. And in turn, they've also kind of struggled to, force fumbles as well. Only 4 fumble recoveries on the season. But while they haven't been able to get to the quarterback, that hasn't meant that their pass coverage has been lacking. You have junior Moses Freeman here, 4 interceptions. Blake Kershke had an interception in that last game against Mountain Vista. Israel Waitman had a pick 6 in that game against Mountain Vista for 14 total interceptions, but just not the Valor defense that we've kind of become accustomed to seeing, that just puts people in a headlock and just kind of ruins their day. And I think part of that is that they haven't quite been the rushing attack that a lot of people maybe thought they were going to be this year. I mean, Gabe Sawchuk still has 11 touchdowns, but that's only on 4 yards per carry here. So the offense, while moving the football, has not been super explosive, and the defense has not been super explosive in their own right. But, they are riding a 5-game win streak into the playoffs. It's all about who's hot and when, and their defense in these games has allowed less than 20 points per game, and their offense on the flip side has been putting over 30 points per game, or at least their team has been putting over 30 points per game. So this is maybe the most vulnerable Valor team that we've seen. I'll be very surprised if they make a return to state. However, it's all about getting hot at the right time. They still have Brett McGatlin, obviously, which makes any team a threat. He's built a great culture over there, and, it could be one of those situations like Chatfield where if they run into the same opponents and they adapt better than they did in the regular season, maybe Valor goes on a magical run here. Now, at the 6th seed is one of the teams that Valor lost to in the regular season, and that is Regis Jesuit here at 6-4. Another team that maybe didn't have their best regular season and has shown some vulnerabilities, but has also pulled off some signature wins. Like I said, they beat Valor Christian to start the year. They beat Kennedy Catholic. This is an out-of-state team from Washington that is currently 8-1 in the 4A Puget Sound League. So, that's a very solid out-of-state win for this squad. And then they also got a big win against Douglas County, Legend, and Fountain Fort Carson in that very tough league that they play in there. Now, some of their losses all their losses are to playoff teams at least. Arapahoe 34-27, where they were just getting gashed through the ground here. Ralston Valley that they only lost to by a single score. And, that was in huge part to a massive second quarter from Ralston Valley. It just feels like an instant classic when these teams play these days. And once again, just struggled to slow down Brady Weldon on the ground. And then you look at Cherry Creek that they lost 47-28. Creek once again sticking to the ground. And last but not least, Pine Creek beating them 21-17. Maybe not running the ball as dangerously as some of the other teams that they played, but running the ball effectively enough on the heels of Jonathan Core, as well as a little dose of Mason Miller in there. And any games that they've lost, they've kind of struggled to run the football as well. In that Pine Creek game, only 2.3 yards per carry. And in that Ralston Valley game, negative 0.1 yards per carry. I feel like they're counting sacks, though. But even if you include the tailbacks, it was still like a 1.5 yard per carry kind of night. Regis, they need to run the ball well to be effective. They're not quite there as a passing team yet. Granted, Peyton Lindell has picked up the slack in the Arapahoe game. He did throw for over 200 yards and 3 touchdowns to just 1 pick. But, this Regis team thrives on trying to control the game a little bit more. Albert Medina, I'm not sure if they were resting him against Fountain Fort Carson or if he's unhealthy. That is going to be a really big storyline against Legend. He had a touchdown, about 60 yards. That was kind of a slugfest, but it seemed like they were able to, win that game, even running less plays, but forcing Legend into uncomfortable situations and to pass the ball a lot down the stretch as they kind of ran away with the game down in the second half. They were down 3-10 against Legend, and then they scored 24 unanswered points to close the door on that one. And then against Fountain Fort Crescent, like I said, Albert Medina, no carries, so they probably just rested him up, honestly, to get ready for the postseason. Along with that bye, you're going to be seeing probably a very fresh Albert Medina in whoever they face in that second round with their first round bye, and probably the best version of Regis that we've seen since those opening weeks in those close wins over Valor Christian and Kennedy Catholic. The number 5 seed is Ralston Valley here. You'll see a pattern that a lot of these teams have played each other already. Ralston Valley here, they end up going 8-2 on the season here with some very, very close games. Maybe one of the hardest schedules in all of the state. Like I said, notable wins. Week 0, they beat Mountain Vista 13-7 behind a great defensive presence, forcing turnovers early in the game and getting to Austin Madreski often and just playing very tight coverage and throwing a variety of looks, I should say, as well in the pass defense game. They beat Grandview 30-15. What was a classic the past couple of years is now been kind of time for Logan Madden to assert himself here. Then there's also that win over Regis. Like I said, 21 points in that second quarter. And then the go-ahead touchdown in the final frame was absolutely massive for them. They beat Valor for the first time in program history at home, mind you, 22-21 on the heels of a major comeback where, they end up going for 2 and not going to overtime and not dancing with these guys. And then they beat Chatfield in a game that Gino went to, 42-28. Jackson Heron going off for a big game here and being one of the most dynamic X factors. Jackson Hansen, my apologies, going for 2 touchdowns in that game. And then also Wyatt Morwood catching a 70-yard bomb in that game as well for that win. Now, some notable losses here, or their 2 losses, are to the top 2 teams in this bracket. They lost to Cherry Creek 35-9, and they lost to Littleton West 30-14 here. In that Littleton West game, just no ground game to keep this balanced. And then on the defensive side of the football, as well as in that Creek game, they were just getting ran over silly. They kept it close to those first 2 quarters, but I think that this team, with them playing their offensive linemen and defensive linemen both ways, it's a very heavy burden against these teams that run the ball very well. And this is something to keep an eye on in the postseason where, you kind of have to play a balanced attack to get anywhere. And in addition to that, it's, if there's weather, other teams are going to run the ball more. You have to be able to run the ball. And when they face teams that run the ball very, very well, such as a Cherry Creek or a Littleton West, they end up struggling to run themselves because their offensive line is tired and gassed. But, that's not to say that these linemen aren't talented. You look at the defensive line here, and you have an Air Force commit in Tyrese Johnson, 2 TFLs this year, 54 total tackles, and somebody who has a handful of hurries while also getting a handful of tackles here. And then you also got like George Patterson here, 4 sacks, 17 hurries, just putting in work on that edge. Jake Huffman, 8 hurries, 4 sacks. So they have good size. Jack Moran, another guy who gets in the backfield and makes a handful of plays. And then Laird Jones, their fly-around linebacker, 101 total tackles. You have guys on this defense that can make plays, but I will say that this defense is not as potent as it was last year. They only forced 13 turnovers all season. They usually just get by forcing their opponents into 3 and outs, and not being on the field for a super long time. So if you can get Ralston Valley into a position where you're driving on them for quite some time, you're running the ball very effectively, not only are you going to drain that defense, you're going to impact that offense and make it really tough on them. But this is a team that has won very close games, and that is in huge part thanks to basically an MVP caliber season from Logan Madden here. 18 passing touchdowns to just 4 picks, over 2,000 yards, 3 rushing touchdowns. Kept a little bit balanced out by Brady Weldon's 10 touchdowns. And as I mentioned, Jackson Hansen earlier, 869 receiving yards, 13 receiving touchdowns. Very big season out of him. You could definitely tell that this offense does miss junior receiver Liam Beatty here. He went out against Creek, and then he went out the next week and has not been able to come back since. He was a big play threat, averaging about 20 yards per reception, but, they have learned to live without him a little bit, and they're going to have to do it in order to keep their season alive and well. Once a title contender in our eyes, we will see what comes their way and how the elements impact this line's stamina and durability. The number 4 seed did not play the number 5 seed, but has played a very tough schedule. That is the 9-1 Pine Creek Eagles here. This team, notable wins: Valor Christian, first time in program history, beat Denver East at home 23-0, whooped up on Fountain Fort Carson 40-10, snuck by Regis Jesuit 21-17, and Douglas County 33-27. In those wins here, or just the things that work for the Eagles in general, I think that they've had major strides from junior quarterback Cameron Cooper here, still not being asked to do everything, but when he is on, he's on. 66% completion this year, over 1,400 yards and 13 touchdowns to just 3 interceptions. And then out of the backfield, junior tailback Jonathan Core has been fantastic for them this season, rushing for over 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns here, while being able to give Mason Miller some time off. Mason Miller, their lead back from last year, does have over 500 yards and 7 touchdowns this year, but he has been recruited to play linebacker, and if you can have him playing one way, that is obviously for the best. And this defense has a ton of ways to kill you. That, as the aforementioned Mason Miller, the Iowa State commit, 9 tackles for loss this season. You also have junior Isaac Landry, 10 TFLs. You have sophomore Caleb Petrie with 8 tackles for loss. So a lot of TFLs there. They're able to get to the quarterback somewhat consistently, 15 sacks. But through the air, 13 interceptions, all coming with 3 players. And that's with the senior duo corners, Justice Nicholson and Ramon Pacheco. They also have 9 pass deflections on the season. And then sophomore defensive back Amari Kyle with 5 interceptions. This team, not a ton of total turnovers, but definitely really hard to move the ball against. Not a lot of yards to be gained on this team. Only 10.8 points per game allowed this season. Like I said, holding Valor to 17, holding Regis to 17, holding Fountain Fort Carson to just 10. But you do notice in these next few weeks, Douglas County was able to put up 27, and then they were missing Ramon Pacheco, I want to say, in this game against Legend that they lost 28-16. Now, this team still didn't do very well in the air, Legend that is, against the Eagles, but the Eagles could not really run the ball super well, and the Titans were able to play a lot more ball control here, running 50 plays from scrimmage here, including 41 rush attempts, getting into a variety of guys. Jaden Lawrence carving them up for a solid gain here. And then also the offensive line struggled to block this game as 4 different Titans registered sacks, 5 different registered hurries, and they have 5 total sacks in this game. So keeping Cameron Cooper up if you need him to make plays is going to be very important to this team. But honestly, out of all of those really tough opponents that they played, to only lose that one game to Legend, I'm not really pressed about it, especially because that was on the road. And playing in Pine Creek territory is going to be very daunting for any team that has to make that road trip. And I think that that's going to play huge into the Eagles' favor down the stretch here in rounds 2 and 3 for them to, make a deep push and a deep playoff run. Now, the number 3 seed, I don't fear playing them at home as much, but I do fear the balance that this team has and the amount of weapons that they have. That is my alma mater, Arapahoe Warriors, 8-2 this season, with notable wins over Legacy, 31-9, with winning the Milk Jug game over Heritage, 28-7, beating Regis at home, 34-27, Rock Canyon, 24-0, Grandview, 30-16, and Eagle Crest, 31-27. When I look at some of the things that the Warriors did well this season, it was defend, but this is obviously the most explosive offense that Arapahoe has had in quite some time. This team averaged 34 points per game. That was massive, and in these wins over Regis, over Rock Canyon, over Eagle Crest. They are putting up over 300 yards of total offense. And against Regis, they had over 400 yards, and they averaged 29.75 points per game. Now, in their notable losses, they lose to Littleton West on a game-winning drive where Littleton West kicks a field goal to go and take the lead late and end Arapahoe's undefeated season. And then they lost to Cherry Creek on the road in the Stutler Bowl. This one was also a fourth quarter comeback from Cherry Creek. Both teams, when I looked at it, stayed committed to the run and controlled the clock, running 64 plays to 49 against L-Dub, leading that play discrepancy, and Cherry Creek running 62 plays to 40. But, to be fair, a lot of that plays into Arapahoe's hurry-up offense when things are clicking, when they are able to get on the ball, get a run play off, get a pass play off. It has been very lethal in recent memory. They have 45 touchdowns this year, 18 of those being Mikey Moynihan's passing touchdowns. He's made tremendous strides, finding Andrew Smart 11 times and finding Charlie Eckhart for 639 total yards. But this offense is also balanced, having two ball carriers with over 500 yards, the lethal sophomore terror of Trajan Frazier, and also Carter Neely, the senior. Those guys have combined for a ton of yards, over 1,000 yards between the two of them, and Trajan Frazier actually has ran for 13 touchdowns this season, so I hope that you've started him in your flex spot for fantasy high school football. But anyways, let's go ahead and turn to the defense that is always the pride and joy of this team. Obviously, this team is coached by former NFL defensive end Tyler Brayton here, and so they've only allowed 15.5 points per game. In their losses, obviously, they have allowed over 30 to Columbine. And then when you look at other teams that have come close, Cherry Creek put up 24, Regis at 27, and Eagle Crest at 27. If you put up over 20 points, you are giving Arapahoe a run for their money because they don't really allow anyone else to score even double digits on them like that. So, and then defensively, you have guys like Will Knox, who has 10.5 tackles for loss and 103 total, and then Dylan Juarez, who has matched Knox in interceptions and forced fumbles, but himself has 3 sacks, and between the two of them, a combined 15 hurries. This is a very well-rounded team, and I think they have a legitimate chance at state, but I feel like they have to get over a little bit of a mental hump here to beat the teams that are in front of them, who are the only teams ranked ahead of them in this entire bracket. One of which is the number 2 seed Littleton West, 10-0 5A Jeffco League champs, notable wins against Rowson Valley, Arapahoe, and Chatfield. Come from behind win over Arapahoe with a game-winning drive and field goal from the offense. And then they have a very tenacious pass rush. They notched 5 sacks in the win over Rowson Valley, and then a fumble recovery for a score, and only 1 offensive touchdown allowed in the win over Chatfield. Now, this defense has registered 32 sacks this season, led by Alan Pham and Nico Zaharis, both seniors with 5 apiece, and then James Sillison is the leading tackler for the Rebels at 82. He has also notched 4 sacks of his own. Meanwhile, offensively, they've scored 56 touchdowns, 44 of those being on the ground, with Josh Schneider and Mason Moreno doing the majority of the damage with over 2,000 yards and 27 combined scores, going for a ludicrous 41.8 points per game. Now, the number 1 seed and the defending state champs here in a very familiar position at 10-0, being the Centennial League champs, is the Cherry Creek Bruins. Notable wins, all of them. But no, on real talk, they beat Rowson Valley, Regis, Eagle Crest, Arapahoe, and Grandview this year. They had a very dominant 35-9 bludgeoning of Rowson Valley at home. They held Regis to just 2.6 yards per carry in a 19-point road win. They came from behind to beat Arapahoe with a very strong fourth quarter at home, and then a 23-point road win over Grandview to secure the league championship. Now, they have found a ton of success running behind 3 Power 5 offensive linemen, and this rushing attack has averaged 6.6 yards per carry and 30 rushing scores. Those linemen being Max Parrott, Hayden Treader, and A.J. Burton, committed to Purdue, USC, and Iowa State, respectively. I want to say in that order. But yeah, those guys have been mean. They're very versatile. You can put them in different spots. They've been playing with their line rotation all season, and it has yielded, obviously, stellar results, with Jordan Heron finding a ton of his success, 940 yards and 13 touchdowns. Keeping sophomore quarterback Brady Vodka up, 69% completion, and a 15-1 touchdown to INT ratio, putting together a very solid season. I think that is slightly differed now that the Grandview stats are in, but regardless, up until that point, very solid. And then defensively, Creek is going to do Creek things. They have a ton of guys up front that they move around. They have a versatile defensive line. They run all kinds of great stunts. These guys are very smart. They're very physical. They're very strong. They're very powerful to scale. They have 21 turnovers, including 15 picks, led by Aiden Kanapke and Keon Johnston, who both have 3 interceptions, and a point differential of plus 281. And that is the state of the union on seeds 24 all the way up to 1. Let's go ahead and talk about the first round and some predictions here. And last but not least here, folks, we have our 5A round 1 predictions here. I'm going to go ahead and start with Gideon, then I'll go to Gino, Coach V, and end with myself for our round 1 predictions and scores. So in order of the brackets that we've built here, Gideon has Eagle Crest defeating Legacy 24-17 to advance to round 2. He then has Castleview beating Fossil Ridge 35-21. In other round 1 action, Rock Canyon is projected to beat Arvada West 35-17 from Gideon. He also has Denver East winning 35-17 over Mullen. Chatfield beating Cherokee Trail 31-14. Grandview beating Douglas County in a close one 24-21. Legend beating Brighton 28-17. And Fairview beating Fountain Fort Carson 35-24. That was Gideon predicting Fairview over FFC, Legend over Brighton, Grandview over Douglas County, Chatfield over Cherokee Trail, Denver East over Mullen, Rock Canyon over A West, Castleview over Fossil Ridge, and Eagle Crest over Legacy. Now, for Gino's 5A bracket here, we're going to go in the same order and see what he thinks. He also has Eagle Crest beating Legacy, but this score is 35-13. He has Castleview winning over Fossil Ridge 24-8. He has Rock Canyon beating Arvada West 20-13. He has Denver East winning 27-7 over Mullen. He's choosing Cherokee Trail in an upset 23-21 over Chatfield. Grandview to win 24-20 over Douglas County. Legend to beat Brighton 34-14. And Fairview to win 29-20 over Fountain Fort Carson. So once again, Gino's picks are Fairview over Fountain Fort Carson, Legend over Brighton, Grandview over Douglas County, Cherokee Trail over Chatfield, Denver East over Mullen, Rock Canyon over Arvada West, Castleview over Fossil Ridge, and Eagle Crest over Legacy for round 1. Now, Coach V here for 5A. He has Eagle Crest winning in round 1 over Legacy 28-10. Castleview beating Fossil Ridge 21-10. Arvada West losing to Rock Canyon 7-20. Denver East winning 35-24 over Mullen. He then has Chatfield beating Cherokee Trail 20-14. I want to say that's almost the same score from the regular season matchup when it was counted. Grandview winning 24-14 over Douglas County. Legend beating Brighton 35-10. And Fairview beating Fountain Fort Carson 24-21. That's Fairview winning, Legend winning, Grandview winning, Chatfield winning, Denver East winning, Rock Canyon winning, Castleview winning, and Eagle Crest winning. So pretty similar brackets so far. Now, for my picks on the 5A level, I may have got a little too cute with it, but the results are basically the same here. I have Eagle Crest beating Legacy 36-16, Castleview beating Fossil Ridge 41-20, Rock Canyon beating Arvada West 21-6, Denver East beating Mullen 28-14. I have Cherokee Trail in an upset over Chatfield 28-20, Grandview beating Douglas County 21-6, Legend beating Brighton 40-6, and Fairview beating Fountain Fort Carson 24-17. That's Fairview beating FFC, Legend beating Brighton, Grandview beating Douglas County, Cherokee Trail beating Chatfield, Denver East beating Mullen, Rock Canyon beating Arvada West, Castleview beating Fossil Ridge, and Eagle Crest beating Legacy. So across the board, pretty safe picks for everyone here. The only upsets being chosen is Cherokee Trail over Chatfield. But, I'm sure Gino and I would think that that could possibly go either way. And would you believe it? After 5 hours, that is our 1, 2, 4, and 5A playoff previews, where we have gone through 72 teams. I'd say 5 hours is pretty decent time, all things considered. We've gone through 72 teams in that amount of time, and we've given you a quick look at how their seasons have gone and some players to look out for heading into the postseason, as well as providing our round 1 predictions. To stay up to date on all of our predictions, go ahead and follow us on social media on Instagram, TikTok, or Twitter at Playmakers Corner, and on X/Twitter at Playmaker Corner, where we have all of our brackets posted for the entire postseason. We will also adapt to choosing week by week as well if any of our brackets end up getting busted. As the defending bracket champion, I am very excited for this season. And, if I do end up being wrong a lot, I'm just going to blame it on COVID brain because that's when I built them. So I also have a cop out. But yeah, no, that's going to have all of the updates on our postseason action. Be sure to stay tuned to our Instagram stories and TikToks for highlights for any of the games that we attend. We also have end of the year awards going on. So go ahead and find us on Twitter once again or /X at Playmaker Corner, where we have our 1A end of the year polls. And each week we will have polls for the next classification. So next week, 2A, the week after that, 3A, 4A, 5A. And that will take us through the end of the season. So be sure to vote on those where your voice matters, along with a panel that we have that votes on these awards to decide who is our most valuable playmaker, offensive playmaker of the year, defensive playmaker of the year, coach of the year, and newcomer of the year that goes to the best freshman from a specific classification. These are all regular season stats, and we will also be releasing all Playmaker teams as we come out with the award episodes. So stay tuned for all of that content. Be sure to listen to who wins those awards, whether that be on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, or YouTube. If you're not already subscribed to us on all of those, flag us or turn on notifications so you get notified whenever new episodes come out. I have been your showrunner, Cody Stauffer, joined by Gino, Gideon, and Coach V. And that's going to do it for the playoff preview until 3A next week.